conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fates are mortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail.
White blade knows no mercy. Few or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living. Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
This is my second time here. It's really beautiful, and I'm feeling really good right now.
这边的人都蛮亲切的，风景也不错。 is massive. It's nothing compared to the Italian cities I know, and it's very hot. Maybe too much.
Do you know an A player? And how about Potato?
Trio player then.
Yeah. But he plays solos too.
这搞这么嗨哥，AS 加油！拿一个名字。
I think all the teams that will play Koi Cup are very strong, so I'm looking forward to fighting all of them.
I definitely want to verse Mike the most just because he's the champion of last year and also Spider as well.
In the world of Naraka BLADEPOINT, the spirit of teamwork is continually passed down. There is a group of esports players. They heard there is a KOI god here who can tell them the secret of cooperation. Newly arrived, they feel everything around them is strange and intriguing. So they grow in trials to stay strong, seeking improvement through working together.
看高啊！被刺我，看我的。
九折，你又干嘛？该死的！
Failure is not scary. What is scary is not learning from it. However, suddenly, they see a mysterious pair of chopsticks. That is a hint from the KOI god, and they continue to grow stronger. The secret of the chopsticks will be revealed to them. After days of training, they see as if they saw the KOI Cup Trials Championship trophy.
What you gonna do with me? So what I'm gonna do? What I'm gonna do with you? What you gonna do? So what you gonna do with me? What I'm gonna do? What I'm gonna do with you?
屏幕前以及现场的解绑们，欢迎来到2024永劫无间锦鲤杯全球精英赛的比赛现场。大家好，我是主持人陈瑜。今天是比爱音乐节的第2天，同时也是锦鲤杯3排总决赛。来自不同赛道的12支战队将在今天为我身旁的锦鲤杯发起最后的冲击。究竟谁能夺得最后的冠军？让我们拭目以待。接下来有请战队登场。首先，让我们欢迎来自 EU 欧洲赛区以及 NA 北美赛区的战队，他们是 Demon Esport 以及 Hex 战队。Demon Esport, Liu Z, Potato, Kuzo, Jason. Hex, Sachko, Squiggy, Demise, Ducky. 有请来自 AS 亚服赛区、SEA 东南亚赛区的队伍，他们是 MVP 以及 HD 战队。MVP 石云、若竹、李桃子、BK。HD Simpson、Rhythm、Sue、True Tiger。接下来有请在入围赛阶段脱颖而出的 OUG XX 以及 XMF 战队。OUG XX 俊贤、小豪、Rico。XMF 江东、小温、小金刚。接下来有请实力不容小觑的 GLA 以及来自 NBPL 职业联赛的京东 Gaming。GLA 小小洛、小小木、老郭。JDG 图图、皮皮、朱迪、科科。接下来有请来自 NBPL 职业联赛的 GL 以及暴打战队。晚风、小伟、韩旭杰、繁星。暴打、叶然、半径、皮克。接下来有请 NBPL 春季赛3排冠亚军战队，他们是成都积极 KLA。成都积极330李新淼、陈江生。KLA 陈玄之、钱滚滚、17少、酷酷。12支战队已经准备就绪，期待他们为所有的解宝们共同创造出精彩绝伦的比赛盛宴。2024永劫无间锦鲤杯全球精英赛3排总决赛正式开始。
This is my second time here. It's really beautiful, and I'm feeling really good right now.
这边人都蛮亲切的，它风景也不错。
It's massive, it's nothing compared to the Italian cities I know, and it's very hot, maybe too much.
You know, NA player. And how about Potato?
Trio players then?
Yeah. But he played solos too.
搞这么孩子，AS 加油！哪个名字？
I think all the teams that will play Koi Cup are very strong, so I'm looking forward to fighting all of them.
I definitely want to verse Mike the most, just because he's the champion of last year and also Spider as well.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Naraka BLADEPOINT Koi Cup. I'm Got Moxie, I'm joined by Duncan, and Dunk, we have the absolute pleasure to get to bring you all the trios action. There's so much to cover. We've got a new meta coming through, we've got a new map coming through, we've got new teams over in China at the moment, live on LAN on stage. And I don't know about you, but I'm hoping, especially because we get GG running it back, that we get to see the Valda MVP composition return as well.
I mean, hey, it's possible. You know, who knows what they've been cooking up in the lab. You know, they've definitely been playing around with a few things. Just a quick side note, I think that we are playing on the patch of Perdoria's release. As you said earlier, we were talking about it. So this is the patch which started off the season with the Matari changes, with the new map being added, lots of different changes coming into the game. Fist blades being brought in. I'm definitely excited to see a little bit of fist blade action out there in the skirmishes, It's gonna get oogly boogly today. I'm very excited. Gotta kick it off with an oogly. But as you all well know, Twitch drops are here. Make sure to have your accounts linked, your Naraka account linked to your Twitch account, so that you can partake and get involved and get your hands on some of these goodies, these nice little emotes, icons, all these the Koi tokens, which function as part of the event in game, that you open the browser within the client, etc., and get yourself your hands on some goodies. But back to business, as it were. We are going to be getting involved very soon, and I want to see what these teams are bringing out today, because, you know, hey, if you've been playing since the new season dropped, you know that a lot of things have changed. You know, Matari being changed, she's just flipped the meta on its head. Yesterday in solos, we definitely saw quite a lot of Matari, as well as Liam. I would quite like to see a Liam composition come out today in trios, although it's not very common to see. We haven't really seen all that many teams experiment too much with Liam, or perhaps they have, and they just haven't told anybody. But as you said, the Valda comp would be interesting to see. However, I do think that now the Hardy variation of Cannonball is So it's sat quite firmly at the top of the variations of that composition, as it is just so unbelievably versatile with the hardy V1 cube that allows you to put the cube in the sky for your teammates to teleport to with the press of a button. You know, as a combo breaker. It's extremely good. But hey, let's look at the money bags over here, the prizes for today's games. Take it away, Moxie. What are we looking at here?
Well, we're looking at a lot of yuan. First place is going to be able to walk away with 90,000, which I believe is roughly 9,000 British pounds. But you also get an extra bag for the first place of total kills as a special award, which I'm sure a lot of those teams are going to be eyeing up. I know that I have my eye on. I can't believe I'm saying this. The favorites coming through are not really JL. GG is definitely up there as they are currently the defending champions of MVPLs. However, OUG XXX, this is not actually OUG's #1 team, this is their second team. Both OUG and JL have two teams that entered into this. And OUG XX was actually the first place team in qualifying rounds, and it wasn't by a small margin. They walked away with 198 points, and the team in second place, XMF, only managed to pick up 161. So XX had a very comfortable lead. I'm very much looking forward to getting to see them play. And as I was telling you a little bit earlier, I have my own one specific player on their squad, and that's Rico. Because you know me, I'm a Kurumi main in trios, okay? When Transformers was the meta, I was the one having to hold the umbrella and hit my ult circle to make sure that my monk didn't die. But Rico is a battle roomie after my heart, and there have been games where he on the Kurumi has picked up 10 kills in one fell swoop. So I am very much looking forward to getting to see what OUG have in store for us today.
Definitely. But hey, looking at the map rotation for the day, we are starting off with Morris Isle dusk or nighttime with the fireflies. It's gonna get extremely spicy going in. We've got all of the uptime on those ultimates to be used in those skirmishes in the mid game. I'm very excited to see what we're gonna be blessed with out on Morris Isle as we kick off the day. What do you have? Do you have any predictions, perhaps, Moxie, for what we're going to see straight off the bat? Or
I mean, it's got to be Xiphon, right? When Fireflies are in play and you have those ultimates, getting Xi ult at the very beginning means that even if you don't manage to find a weapon in one of those troves, you get your ultimate online and the game just gives you one. And I mean, you do just become a living weapon as Xi in that V2. And Xiphon has not gone anywhere. They may have hit Xi in terms of the damage that her ultimate does, but they did not hit the duration, nor did they hit the combo ability. One thing that I'm really interested to get to see is whether or not we get some of these other compositions that are starting to be parceled with the Matari. Viper has actually started to slip into the composition where you use the F3 and you get that Matari ultimate reset to get just back-to-back slams of that F3 that does so much damage when it confirms.
Indeed. No, the amount of damage, not only from the F3 from the Viper, but if any of these teams are going to be running that F2 on the Matari, being able to hold down the F2 and charge it up to its golden state gives you another just sort of like nuke button that you just do. If you've got a decent rarity weapon, you just do 500 damage almost with one button, with one ability, and it can be really, really strong, especially in early game fights. If you're fighting off spawn, if you're fighting in golden area, in high tier loot areas, for example, and you want to secure that hot drop situation, being able to use these kind of buttons that just absolutely destroy enemy health bars when they perhaps don't have all that much effective health to play around with, it can be really, really strong and allow you to get that snowball going, get the ball rolling, and allow you to scale up very early on. We've seen it time and time again, lots of early game compositions just dominating that phase of the game, going over to Yang, or perhaps not, you know, going going to try and grief the Yang portals. You know, we've seen it many times in the past, these Viper compositions especially being very grief-oriented, so to speak, playing around the idea of camping outside of one of these Yang portals, the Yang entrances, and trying to catch a team off guard and either take one of them down and prevent them from going into the portal, and then following them into the portal and taking the 3 versus 2 matchup, or just trying to wipe a team before they manage to make it in.
But talking about the hot drop, do you think anyone is going to contest GG's stomping grounds of Secret Tunnel? Because teams tried back in the MVPL finals, and they found out very, very quickly why it is GG's favorite landing spot on Morris Isle. A massive amount of fireflies, very enclosed spaces, so not a lot of room to be able to dodge out of hits. And obviously as well, those poison toxic mushrooms that once activated just absolutely tear through your health if you're not careful. And we've seen a couple of teams try and get the best of it, and very quickly fallen by the wayside. It will be interesting to see whether or not some of these teams do decide to contest GG, since they are going to be a particularly scary team for a lot of these people in the lobby to have to deal with, as well as the fact that we've actually dropped our match point eligibility system from 74 to 48, which is a pretty noticeable change. So it is really important that a lot of these teams have to think about how the high-ranking teams are going to be playing, and specifically where they're going to be landing to try and stop any momentum before it can start to snowball.
No, absolutely. I think the first few games are going to be extremely important, considering that getting your point level up to that threshold is definitely a lot easier now. I mean, well, not necessarily, but it's a lower threshold than it was before, meaning that the early games, the games 1, 2, and 3 are going to be extremely important for those teams who are looking to potentially just finish off the day really quickly. You know, just get in there, get extremely aggressive, try and get as many kills as possible, get the highest point games off the rip, and put themselves in contention for match point as fast as possible. You know, it might be best for a lot of these teams who aren't necessarily the strongest, or perhaps not the favorites, to be extremely careful when it comes to these first few games, as if they're not careful, they could find themselves feeding kills to these very stacked teams, the very experienced teams who are trying to speed run their way to match point. You know,
yeah, I think Padoria as well could make that a little bit easier too, if they get the revive areas where you get an extra life. You can feed another kill potentially over to some of these stronger players. You really can get an awful lot of kills very, very quickly in Padoria. So we know that there's going to be a huge hot drop fight on that map in particular. So it really is important that for a lot of these teams, even though it is the first map of the day, and in the past when it has been the first map of the day, sometimes these teams have taken a little bit of a quieter right, trying to feel each other out, figure out who's going to be playing incredibly aggressive, who they can try and third-party punish. That opportunity isn't really going to be here, and I think in that instance, these teams that went through the qualifiers have a little bit of an advantage over GG and KLA, just because they have already been able to face each other. They've already been able to see where they like to drop. They've already been able to see the kind of fighting style that each of these teams favor, and their rotations as well through the map, whether they have to revive early on or they're just able to plow ahead off of a really good drop. And GG and KLA haven't really had that advantage, considering the fact that they did so well in MVPL. They just got a ticket right through to the finals.
One thing I would like to know is that there are a lot of serious faces out there as we're taking a look at all the teams getting ready to go into the first game of the day. I will say that Hex, the boys from EU, the dogs, they looking very happy. They're looking very, hey, there we go, Xiao Wen with a smile on his face, and the XJ gang, they're all looking very happy. And I feel like that is one of the most important things when it comes to trios and just playing in competitive in general, is confidence and whether or not you're having fun. You know, you have to enjoy your time, because when you're having a good time, you are inherently more likely to do well. You know, it's just, it's just a fact of life. You know, if you're, as long as you're not having too much fun and trolling, you know, you're always giving yourself a better chance of doing well. And I love to see it. But I mean, definitely a lot of serious faces.
XMF have something to be very happy about, considering they were second in qualifiers.
Yeah.
So
they're gonna be,
very strong team, definitely one to watch out for. I'm really looking forward to seeing whether or not they run back their Justina Viper Wu Chan composition, which is another comp that a lot of these teams have started picking up, which is really nice to see. We've still got a lot of what was meta back in MBPL, but as you said, Aeromech has grown a lot more legs when the time has now been given to these teams to figure out the Hardy tech, as well as just getting accustomed to the way that Hardy has to play out. That is sort of an inadvertent buff to the Xiphon teams, however, because Matari is just so strong at cancelling his flight. If she manages to get that backstab onto you, you are effectively grounded for 3 seconds, and that can lead into a very dead bird.
Yes, indeed, you are absolutely right. That is one of the big counters to Hardy, and I think it's especially when if you're playing V1 and F1 on the Matari as well, where you have that effectively point and click backstab ability to grab the Hardy out of the air. It can be an extremely good counter. As also, I mean, if we do happen to see any ACOS today, again, that is also, it works in a similar way as well. If you backstab an ACOS as he's jumping around, hopping and skipping around, he will get staggered, and you can get a blue focus off of that stagger with the backstab if you catch them out of the air. But as you said, if you have the Matari Viper, you can get a silence in there. You can prevent him from going back up into the sky. But yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. I'm very excited. I want to see it. I want it now. I want to get in there.
We'll have to wait a little bit until we can Matari TP in. But speaking about that, like, it's really interesting because all of these teams have decided that V1 is the way forward for Matari. But there's still this massive split between what is the better variation of the F ability. I've seen F1 and I've seen F2, and I think it very much is decided on what kind of team that you are, right? Because the V2 can be incredibly strong for all of the reasons that we've already listed early in the game, but it can also be incredibly strong late in the game for just kill stealing. Yeah, since it is just that immediate smack of damage, and it comes out so quickly that if you see a low health target and you just want to grab that kill away from someone, boom, hit the F2, and that is a kill squirrel in your team. As we do get to now Matari flash our way into the hero pick selection, and we'll get to see what exactly the first round will be from KLA, GG, Daman, and XMF. I'm predicting a lot of Sand Siphon. Takeda still having a huge position in trios, even though arguably Sand Siphon has been dethroned by the Xiphon. And there it is, XMF right out of the gates. Give me my Christmas gift. Viper, Justina, and Wu Chan. Yes, GG gonna be locking in that Xiphon composition.
The Xiphon, yeah, it's so unbelievably strong. You know, I mean, if you've played against it in your own trio ranked games, you know how unbelievably strong it can be. But up on the big stage, it is just as impactful for sure. So GG going to be running that off the rip. We've got Daman with the Sand Siphon, and as you said, the Justina, the Viper Wu Chen variation. Also a very, I mean, I've always been a fan of that. I always thought that it was a really strong composition, especially when they changed Justina so that she could keep some of her rage after having used her ultimate and having not used all of the dashes. But looking at the third round, it looks as though we've got a lot of Aeromech or Hardy Feria Yuishan.
Because Karumi is the hero point who is now increased in value. So for all of these teams who currently have 0 points, Karumi is a little bit too expensive for them to be able to pick up. And as we've talked about on length for MBPL, Zping is not what she used to be. Karumi is just so much better, and the fact that all of these heroes, especially in the Xiphon competition, have Fire Tick just automatically attached with the Xi V2, it is not worth the risk of running a support who cannot cleanse that Fire Tick, because you will get hardly any value from any of that Zping healing, because it will be cut by 50% effectivity. So it's much better for them to go the Aeromech and hope with the lack of Xiphon dominance that we have in the lobby, a lot of these teams going for the Aramec, that they run into mirror compositions inside that realm of Yang. I'm pretty sure we did have a Viper, Matari, and Justina composition also selected from a group in phase 2. So I would be expecting the Viper F3 is going to be attached to that one, but it'll be interesting to see which of the ultimate variations, V1, V2, or V3, is going to be picked up from them.
I think there aren't all that many Tessas either, but Hex and MVP are both going to be running the Tessa Viper Wuchen. You know, we've definitely seen far fewer Tessas than we used to before, as she did receive some nerfs at the beginning of the season, taking her ultimate's cast charge, or the casting threshold, from 55% ult charge to 60%. And now, granted, although it is a nerf, personally, I think that it still functions in a very similar way. 5% is not all that much. The main difference, I feel like, is felt when you're playing normal ranked modes. You know, normal ranked, you definitely feel it more. However, in Immortal War, due to the fact that Soul Blooms give you double the resources, so that's double the health, double the shield, and double the rage, you end up not really feeling it as much. And that's, I think, mainly one of the big reasons why she was so popular, because with that Soul Bloom, you could ult a crazy number of times with Tessa.
Yeah.
You know, with it being at 55%, it was huge. But
Dunk, we've got it. We've got the challenge.
We got the challenge.
Yeah, someone's throwing the gauntlet down. GG is going to be challenged. I also had a little peek at all of the Mataris. Both the Matari teams are running the F2v1 variation of the Matari coming on through. We've only got 2 teams that are going to be running her. JL playing very far away from GG, but our eye is immediately going to be on that duel, that Spa over Secret Tunnel that allows you so much loot, as well as those Fireflies. Plus an almost immediate rotation over towards Even Pride, where you can loot up and then push on some of those teams over towards Sunwing. As there it is, production knows this is going to be one of the most important fights. It is going to be GG trying to pick up. They've already got the Zai, they got the Fireflies, the V2 comes on through. CJS immediately getting to find so much value. The F3 trying to connect as well. Rocket Comet onto the members of OUG's XXX, and it is just an absolute bloodbath coming through right now. Free, however, has already gone down. The Kurumi not going to be able to find that support, but unfortunately that enclosed space plus the toxic mushrooms just continuing to tank the health bars means that OUG have found out what happens when you challenge the resident MVPL champions on their home turf, and it is a very fast retreat to a Soul Altar for them.
Absolutely. It is. I think that it was actually extremely clever for them to try and challenge this as they were running the Zai. If you get the Zai ultimate online in that enclosed space, it just becomes extremely difficult to do anything whatsoever to counter it. As we all know, Zai is extremely obnoxious to deal with when you have weapons and armor. Imagine when you don't have weapons or armor. It's going to be that much more difficult. But we've gone on over to the northwest of Wreckage Plains here. JL up against XMF. JL having taken the first fight, the first reset, so to speak. XMF forced to teleport away to try and get that reset off, get the resurrection up on their teammate, but we've got the re-engage coming through. JL getting involved, getting in there. VVV forced to use that pillar, now dropping it down, going into the mech. TXJ having been taken down. Xiaowen literally on a pixel of health, tries to use that ice block to stay alive, but unfortunately not able to stay on their feet. But it looks as though XMF are going to be coming out on top of this fight. JL have lost 2 members. Now it's just VVV sat on top of the ship, trying to get as much value out of this Farrier mech as possible, denying that resurrection, buying time for the teammates to come in and try and get back in there. They're getting aggressive. The salty run back, ladies and gentlemen. We're seeing it here. But it looks as though XMF again are going to be able to teleport away. This is with that Wuchen teleport nerf. So they definitely knew where they teleported to, but I think they've decided not to continue the chase and instead look to loot up in wreckage, as it has gone completely unlooted, and given that it's a high tier loot zone, it's definitely going to be very worthwhile.
I mean, it was smart because that run back actually saved VVV. They knew that XMF would have to Witch and Portal out because XMF burned the Viper ultimate earlier in the fight. And as a result, VVV, despite his 2 players having to use their rebirths, is still going to be holding on to his. Plus, they now chase XMF out of, like you said, a golden loot tier zone. And for a composition that JL are currently running, which is much more loot dependent than XMF, that is the golden goose for them. They want to be able to loot up. They want to be able to have all of those resources to challenge and set themselves up for that first round of Yang, as we're going to see GGG potentially going head-to-head with MVP, who are running that Tessa, Viper, Wu-Chen composition coming on through. GG not quite rising to the fight just yet. She are not going to be able to find the opening until now. Throws out that ultimate, does manage to tether onto one. CGS going to be utilizing that Zai Efri to get out immediately as the enchantment comes on through, but the Karumi ultimate will be able to keep that Zai up and intact for now. And as a result, the tide is now going to swing over to GG's side, seeing that Zai ultimate being popped. The Witch and Teleport will be called in. However, remember, not only did they give it a beam, they also knowed the amount of distance that you can cover. And as a result, GG almost immediately are on top of MVP. Hong having to try and distance himself as the rest of his teammates look to find an establishment and keep GG's attention for that teammate to be able to heal. We're going to get the Matari ultimate coming through to reset all of those cooldowns, as well as the fact that the Tessa ultimate is able to catch the V1 connect. As CGS gets an absolutely huge parry, and now it's just going to be a game of numbers. GG managing to turn the tide with that Matari ultimate and all of the healing that it provides, living through that 3-second stun enchantment and just collapsing in on a team that, as we've seen, that Wu-Chen teleport nerf, it is so significant in terms of just not allowing you any room to breathe.
Absolutely. I would like to know, though, looking at the leaderboard, the dogs, the boys from EU, currently sitting at the top with 7 eliminations already. Just before that fight took place that we just got to watch, we saw them sitting on 4, but during that fight, they picked up another 3 kills, taking down XMF, I think it was. But now we're heading on over to the desert. HD and JDG scrapping it out. HD having picked themselves up not 1 but 2 Moonbanes. They have 1 Moonbane down on the field now, and I did also note that they had another one ready to go in their inventory, so they are definitely looking to try and fight this out, although they have already used some of their cooldowns. Chu Tiger still looking to get in there and try and lock them down here. Kiki now using that Yueishan ult preemptively, gonna try and create some space for his team. ZDI taking a lot of damage, uses that block, trying to get out of there, trying to buy some time, taken down extremely low. ZDI, can he make it out of here? Is there an armor swap anywhere nearby? I don't think there is, and Chu Tiger is actually going to be able to take him down with a quick musket shot. Kiki trying his best to buy as much time, buy as much space as possible. Looks as though he's managed to take one of these players down. Chu Tiger is down for the count for the moment. However, the Moonbane, again, as I mentioned before, they had another one in their back pocket. So they're going to be committing that one to try and make sure that they win this fight and come out on top. Especially considering that JDG, if they do go down here, they don't have their rebirths available. So they will be fully eliminated, but it looks as though they are doing extremely well regardless of the Moonbane. Simpson doing a great job of kiting these 2 players out. Still, just barely. Unfortunately, he does get taken down there. He did have his ultimate up, but unfortunately wasn't able to use it in time, and JDG are going to live to fight another day.
Oh,
but
here's
heading on
HEX.
over. Hex are on the run, it seems. OUG trying to chase them down. Hex have used all of their cooldowns. Are they going to be able to make it out alive?
I mean, XX have at least used a majority of their ultimates. They've only got Rico's mech currently open for business. As we can see, the grapples attempted to come on through. Squeaky gonna be throwing out that fan, just trying to keep Zhao just isolated and zoned away so that Taki can start to chase up with those dual halberds. Throws out the charged R&B, huge chance clicks onto the Hardy, and he can't do anything. He can't hit the combo breaker because of the silence, and HEX have been able to pick up the first one. Hex now looking. Sachiko coming up onto the tree, sets up the scale rush, tries to find the connection. That's Jun also falling to the wayside, and now it's just OUG's XX's Rico in hot retreat as Hex look to try and push onto this Farrier. Massive silence comes out from Sachiko. That F2 doing so much work. They do let Rico run. They do not want to overcommit. They know that it's open season on the map currently, as we heard the first Realm of Yang and see that it is going to be JLA versus Bauda, but huge plays coming out from the European troop. That puts them up to 9 kills and counting, Zunk. The problem for them is they're on a composition which does well early and then struggles into the mid. As Bauda and GLA now go toe-to-toe, Aramec going to be up for one of the teams, and I believe the other one is on that Siphon. As we can see, it is going to be Jianu coming in with the charged verticals on that Fan. However, eats a huge hit of a charged vertical on those dual halberds right to the back, has to hop into the mech as a result, and it is actually a aero mech mirror as poor Jing can't get into cannon form in time. Jiamu is able to find all of the staggers necessary to keep Bauda's Jing in absolute pieces at the moment. Can't do anything with that Farrier ultimate to save his team. Jing forced to get out of the mech early, otherwise he risks losing his life, and he's being chased down currently by JL's Hattie, who is just trying to lock him down, knowing that he's going to be vulnerable. They will be able to pick him up, and this is now going to be JLA trying to live through the next part of the ultimate circulation. It's going to be Bauda's Peak going down mid Yushan ultimate as well, and it is now just clean up, live through the Hardy ult coming on out. Xiaomu with the bow looking to try and do the damage necessary to ground him, to clip the bird's wings. As that Hardy makes him a little bit harder to nail down. The grapples are coming through, but unfortunately it doesn't stagger Hardy in his ultimate. The ultimate is now gone. This surely is just going to be cleanup right now. The F3 will be able to find the connection, and that is Bauda out for the count. JLA picking themselves up a Realm of Yang win.
Indeed, but we're moving on over to JDG and the other JL team, TXJ. Takes to the skies, trying to chase down this Hardy who's literally 1 HP. TXJ, he's used his cube already. He's used the first ultimate. He's going to have to buy himself some time to get the second one up and running. A huge parry coming out from TXJ, though, being able to buy a little bit more time. But in the meantime, one of his teammates has been taken down, and so does he. Just gets absolutely exploded there. And then VVV in the 1 versus 3, unable to stay on his feet, just getting juggled by JDG. JDG taking their Realm of Yang win, securing themselves a golden hang sword on top of that. We've got 3 Vermilion Birds Might teams now on the Isle. GG, JDG, and JLA. But at the same time, we have 3 teams with Yang Depletion who are going to be out there hunting to try and get themselves their Yang Depletion cleanse with a Soul Bloom. CJS, GG out here close to Sunwing. I think they have a bounty on a team over here. I'm not sure exactly who it was. I caught a glimpse of him for a moment.
XMF.
But XMF, right. XMF on there. Justina, Xiaowen using that dash. Hong gonna be left to the wolves, it seems. XMF. But GG gonna be jumping in. CJS in the sky. Drops down with the golden pulse sword into the meteor. The F3 trying to come in and do as much damage as possible. Now another F3 is going to be utilized due to the ult activation, but unfortunately not able to get the perfect follow-up, as XMF do immediately disengage with that Wu Chen teleport. Although it's been nerfed, it still is extremely good at what it does. Xiao Wen, though, he is extremely low and hasn't had the chance to heal up just yet. This, I think, is probably the main difference from before. You know, you still get out of there. You still get out of danger, immediate danger, to say the least. But it doesn't really give you the time to get heals off and get a full reset, which I think is a good adjustment. Yeah, or a revive. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, Zhao. Oh, it looks like he's the sacrificial. Yeah, he's the sacrificial goat. As GG gonna be just collapsing onto him. That was the player that had the bounty on them, as the rest of the players of XMF will split themselves off. Into the corruption they go, hoping to go unnoticed by the players of GG, who are out and hunting to try and figure out where those players have headed off to. Ida also in the area with 1 minute and 30 seconds and counting on their Yang depletion. I don't think they saw GG. They have spotted JL, however, so it is going to be an about turn for Bowder's Jing, who tries to come on through with that F3, looking to land that silence. Immediately, JL going to be ulting. Just trying to get out of there as VVV looking to come on through with that Dragon Slayer's Internesis. Will not be able to find it. TXJ going into the sky, looking to hunt down Bowder's Peak. No cure reset for you, my friend. It is just going to be continued pressure, forcing that Yushan ultimate so that TXJ can just widen the distance, and this is horrible for Bowder. Dunk, they have a minute left. They've used the Hardy ultimate, they've used the Yushan ultimate. Jing's got to go into the mech just to try and recover as he's down to an absolute sliver of health. But unfortunately, even if he finds a kill, he'd have to drop out of the mech to pick up the bloom. And all of this noise, all of these transformation ultimates are so big. If they're not careful and this fight doesn't finish soon, they're going to attract the attention of GG, who are still in the area. Bowder's Jing using the buildings to try and just get a little bit of cover from VVV. However, he is hunted down by TXJ, who just does not give him any relief. Finally, he's able to get into the cannon form and look to stagger VVV. JL also in a very similar situation. They've only got a minute, and if both of these teams aren't careful, they're going to both go down to Yang depletion. VVV finally reveals the hand of jabbing, looking to try and find some of these hits. Bowder players so incredibly low. Peak goes down. Yiran shortly afterwards, but here comes GG for the third party. JL might have survived, but it might just have delayed the inevitable dunk, because here comes the Xiphon.
Oh my lord, they are in a bit of a... Oh, they're in a sticky situation here. Stuck at the edge of the zone. GG definitely going to be looking to try and hold them there. Unfortunately, it looks as though Deman have gone down to Yang depletion. I'm not sure if that was the full team, as I only saw 2 of them go down to Yang depletion. However, we shall wait and see. But for the moment, it looks as though GG has been merciful and left this team to their own devices, let them get into the zone, and have thought to instead look to go shopping, get themselves some loot, and scale up a little bit more, as the Immortal War shop definitely facilitates a lot more scaling than it used to, being able to buy things such as purple armors, gold armors, purple... I mean, you can buy purple jades, you can buy golden jades as well. You can't do what you could do before, where you could just gamble for 2.5k or 3k and just get epic rarity minimum soul jades. Oh no, you're not gonna do it like this, are you, Kiki?
No.
I mean, thing is, although it's so BM, it's actually optimal as hell.
I
because
know.
The slap, it's got such a fast startup time to release it. It means that you can actually use it without it being troll. And it can't be parried. You know, like you can't parry the slap, and it's got quite good tracking. The damage is somewhat negligible.
I cannot believe an April Fool's joke is meta.
I think that's hilarious, though. I love that.
It is so funny.
It started as April Fool's, but
yeah,
now
I remember
it's
we all wanted it. We all wanted it to come to the game, and the developers, they listened. In the meantime, OUG's XX were actually able to use 2 rebirth charms to get both of their teammates back. So, unfortunately, while they haven't been able to keep their loot, they might not... Oh no, there's no way they go down to Hex again. There's no way they go down to Hex again. Sachiko will go down incredibly quickly. However, that Tessera enchantment might have bought Hex the time necessary to use that Wuchen teleport and bring one of their players back. It has indeed. Sachiko has been revived, and he will be trying to keep himself away from OUG's XX. They are still sitting on that Viper ultimate, as well as Taki getting to come back on through with a Tessa ultimate. But there's a Draco Storm Team HD coming into play as well. They picked up a bounty and it went on to Hex's heads. The Justina ultimate gonna make it even harder. Taki gets frozen right up against the cliffs, and Hex are caught between a rock and a hard place. However, Taki might have sacrificed himself to lead HD into OUGXX. Do they pursue? Because it did look like Hex's bounty was on Taki, and by giving Taki up, they've allowed the other 2 players to slip away unnoticed.
Indeed, they have the sacrificial lamb The sacrificial dog, Taki, my boy, has been taken down, but the teammates stay alive. Wu Chen and Viper still on their feet, so they might be able to bring back Taki going into this endgame, but for now we'll have to wait. But at the moment, KLA hunting down Xiao Wen. A beautiful jump parry coming out from Cuckoo to finish off Xiao Wen. Unfortunately, nothing he can do there. This is the last remaining member of his team does get eliminated out of this game, out of this lobby. And now we've got 23 players left alive with 11.5 minutes left to go. There is only, I think it's only Hex. So Hex is the only team that's missing a player for the moment. We'll have to see if they can bring him back. But yeah, I think we're going to be going into a bit of a lull period, a bit of a less action, I would expect. You know, every time I say this, though, there's always a fight that breaks out.
Oh, Hex is so split.
Every time. I think it's smart, though.
In case one of them gets a bounty put on them, you don't want to bring mutual destruction down on your team. As it does look like JL and JDG could potentially go toe-to-toe. GG also.
JL is kind of sandwiched.
Yeah, I think JL are prioritizing the Rift dealers so that they can roll for a couple of those Jades. As, like you said, there is a little bit of a lull right now. The teams can see there's only really one team that's missing one of those pieces, and as a result, there's not really a point to going around the outsides of the zone looking for lone wolf stragglers. Instead, it's much better to prepare for the end game, as you don't know what compositions you're going to be up against, whether it's going to be Siphon, whether it's going to be Sand Siphon, or whether it's going to be Aeromech or that third-party killer that is the Viper variation. As it is indeed going to be JL and GG both fighting, not for kills, but for control of the dealers, so that they can go shopping and better equip themselves for what is soon to come. LXM gets his hands on Phantom Step, which is definitely going to do him very good, considering we do have Vipers in this lobby, and he will be able to use that one to circumvent the stun when it comes through. So we're getting to see a replay. This is going to be how GG were able to win their round of Yang. CJS coming through with the cannon shots, no doubt, just wanting to hit that fire tick. Karumi Teva already being baited out as CJS just continues to come on through, hounding them down with that Zai F3, forcing them outside of that Karumi ultimate so they can't benefit from any of the healing. Activates the ultimate, comes on through with the V2. Massive fire tick now applied, gets another F3 just to keep every single one of these players away from getting to sit and sustain inside that Karumi ultimate. And now that the sustain is gone, the Zai ultimate is still going to be lasting. Jason is incredibly low. CGS does go through the wind wall, will not be able to get the uppercut connection. However, the Zai ultimate, like I said, they might have nerfed the damage, Duncan, but they didn't hit the duration, and that will last an entire realm of Yang. And CJS will make absolutely mincemeat of every single player who stands against him as a result.
Absolutely. He did an extremely good job of grouping them all up into one spot with that fire wave, the fire chain wave. It does so much. The thing is, I remember when it first came out, it did absurd damage, and then they reduced the damage overall, and it became less popular as a choice. But the CC capability, the ability to pull people in to one spot is invaluable. You know, if you have a teammate with, let's say, a pulse sword, they're able to come in with a double or triple charge pulse sword attack and just absolutely obliterate a few of these players. That's if they're not standing on top of a Karumi circle. But yes, indeed, Sachiko, unfortunately, he has been spotted out. The bounty is on his head, and Sachiko will go down to JDG in the 1 versus 3. Unfortunately, unwinnable situation for him there. But I mean, do think that there is still...
Yeah, they've still got one, but we did say Hex are running a composition which is very strong at getting kills early on because you just third party all of the fights going through. But it really struggles in the mid game, especially when Realm of Yang's come out, because, I mean, you have a composition that is awful for Realm of Yang. Like, straight up,
Yes.
we can't pull any of our punches. It is absolutely awful at being able to take those Realm of Yang fights, and as a result, you have to hope that you're going to be able to third-party some of those fights, but especially with now 3 Realm of Yangs going out and 3 teams being with Yang depletion, a lot of the time, if you want to third-party, you actually end up getting 4th and 5th-partied, so that way of picking up kills in the mid game just isn't quite as viable as it used to be. And as you saw, Hex were dismantled not just by one team, but by the sheer amount of teams who had Yang depletion and picked up bounty scrolls, or the teams that had those Yang wins and had those buffs and picked up bounty scrolls to figure out where a fight was going on, so that they would still be able to hit those players when those buffs were still burning through. However, the amount of kills that they picked up earlier, if they can make it to the top 5, will make for a pretty hefty kill multiplier.
Oh no!
I'm sorry.
As you said it, Squeaky
It has
does
been
get
0
taken down.
days since we cast the curse on and on in the Naraka broadcast. I apologize, Hex. As,
Still, I will say 9 kills, solid performance. You know, they
did really well.
9 kills, definitely nothing to be ashamed of. 9 kills in this kind of environment, you know, really good job for them. But yeah, it is definitely a big shame that they couldn't translate that into some more points with some placement, the multiplier, etc. But they're bound to be happy with it. You know, 9.5 game to start off the day. That's a consistency game. You know, the thing that we talk about all the time, consistency, is just being able to just steadily bring your points up by having. You don't have to have crazy pop-off games. You know, you don't have to. I remember a series where I can't remember exactly who it was, but there was a team that didn't get a single MVP throughout the entire day, and yet they still came out in first place because they were able to constantly get good games.
Was that XCG?
It may have been. I can't remember.
Because XCG last year were the kings of consistency.
It was definitely this year, I think. It was this year. It was in this spring split. I can't remember which team it was, but there was a series where a team didn't get a single win, and yet they won the tournament for that day. They won the series and came out on top. So it really speaks to how important it is to just have decent games. You don't have to be popping off like crazy to win. You just have to do well consistently throughout, and you will do all right. You might not win, but you'll definitely be up there at the top. But here we are. It's starting to pick up the pace, starting to heat up a little bit. One Fang coming out of that Farrier mech. Chu Tiger took it upon himself to try and use his ultimate, partially try and protect his teammate perhaps. The Justina is extremely low HP. Rethan now trying to heal up in this building, but he's been spotted out by One Fang. He's trying to stop him from getting that reset. A huge slam though coming out onto Rethan. He'd gone over to that building, try and escape the Yuashan, but there's no escape from the general, from the mech pilot. He's trying his best, but is not to be. Hardy's going to be flying in. The TXJ going to be able to finish him off now. But thing is, JL have used quite a few of their cooldowns. They might be in a vulnerable state. One Fang, no armor, trying to stay alive. GG taking it upon themselves to hide inside this building and try and lock it down for themselves. Oh, is that an Aurora burst we see?
There's two.
From
Oh, no, wait, no, that was JDG. Yes. They've been throwing that out non-stop ever since the transformed units and the zone started to collapse on up, just showing their heckles, making sure that none of these teams can approach them. We are going to have the dome spawning directly over to the northeast side, which is going to mean that all of the ranged projectiles will not connect onto the teams in the middle of it, and as a result, they are going to be safe from TXJ's mech until it falls on through. We've got two teams currently residing, OUG and KLA. Looks like KLA decided to back on off and give it up to OUG's XX, who will be able to make out like a bandit with that legendary armor. JDG now getting into prime position to put the pressure onto all of these teams below them. GGG still trying to take refuge inside of that building as Tutic continues the suppressing fire, pushing JLA and GG closer and closer to the corruption, making sure that they're pushed outside of those places of sanctuary that everyone in the lobby can see exactly where they are going to be. As JDG with 11 kills definitely are starting to get in a position, as it is going to be that Aurora Burst coming through. Elena looking to try and meet over with OUG's XX, not wanting to take the fight but just defend their spot in the center, as GG have also got their hands on an Aurora Burst, and now they're showing that they've got it, just throwing it out on cooldown to be able to block all of the range coming on through. JL's one tank will go down, however, to the cannon shots coming on out from JDG's ZDI, as CJS comes in with a huge F3, finding that fire tick connection onto the Farrier inside of the mech, which is going to start melting her health, throwing out the charge protocols on the fan. Huge Viper V1! The entire lobby is going to stand still as that just stuns absolutely everybody. VVV is the one able to come through with a kill, as it's going to be GG. CJS losing the fan, immediately getting parried. Has to go to the F3, not to try and find a connection onto a player, but putting himself airborne so that his Karumi Frufru has the time to set up the healing circle, and he can just drop back into it to get the full replenishment on the health bar, as it does look like now JL's VVV is outside of the mech. CGS is using the F3 to try and hunt him down, comes in with the V2, connects onto VVV, but it's JDG who's sniping away with a Ferry F3. CGS now still has the Zai ultimate, burning out, finds those players with their backs towards the corruption, tries to shove them into taking the full hit of the purple damage, as every single player goes airborne until the Zai ultimate is done.
Indeed, that Zai ultimate coming online was so unbelievably impactful in this small enclosed area, being able to just dictate the pace of the skirmish, going in and just unleashing a wave of pain onto the other players. Kiki, speaking of pain, is getting forced into the zone by that cavalry bloom, but he's managed to make it back in. CJS now has gone back to his Aurora Burst duties, now trying to lock down these players. The F3 sent to the opposite direction, I think, just to space out a little bit. CJS doing an extremely good job of just keeping tempo in this end zone. GG looking to try and take this game #1 for themselves. 15 kills on JDG, though. They're looking to try and stay alive as long as possible, but I don't think it's going to happen. CJS is going to have that Zai ultimate online yet again, and GG are going to be your first winners, your first MVPs of the day, it seems. Unless of course JDG managed to come out just on top, but no, it is not to be. GG are gonna be taking the cake, ladies and gentlemen. A strong performance coming out from them to start off the day. What a game one, Moxie. Holy moly.
I mean, we said keep your eye on GG.
Yeah.
They are the champions of MVPL currently for a reason. It is very ironic, though, that JDG came so close by using GG's own strategies against them. The second that we saw CJS go in with that V2, JDG just try and snipe away all of the kills, and they do bag a fair majority of the ones that CJS was setting up. If GG had not been able to win that squad fight against JDG, it would be another story, and they would be walking away with the MVP. So they are going to be feeling incredibly happy with their performance as well. Huge start to the day for so many of these teams. High expectations already hitting strong. Some of these teams, though, not really managing to stick the landing. They did so well in qualifiers, but when it came to the actual finals, both OUG's XX and XMF really struggled to get off of the landing platform.
Indeed, I think you could say it's any number of things, but one thing that definitely is on the mind of a lot of these players is the fact that they are finally on that big stage, you know. And I mean, we're looking at it right now, the lights, the cameras, you know, it's a lot of pressure for a lot of these players who potentially haven't had the chance to come and play on this kind of stage before. So hey, you know, hey, maybe they stumble game one, but perhaps they pick it up going into the next few games. I'm so excited to see it, especially, I have to say, obviously a tad bias, you know, Hex doing as well as they did early on in that game, although they did get taken out going into that end game. 9 eliminations is still a very good showing from the EU boys. And unfortunately, NA's Demon unfortunately couldn't really find their footing. They died to Yang depletion after having lost their Realm of Yang. It is what it is. You know, we saw the scraps after that Realm of Yang with GG in that Yang depletion situation, fighting it out at the edge of the zone, managing to secure those soul blooms. You know, it's not easy. It's not easy, especially in this kind of environment, this competitive environment where all of these teams have put their heart and soul to being the best that they can be, preparing as much as they can. You know, hey, it's tough. It's tough out there, boys. But hey, congratulations to GG for coming out on top in game 1. JDG definitely, though, coming in close second, as they had quite a lot of limbs. I think the point difference is going to be very minimal between those two teams. But we're going to be able to take a look at the scoreboard rather soon, I'd imagine. I wonder where Hex places, though. I'm not going to lie. I wonder, considering all the action that went down at the end, I wonder if they managed to sort of stick to top 5. But
I think it might be 5th or 6th. A lot of teams started getting a lot of kills. Like JL were getting kills, JDG were getting kills, GG were getting kills. Especially because like the way that that final zone played out, there was one place of safety, and it was controlled by whoever had the better soldiers. Like Aurora Burst was coming out. Fans were being thrown with the charged vertical, just looking to cut and scoop any player that wanted a little bit too close. We got to see the fire tick burning them through with Flame Breath and Rupture Gale. That same soldier for the cannon doing really big work to make sure that everyone was just continued to be hit by the fire tick and the subsequent 50% healing effectiveness nerf. The fact that JDG and GG both controlled so much of the low ground, herding players into specific spots with Aurora Burst, so that when things like the Farrier Mech and the Zai Ultimate came through, everyone was clumped up in spaces. And there's the confirmation. Hex are able to just squeak in to that top 5 finish with the 9 kills that they were able to pick up. However, GG and JDG, we said it was going to be close. We said it would be an absolute knife edge. Both of these teams finishing up with 16 kills. A fair majority of JDG's taken in the frame of CJS's Zai V2. However, GG are able to win that final confrontation and make away with the better multiplier, giving them a 23.2 game score. And that's pretty close, Dunk, to our match point eligibility. That's 48 points. It's the match point eligibility right now. Another game like that, and GG will be well within that pipeline, as I'm just gonna let the healing statistics speak for themselves, because that is 45,839 heals from 330. Gee, I wonder what Soldier setup he possibly could have had. Will we finally see the return of advanced and group heal? I hope so.
But also to know it's CJS with almost 29,000 damage. You know, he was absolutely popping, as we saw in the end game, just dictating the pace of it with that Zai ultimate. Whenever it came online, he was right on in there, just it was just havoc. It was carnage. But here we are taking a look at some of these replays from the perspective of LXM on that Matari. The F2 coming in with the Pulse Sword, the ultimate coming on in. He's just constantly being a menace with these dashes, dashing in and trying to get as much damage as possible with this Pulse Sword, charging it up just a little bit as well, taking it to purple and gold focus, doing more damage, and knocking people down, potentially knocking people out of the zone. Just the close quarters in this kind of fight is crazy. It's insane.
I mean, the space denial and utter control that GG exerted, because that wasn't just them having their Matari use that F2 and dash through. That was the Aurora Burst coming on out to make sure that everyone had to avoid the center, which kited them into the path of that F2. So when the F2 connected, if it did, it would just baseball bat someone into the corruption tick damage, as well as the fact that they continue to hound down with things like that Zai ultimate, while making sure that everyone on Baron sustained with the Kurumi armor circle. As it's not the Kurumi who's going to be taking MVP, it is instead going to be LXM on that Matari, 6,542 damage done with the pole sword, 6,187 damage done off of the back of the F2 and V1 damage coming on Aiden. There, as we pointed out earlier, the Ripple Step and Phantom Step not used to dodge a Viper ultimate, but definitely used to keep him out of some of those scraps. Wild Windspout for the fan as well, getting to come into play with a huge statistic boon for the Matari coming on out to make sure that that attack buff is definitely well heeded coming on out from GG's team. I'm really happy that he got the MVP, but I really wish we could have seen the Soul Jade setup for that Karumi, because surely 40,000 healing, that has to have been group heal and advanced heal. And I wonder if that was why GG were just marking their territory every single time we saw them, that they would be prioritizing those shops to see if they could roll those Soul Jade setups, because we didn't see Wild Windspout having that big an effect. We did see Aurora Burst, and we definitely saw the stack of those support Jades for their Karumi. I think those were the three things that they wanted to get, and when they did, they backed off and knew that they could wait until endgame to properly play their cards right, because if there is any team in 2024 who understands what is necessary to control the tempo and just exert sheer and utter control over endgames, it's GG. This is a team who has come in with like 3 kills in the past and hit a 20 bomb off of kills picked up in those last 2 zone collapses.
Yeah, and being able to stay together and play those endgame situations well is so impactful, especially now that the kill multiplier only applies if you do come first. So yeah, if you're not first, you're not getting a multiplier on those kills. So it makes that big of a difference. If you're able to secure first place, it means a lot for your total points. But I think it does come down to macro. When I say macro, I mean like being able to make those big picture decisions and like being able to rotate around the map effectively, have your objectives laid out early on, follow the plan. You know, each team composition has different objectives, different win conditions, etc. And I think that the changes made to Immortal War, we talked about it before, how the shop has been changed, has really added a lot more depth to this macro game, so to speak, where it's a lot more difficult to find the jades that you want, per se. So you know how we talked about, you talked about them prioritizing those rift dealers to try and secure themselves the jades that they wanted, the group advanced heal that we suspect that he had. I'm pretty sure it's pretty safe to say that he had those jade setups, you know. But regardless, getting that jade setup is a lot more difficult than it used to be, as you can't just roll jades like you could before and have them be purple minimum, epic rarity minimum. Now you have to spend 8,000 in the first stage. So if any of you have played Immortal War, the shop has sort of different categories that open up as the game progresses. And the first stage, you can buy a purple armor for 10,000. You can buy a random epic rarity soul jade for 8,000, etc. And then more opens up in the shop, and you have to spend a lot more to get soul jades. You know, you could try the cheaper version. There is a cheaper one where you can spend 5,000 on a soul jade, but you could roll that, spend 5,000 and get a blue attack shade.
Yeah.
You know, it's not necessarily worth it, right? So, but you could get lucky. You know, if you're a gambling genius, you know, you might be able to, okay, press it, bump, okay, easy, rupture gale. You know, who knows? But yeah, no, getting these soul jades is a lot more difficult, and that's why you see some of these teams not having those crazy jades that we used to see. You know, the Merciless Havoc, the Hepta, the Phoenix Blast, the Dragon Roar. You know, it's only a few teams that have managed to prioritize that, getting the money that they need to buy those jades and spend that much on scaling up into the end game. And the GG, hey, they managed to do it extremely well. As they had 2 Aurora Bursts, I think.
They had one. JDG had one, and GG had one.
Yeah, but still, you know, having those jades is definitely a feat in and of itself. You know, getting your hands on those crazy jades. You know, he had what was it, Wild Windspout, but didn't even use it. You know, perhaps he just bought it to deny it. from another team, as you can buy specific soul jades in the shop as well. If you buy them so that no other team can pick them up, big brain, perhaps, you know, who knows. But we are going to be going into our second game relatively soon, and we're going to be going over to unknown lands, although we've had them for a little while. Perdoria is going to be a sight to see. I'm very excited. I've been enjoying the new map a lot. I'm sure you have as well, Moxie. I'm sure a lot of you at home have been too, and I'm excited to see what these teams bring out. Do you have any predictions for us, Moxie, perhaps?
Okay. So, like, from what I've been seeing of Koi Cup so far in trios, a lot of teams will just drop Arcadia so that they can pick up some Thunder Coins and then yeet. Like, they don't even want to solve the puzzle. They don't want to get the Valpine Essence. They just want to deny the ability of some of these teams from being able to make away with it. It's a little bit easier to stop Imperium because, you know, they can't unlock the portal if they don't get enough kills to be able to charge it. So I've never really seen anyone in professional play actually hot drop Imperium yet. Maybe it's going to be different today, but I would assume that everyone is going to be going for either Arcadia, so just deny the Vulpine Essence, or they're going to be looking to try and land on some of those loot areas, right? Skygate Cove always seems to have a lot of players wanting to try and prioritize that space so that they can charge up the mecha cannon, as well as activate the lava traps to get that little bit of lava defense resistance so they can pick up some of the traps around there. Some teams like rotating around the Mercury Rivers because then you get to see where the floating piles are, and those will replenish randomly at different points in the game. And I don't know about you, but every single time that I've popped over there and opened myself up one of those 4 troves on the platform, I've always got my hands on a legendary. But my personal favorite drop location on Pedoria has got to be when you get those extra rebuffs. Those red circles are so helpful. Not only do you get an additional rebuff, but you also get the ability to take down one of those mimics, one of those little treasure loot goblins, who when you kill them, they will drop either legendary armor or legendary weapons, which are incredibly valuable right off of the rip. The funniest and most annoying thing, however, is that it doesn't matter who kills the thing, unlike the portal where only the team who get enough kills are allowed to go through. And more than a couple of times, I've had someone wait until I've killed the loot monster, and then they've grapple locked me and just made away with the loot that I worked so hard to do.
Yeah, you don't want that stolen away from you. But the quacking chest, the little mimic, it is definitely a sought after objective. Being able to secure that early on, that just gives you the golden weapon or golden armor, and it can be extremely impactful for the game to come. But you have to get in there and get it early, as that zone does not last forever, of course. And it's going to be a very highly contested area if it does happen to be that red zone, as going in and fighting off spawn, you can if you come out of there on top, you get all the kills possible. It's not that much of a risk, you know. If you die, you rebirth with all of your loot. It's not that bad, you know. If you do go down, you might feed a few kills, but the potential upside of coming away with a legendary item and quite a few eliminations is definitely worth it, you know. But let's take a look, see here, the first teams choosing their characters for game number 2. We have Tamok Karumi Tianhai team there, I saw being picked up, a comp that we've seen a little bit of in the past. Not the most popular composition, but definitely viable, definitely can do well, as we've seen it do well in the past. But in our second round, we have a little bit of a blind date, as we've called it in the past. We've got Xiphon with Zipping instead of Karumi, as Karumi has been one of those characters banned out with the hero points increased, meaning that these teams are not looking to lose any hero points by picking her up and opting to go for that Zipping. But now Tamok, Zai, Mitari, and Karumi are now all in that same situation. A lot of these teams, I think, these last 4... Oh, the GG Valda, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is.
I'm so happy. Like, they got the MVP with this. They got an MVP with this, and it was so smart with the way that they did it, because LXM just used the V2 to win that heal off. And Pedoria is one of those places which is fraught with environmental damage. Like when you hit those jellyfish, they do so much damage. Same with the lava, same with all of the traps. When you activate the trap door and face all of the statues to the outside of the gate by Imperium, there is so much damage, there is so much potential sustain going into those final zones that V2 really can save you, as well as the fact that we have so many aeromech teams coming through. The Valda will be able to use that V2 and live through the duration of that Hardy ultimate. So this is really smart from GG. This is essentially insurance squared for this team, as they have a Yushan who can use the full heal reset of the ultimate activation, plus the Valda who will be able to do that, and the Fairy who gets that second life whenever she gets to go into her mech and just boost away from everybody who's looking. I am very excited to get to see how this is going to influence these drop locations. As I've said, a lot of these teams prioritize Arcadia. I've only seen OUGXX being able to walk away successfully with all Thunder Coins gathered to activate that Volpine Essence once, and it went immediately onto their support player of Rico. So if any of those teams have been watching the VODs and looking to see where every of these teams like to rotate and path through, everyone is going to paint a massive target on that location to deny OUG's XX from being able to get that the upgrade of Mortal Defiance, which can be the difference between winning MVP and not.
Yes, indeed. The for those of you who are unaware of what we're referring to, Volpine Essence is the red or the extreme rarity Soul Jade that you can get your hands on in Arcadia by collecting all of the Thunder Coins and offering them to the sort of shrine underneath the middle platform, the sort of like turquoise rock with little campfires around it. And once you've put down, I think it's 7 total, 7 coins, you can get your hands on this Soul Jade. There's only one Soul Jade, but if you put it on a high priority member of your team, it can be extremely impactful, as it's basically Mortal Defiance on steroids. It gives you 1,000 health heal when you do take fatal damage, and it gives you 40% damage reduction when just immediately afterwards for, I think it's 3 to 5 seconds. I can't remember the exact number, but a few seconds that'll give you that damage reduction to stay alive if you are getting bursted down. But we are in, ladies and gentlemen, we are in game. JLA, GG have landed very close to each other. CJS, 330 and LXM looting up on their Valda composition. Oh, a little bit of
the jellyfish.
The jellyfish in response as well. LXM getting a taste of his own medicine there. But it looks as though JLA are very happy to fight with these jellyfish being factored in, considering that they have the Kurumi, able to cleanse that poison damage. CJS trying to find the isolated fight onto the Kurumi, but unfortunately does get flanked by the Takeda and is going to be taken down. However, whilst this was happening, GG was able to take down the other member of JLA. Now in the 2 versus 2, 330 unleashing the fist blades onto the Takeda, but the parry's going to be coming through. The 180 parry. He finds LXM on the corner, pushing up against the wall, unfortunately not able to climb up and escape, and JLA are going to be taking those first 3 eliminations off the rip. But looky here, we've got a bit of a scrap going down in Arcadia. OUG, Hex, and I think there was another team as well, KLA, all fighting it out here. Taki taking the brunt of a lot of damage from this Yueshan. Jun X trying to lock him down. Taki just getting bounced around, unable to stay on his feet. The Scale Rush coming through to peel. Squeaky keeping him alive. Jun X now jumping in with that F2. Going to be able to lock down Taki, unable to stay alive, unfortunately, but he's eating a lot of damage in response. KLA looking to get involved. The cube's going to be coming out. He does live on 1 health, but he is being chased down. CXZ is going to be able to claim that elimination for KLA, or rather QGG. Oh, Hex, they're going to be getting the res though. Squeaky, CXZ Forces him into stone form. The tether buff coming through, the damage reduction, trying to prevent the heal from coming in. Taki still down for the count. Hex, I'm not sure if they did this deliberately. They chose to... Oh, Sachiko going to be coming in to try and res manually. Squeaky trying to buy some time. The Yueisha null doing so much work. Squeaky needs some help. He's trying his best to stay alive. They do have this purple armor on him, so if they are able to stay on their feet, they are going to be able to take that forward with them. A huge parry coming out from Squeaky. The purple pulsar doing so much damage. CXZ using the F3 to try and peel, to try and buy some time. Taki now on his feet again with that ultimate. And it looks as though we're getting a reset. Holy moly, it's getting oogly.
Huge ultimate from Sachiko to be able to give that extra leaps of life to Hex's players. OUG are also back in the mix, by the way. Looks like they used their rebuffs. Or rather, no, they didn't. They just disengaged when the third party came on through and now healed up. They're coming back into the fray as Rico on the outside just keeps additional pressure with that cannon coming through. We talked that Arcadia would be one of those locations which is sought after, and it does look like both teams in these areas are trying to get the kills, but also looking through the buildings to see if they can pick up those Thunder Coins. Taki eats so much damage on the charged vertical off that pole sword, goes down almost immediately, and it is now going to be Rico with that fan coming on through, keeping up the pressure, goes to the X into the fight, throws out the charged vertical, tries to throw it out yet again, gets parried this time by Sachiko, who will be able to find the counter. Unfortunately for him, he's not going to be able to find the punishment. The combo breaker Wisp Jump has already been utilized. OUG 2 versus 1 will finally take him down. It's just Hex's Sachiko who uses that Kurumi umbrella to get himself a little bit further away. Has he been able to just break out of line of sight, break the ankles in the area? No, OUG surrounds him. They know exactly where he's going to be. The Yushin ultimate comes through from June. Huge focus strike charge up from Rico in the air, drops down directly on his head. And finally, OUG have been able to see the contest done. We don't see their inventories. We don't know how many Thunder Coins they've been able to pick up. However, they will be able to loot them from the bags of any of the players that picked them up previously.
Indeed. And while all of this action was going down, unfortunately, Damon has been fully eliminated from the lobby. Game number 2 with only 1 point to their name. Unfortunately, not able to find their footing just yet, but we all have high hopes, and we hope to see them pick themselves back up going into the third game. But for the moment, we still have the rest of game 2 to go. MVP and JLA very close to each other now. The poison jellyfish coming into play yet again, but JLA with a Moonbane looking to try and lock down MVP. Not able to do so immediately. Shinyun eating a bit of damage there. The Takeda ultimate is online. Shinyun losing all that armor. Hong having no health, but all the damage is just too much. The fan, hey, you know, we know how much damage fan does, ladies and gentlemen. MVP are eating the brunt of it. All of the cooldowns being put down, except for the Kurumi, of course. MVP now forced to try and disengage. Hong trying to grapple away, using that stealth, but the double charge on the nunchucks is... Oh, he's going to read it, and he's going to catch him, and Hong, unfortunately, is going to be taken down, I'd imagine, in this 1v3. And there it is. Also, another thing to note, I did just see that OUG has picked up a bounty onto Hex. Hex, having died in Arcadia, have gone to resurrect themselves over... Where is this? I'm not sure exactly where we are. Oh, wait. Oh, the... Yeah, I do know where we are, but the name escapes me at the moment. I can't remember exactly where it is. It's to the west of Arcadia. It looks as though Hex are not interested in taking this fight, though.
Oh, Mercury River?
Trying to make their way... Oh, there is a ballista tower in play.
Yeah, they could potentially kite that way. That's not a ballista tower. That's one of the catapults that you can put yourself in.
Oh, there is a ballista tower.
And they shoot you, but there is a ballista tower around as well. There's also a healing willow that Bada could potentially connect to if they choose. There are so many bells in Padoria so that you can see what all of your opponents have run off to. As we can see, Realm of Yang is going to be starting to spawn on up. Hex have headed towards Imperium They are on the gate side, the old gate of Imperium, as it is going to be JLA heading out of that Bane's Rep to try and put pressure onto this Realm of Young that everyone is heading towards. JLA is going, Bound is going,
everyone.
GG's going, XMF is going, JL are just going to grief. This is going to be such a good grief for this team.
It's going to be a party.
As they have all of their ultimates intact to be able to try and put pressure on these players and try and stun everybody out as they try and enter that portal, stopping for a little bit. Two shoppers, GG, put themselves on the cliff, figuring out whether or not they want to try and take some of this fight. This is a composition that GG have used to go into Realm of Yangs before. Barda's going to put a little bit of pressure. LXM going to back on off as a result. Doesn't want to get forced into having to burn that ultimate. There's the Realm of Yang. XMF have been able to go through. So too has Barda.
Oh no, JLA the grief!
JLA didn't manage to grief anybody. LXM comes on through. The F3 gets dropped from the Valda. JLA down that Takeda, the Hyper Burst carry. He utilizes that Takeda ultimate just to try and shove GG back and live his life a little bit longer.
No.
But the Valda's team are relentless. As Barda and OUG's XX go head to head. Rico already falling, unfortunately. Barda managing to find the better read. It is an Aeromech team currently on the ropes. Jun having to go for that Yushin ultimate as well. They're up against a Xiphon composition. And as a result, Aksho is going to have to be incredibly careful with how he plays this, putting pressure on that Z-Ping. Gets to see whether Mataru comes on through his Yushin ultimate, trying to find the stagger and set it up. Combo breaking now utilized. Hardy trying to run away with the charge. Vertical doesn't manage to get out of the way of the Zai V2 cone coming on through. And Jing is just making his life absolutely miserable at the moment with that pulse of locking him down, not allowing him to peel for his teammate. As on the outside, we can see that Hex have been able to actually recover. Not only are they able to recover, they're able to put up enough pressure onto the players of JL that they're forced to reach and teleport out. And Hex are able to actually gain control of the dome and all of the loot residing within VVV. Did look like he went down, had to be teleported out so that One Thing and TXJ were able to find the revive, as they were given a little bit longer of a time frame to be able to set that up, given the fact that Hex was so occupied picking up all of the loot that the dome had dropped.
Indeed, and not only that, but they are going to be picking up the White Tiger's prowess buff alongside all of that loot and giving themselves that full heal and rage replenishment. So they are, I would imagine, looking to go for a fight. However, they will need to be careful, as 3 teams have 1,000,000 Bird's Might and 3 teams have Yang Depletion. And there we see it, OUG XX going onto that catapult into Imperium to try and find themselves a team to cleanse that Yang Depletion. But we do have Hex and Bowder scrapping it out here. Sachiko having lost a lot of his HP, forced to use that ultimate. Now we've got the scrap Yeran diving in with that Meteor, the F3 from the Zai. Taki using that Yueshan ultimate to try and disrupt this Zai. Yeran just standing there with the golden damage. Zai ultimate going to be doing a lot of damage per second. Squeaky eating a lot of damage there. Knocked back. The third party coming through from XMF. Yeran is... Oh, he's still trying to do as much as he can, but Jing is going to be going down from Bowder. Hex trying to fully disengage. Squeaky's on the run on his own. Yeran is trying to find the kill, trying to find the kill confirmation. It looks as though OUGXX has managed to find the kill onto Taki, unfortunately, but it looks as though they are going to be taking down Peak as well. Oh, there it is. There he is, taken down. But with the Vermilion Bird's Might, he is going to be living regardless. It looks as though Hex, unfortunately, this is exactly what I was afraid of. Considering that they do have the White Tiger's prowess, they are going to be able to do quite a bit. But considering that they don't have that second life like the Vermilion Bird's Might teams have, if they do go down, they are dead for good. And that's exactly what happened. They got third-partied, split up by all of these teams, and just absolutely obliterated. All of the teams coming in to Imperium with the Yang Depletion coming in to try and cleanse this debuff. XMF able to come in and pick up a couple kills. OUGXX as well. Hex fully eliminated alongside Dayman. It looks as though JLA still has one member with Yang Depletion. That Takeda did manage to cleanse it, but the Tumult paid the price and was eliminated. So we'll have to see if they can fully cleanse it for the moment. We got so much action here in Imperium. This is why no one comes here, Moxie, because it's just Ape City. Everyone at the planet of the apes, everyone coming in, griefing left, right, and center. And
well, that means it's perfect for the Tessa Viper and Wuchantians.
It is.
It's
that
just
is true.
its third-party haven. It is Celestra 2.0. The third-party potential is so good, so strong. And you can tell that JL have been able to pick up a lot of kills off of the back of this. As a result, they've put themselves up to 6 kills. As JDG also sitting on 6 kills. However, it's OUG's XX with the Aeromech who are currently leading this one. We're about to get another Realm of Yang. The question is anyone actually going to be able to take it? As it is now going to be VVV looting up, trying to just find any upgrade that they can. That is one of the problems. Like we said, this composition is very, very strong for third party and very, very good for kills. What it isn't the greatest at is securing really good loot. As we can see that Aeromech is going to be going head-to-head. Both Hardys trying to cut each other off and drop the damage. Everyone scrapping out over these piles that have now replenished on the Mercury River. As it is going to be OUG and XMF both vying for control of this. SpaceX now charging up that triple charge on the Hardy ultimate. Both Ferriamax now also coming into play. Sharimar does get taken down to Yang Depletion as JL, who were also in the area, hoping to try and find a kill. Now coming for the third party. Tessa Ultimate will be able to tether onto one. The grapple going to be trying to hold Yandong into place so that the V1 enchantment can connect. The 3-second stagger, all they need is half a second, and he is absolutely decimated. The Viper ultimate now from TXJ to make sure to try and clean up some of these other players in the area, as it is going to be JL's VVV looking to heal up on the outside of that fight. XMF with the Yushin ultimate trying to buy the spacing for the revive to come through, as now the fight gets turned on to JL instead. BVV trying to stay above it, getting the pressure, buying his Wuchen the space to set up that ultimate so that they can slip away from the fight. They've seen that there were 2 teams in the area. They did not want to get caught in the middle, having expended all of their ultimates. And as a result, that timing is absolutely perfect. OUG running parallel currently to JL as GG going to be taking the Realm of Yang fight with the Valda. We said to expect it. The charge right click on that pulsar doing so much work, just melting the armor off of Kiki already. That Zping F has been used to try and sustain. LXM still hasn't used that V2, tries to come in with that charge state. Hitting onto Kiki with the grapple horizontal connection. And they're just hounding him down. CJS making it so hard for him to move around. The Valda utilizing those efforts has to go for the V2, having come under pressure now from that Zai V2, also going for Spear, looking to just lock down Kiki's movement, allowing CJS to surely finish him off. That Z-Ping holding up an absolute threat finally goes down, jumping to the pole sword. A spear from absolute downtown, connecting onto ZDI, allowing LXM the ability to heal up that armor. And it's just GG now trying to live through them. Atari LXM zoning it away. The Zai ultimate surely going to be running out. Another equity comes on through. Beautiful. Huge parry comes on out. LXM immediately now turning onto that Zai. The Yushan and the Valda both taking into a one-on-one. LXM catching the spine with the horizontal swing as Tutik tries to dodge away. And GG. We said to watch out for this composition. We said it was reset central. The amount of health replenishes that this team gets when those ultimates come through is absolute insanity.
That was crazy. That was actually crazy. LXM just going fully sending it with every single blue focus. Just constantly LMB, hold dodge LMB, trying to chase down these players. That's some oogly gaming right there from LXM. Definitely can respect it. Very nicely done from this team. Also, it's kind of nuts that they went into that Yang with 3 blue armors and come out with 1 gold and 2 purples. That's nuts. That's actually crazy. The changes to the Realm of Yang from a little while ago giving it golden armor in the second realm of Yang is just it really helps when you're looking to try and scale up. Bowder also, it looks as though they came out on top in their realm of Yang, both Jing and the zipping there with that purple armor and the golden armor on top of that as well. GG looking to go and do a little bit of shopping with all that money they've managed to accumulate. JDG with their Yang depletion, it seems. I'm gonna have to try and find some soul blooms. Yeah, back to Imperium. Got Yang depletion, no problem. Go over to Imperium. All of your griefing needs will be met.
Oh, they've got a bounty. They've got a bounty on OUG.
They do indeed. And it looks as though they don't have all of their cooldowns either. Jun and Zhao have both used their ultimates, but they are going to be coming online relatively soon.
Oh, they're going to run into KLA.
Yeah, this is not
JDG are going to chase into OUG, and KLA are hiding right there. They're going to see the fight. But JDG, unfortunately, they have no choice. They just have to full send it. As Tusik with those halberds tries to lock down the Hardy. Gets sent packing with that ultimate coming on through. Gets the zip F to be able to keep the sustain going a little while. Keep an eye on the minimap because you can see KLA patrolling in the area waiting for that right moment to strike as Tusik just loses all of his armor. The Hardy ultimate doing so much work to zone the Zai. However, Tusik is still holding on to that V2. Gets hit in the back by the Hengsword. Rico just doing so much work. Mistimes the parry flash, now has to utilize that V2 and tries to dodge it away from the Yushin ultimate, holds the F3, just uses it not to try and land onto a player but distance himself from the fight so he can set up the fire cone tick, but he is just being absolutely battered. The follow-up, the Yushan stagger into Rico's cannon punishment melts Tutik, and that is just a Zai that once was there and now is no longer. And KLA now coming in for that first party once all of those ultimates have come through. June going incredibly low. Here comes KLA. QGG announcing his entrance to the fight. Unfortunately, full sends and gets parried. But KLA will still be able to find the recovery. They just needed the health bars to be able to live that little bit of punishment, as Rico in the area might not have been spotted. But unfortunately, that is going to be the end, surely, of one team with Yang depletion.
Insane. KLA doing a really good job of spacing out, making sure that they weren't considered a threat from the third party, and then coming in at the opportune moment and able to pick up a few eliminations at the end of it all. Now, we do have HD still with Yang depletion on two of their members. They managed to cleanse it for their Tianhai, but they still have a minute and a half left to cleanse it for their Kurumi and Tumulch. They are sort of like spacing around this fight, looking
they're up against
yeah, this is not looking too good
resets, Dunk. They know they can't take the fight. They've got less than 2 minutes. They cannot commit to GG because if they get a player from GG low, it's just going to be Valda V2 and Yushin Ultimate. There's nothing they can do. They have to look for a different team.
Oh, they found one as well. Also, one thing that I just, I mean, it just came to mind is the fact that because they're running the Valda composition, it's pretty safe to say you know exactly which team it is. You know, like there aren't that many teams that run the Valda Cannonball comp. So you know that if you see a Valda in there, that you're likely going up against GG, an extremely strong team, and you're not looking to take that fight. But they are looking to take the fight onto JLA here. Just an absolute bloodbath. The Kurumi ults, everything being used. Simpson, he does have his ultimate available, but hasn't opted to use it just yet. Rethan and Chu Tiger eating a lot of damage. JL gonna be consolidating onto Rethan. He's unable to stay on his feet, unfortunately, and does get fully eliminated as he did have Yang depletion. So he's not gonna be able to get rezzed by his teammates. And now Chu Tiger is also going to be eating a lot of damage. KLA looking to consolidate onto this player, trying to lock him down, and there it is. Chu Tiger is going to be eliminated as well. Now Simpson being met with JL, looking to try and get on top of this lone player. I unfortunately don't think he's going to be making it out of this alive. As you can see, he's just the target of all of these ranged projectiles. Looks to try and go for the armor swap, but overshoots it just a little bit. And he is going to be taken down. The stomp to the face, kicked in the teeth by Cuckoo 2. And
it's
unfortunately...
KLA. It's KLA again. They third party another team with Yang depletion. And they got all of the kills in that engagement. They got the first one with a bow steal, and then they got the rest of them with just melee. KLA have been timing these absolutely perfectly. They just got like 4 kills off of the back of third party and Yang depletion teams, Dunk.
Hey, it is a very important thing to consider, you know, like the Yang depletion situation, as a lot of people call it, when it's that time period in each game where there are teams out there who have Yang depletion and are desperately looking to try and cleanse it. You know that they're going to be trying to force some fights so that they can do so. And if you have the presence of mind and you don't have Yang depletion, you don't even have a buff, you can play around the edges of these skirmishes and look to come in at the opportune moment and snipe away some of these limbs. It's extremely difficult to do as well. It's not easy, you know. The idea of third partying as just sort of like cheesy or something like that, it's not the case at all. Like, finding the right time to jump in and come out with the most value possible it takes a lot of discipline to know when is the right moment, and a lot of experience to be able to tell when is the best time to do exactly that. It looks as though ZDI managed to find himself a tiny little hidey hole there at the edge of the zone, and he's gone unnoticed.
Yeah, Tutik is also in a similar position, but I think Tutik is just clipping into where the Bane's Breath is. Yeah, there it is! One connects onto him. I don't think anyone saw him. GG, by the way, have 3 legendary soldiers onto 3-3-0 currently. I believe there was an Aurora Burst flash that we saw for a millisecond that came from JL's end. So keep an eye on that one influencing how this next fight goes on, as JL and JL, there it is. JLA will be scrapping over, however JL come out on top. That Aurora Burst is doing so much work to keep those players isolated, as it looks like JLA decided to cut their losses and send their one player who could potentially carry when the zone collapses. That Takeda with the legendary weapon is going to be the one that they try to choose to live. Unfortunately, he has been spotted by JL. There's the Takeda ultimate.
Oh my lord.
Comes on through, immediately gets parried, gets hit by both of the Viper. And this stagger, he will be able to use the Fury and Shove, but it is going to be futile. And that is going to be both players now that were remaining for JLA taken down by their sibling team. JL will knock them out.
Big brother there. Hey, little bro.
So
thanks for the limbs. Thanks for the points. Hey, we'll see you. But
it's gonna be Xiaoyun goes down. LTZ has to use the Kurumi ultimate. We're going to see Hong utilize that Matari F to try to break away. That dash and the healing off of that ultimate unfortunately goes directly into the path of a Zai V2, which means 50% heal reduction. And DI will finish off MVP's Hong. Poison Splash was attached to the body as JL will immediately gather and pick up all of those resources. GG currently on the low ground, not wanting to paint themselves a target. They know that they have 2 ultimates that's going to buy them the ability to sustain past every single one of these other teams. They do not want people to see that they're on the Valda composition. If they do, everyone's going to start forcing those ultimates through, not wanting GG to be able to sit on them still. JL going to be now coming on through with that Viper V3, looking to find the connection onto it. Looks like XMF Fusion Ultimate has been forced. TXJ keeps the attention up, making sure that no one can break away from that Tesla V1 until the enchantment has worn out and they're able to pick up another one. Spirit Dome, nice spawns and up. KLA trying to control it. GG also contesting that space. 3-3-0 inside that mech, battering everybody out of it.
No.
Projectiles can't connect on the outside, but it can on the end. But the Aurora Burst attempt from JL, the silence connects onto CJS, and he's not able to utilize his ultimate. The Yushan goes down with it up. LXM just is able to hit the V2 and live through it. But JL have immediately taken full control of this lobby. Will GG be able to pick up that Yushan? I don't know. I think they might just have to let him bleed out.
I think so. It's actually crazy. You know, like the buff as well. Like this Spirit Well is so high priority going into this end zone, as it not only gives you good loot, but it also gives you a buff. And they've managed to secure themselves a Mystic Might buff going into this end zone that's going to last until the very last seconds. ZDI is just eating a lot of damage. VVV sends the blue, knocks him down. Xiao Wen also in a similar situation, manages to make it back in just for a second, but he too is going to be eliminated. And it looks as though JL are primed to take this game for themselves. Bowder are in a decent spot at the top of this cliff. If they manage to hold on, they might be able to claim victory, but it's going to be difficult going up against this Mystic Might, as it gives you so much damage reduction. KLA Cuckoo running around with the Warrior's Pace, and Earthshaker unleashing it onto Bowder's Peak. Just gets bounced around. The Ferrier Ultimate is also in play for CXZ. I'm surprised he hasn't dropped down with this Earthshaker. I'm not gonna lie, that would be oogly as hell. But he's decided not to. JL managed to make their way up to the top of the cliff. VVV using that combo breaker. The V1 is going to come through, but I don't think he managed to find any connection there. VVV now being knocked down, super low HP. The cannon shots as well, keeping him down low. And GG, hey, the revenge kill coming in onto VVV. You took my UA Shun, brother.
LXM is so close to the V2. Dunk, LXM is so close to a Volta V2 health reset. You might be able to outlive everybody.
Genuinely. Although we do have Cuckoo as well, who does have that ultimate online. If he isn't forced to use it up until the last moment, he will be able to get that full health bar reset. And I'm not sure, but we might get a draw coming out between those two players if they manage to stay alive. TXJ does get taken down, though. LXM also in dire straits. The Valder ultimate, can he get it off? He does indeed manage to pop the ultimate, and here it is. He's still going, still alive, but I think it's not going to be very long-lasting, as Yeran does have that Zai ultimate online. Yeran trying to do as much fire damage as possible to see if he can pick up a few eliminations as they die to the zone. But Cuckoo is not letting him do it so easily, knocking them all into the zone. Yeran, does he survive? He does indeed! And Yeran is gonna come out on top in first place, saving it for the team. I had a feeling, I don't know, I saw Bowder sitting at the top there in, you know, just in good form, chilling, biding their time, not getting involved in all the scraps down below.
I don't think that lets them MVP though. 100%
No.
the MVP goes to JL. But no, Bowder did a really good job of just hiding their threat level, because they sat on that flamer for a very long time, because when you have a flamer, that does paint a huge target on your back. The fire tick that you can do, the zoning potential that the weapon has, the fact that you can just melt the Farrier inside the mech and force it to give it up early. However, that was nothing compared to the threat level that JL was exuding. As yet again, we get to see this continuous familiar pattern. There is one Soul Jade that is probably the most effective in trios, and that is Aurora Burst, because oh my goodness, GG did not know what hit them. Or at least they did, but by then it was too late. The second that they realized that they were stuck in Aurora Burst, unfortunately that Yushan is already hit by the silence, and it's just like, well, can't get the health reset if you can't get the ultimate.
Absolutely. But the thing is, it's still good from Bowder to claim that first place finish, as they do get the kill multiplier for themselves and boost up their points just a little bit. But JL coming out on top nonetheless. A excellent performance from them, securing that Aurora Burst. Hey, you know, we've all been hit by it. You know, we've all been hit by Aurora Burst in trios. You just get absolutely obliterated out of nowhere. It's not that hard to parry, I will say. If you see it coming, it's not too bad. However, a lot of the time you see these drop down Aurora Bursts where they just come out of nowhere, and you have no time to react. It's extremely difficult to deal with. The area of effect is massive, and it just slaughters teams.
especially for Spiritual. Like, it feels like they got a tape measure and just measured the AoE of Aurora Burst and was like, yeah, do you know what, that will do. We'll make Spiritual just that size. It is perfect. But speaking about perfect, well, it wasn't a perfect performance from GG. They were able to put up a number of kills and also survive and outlive a number of teams. So I'm pretty sure their scoreline is going to be around about the 30 and potentially 35 mark. So if some of these teams aren't careful, by game 3, GG might already be MVP eligible. And that's a really scary thought, right? We did talk about the fact that the trios cap and the solos cap has been lowered. The solos cap is now 20 and the trios cap is now, I believe it is 48. So some of these teams are already starting to steamroll their way to that number, especially because for a lot of them, the same teams have been hitting the double digits because even though it's different maps, even though it's different compositions, it's still a really big reliance on macro, on figuring out how you want to try and prioritize your Soul Jade loadout, who you want to prioritize, being the last of your teammates to live through, as we saw from the likes of JLA, where they cut the losses. They go, Karumi's not going to win us endgame. Takeda is potentially going to win us endgame if he's able to get his ultimate off and just use those Furin shoves to push everybody out. We're going to prioritize trying to keep Takeda alive, and they really do try. Unfortunately for them, JL spotted out where the Takeda was scurrying off to, and they're able to scoop up the kill. But you can see that a lot of these teams have to make incredibly hard choices very, very quickly. They do not get a lot of time to figure those out. And as a result, the teams with the most experience tend to be the ones that come out on top in that vein. As we can have a look at the scoreboard, JL picking up with that Aurora Burst a hefty 17 kills coming through from them. It doesn't matter what composition that you're running. When you get Aurora Burst, you can just use it to such devastating effect. And for JL, they'll be utilizing it to push players into just trying to move out of the way, which in turn would set up for the Viper ultimate to connect or the Tessa ultimate to connect. And then you would just be stuck in an absolute CC underworld, having to run away from the players of JL with the Aurora Burst, pushing yourselves into the zone. As you can see from all of the damage done, a fair chunk of it was from that Viper, 23,685, and that was done with the F2, not the F3. So it was just the silence. It wasn't the slam of damage that you get every single time you find an F3 connection.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The thing is, F2 with V3, it's not the big damage button as we talked about, but the F2 in combination with that V3 that you typically see in solos, but it's become far more popular in trios as of late. You're able to chain silence for so unbelievably long. The F2 silence lasting for a crazy amount of time, and then you combine that on top of with the V3. If you chain it together, and then you effectively have F2 back up and running again after the ultimate is over. So you can silence someone for an extremely long time if you're able to pull it off. And that kind of thing is so valuable when you're going up against some of these teams who have just such high priority team members that have such impactful ultimates. But taking a look at the total scoreboard, we have GG sitting atop everybody with 31.2, but JDG not far behind with 29.5, JL in third with 26.5, KLA with 25. It's all pretty close. Top 4 is all within shooting distance. It's very close, and nothing's decided just yet. But a lot of these teams at the top, as you said, are getting closer and closer to match point. And hey, match point. If you're able to get it, if you're able to get that MVP, you can take it all home in an instant. But I will say, I would like to see us go the distance, at least to 6 games. It would be.
Because then we get Horror Starry Night.
Yeah.
I was talking to Dunk a little bit earlier, and I was like, "Oh, we get a Horror Starry Night if we manage to get that." And I mean, it's so interesting to think how this game started, with GG just getting entirely eviscerated by those poison jellyfishes because they ran up against the team. There, by the way, is your aerial charge up of Aurora Burst so that you don't see the white flash and you can't parry it before it's too late. But returning to that point, it's so interesting to think of what GG could potentially have been with that composition if they'd won that fight off of the rip. Because they did, unfortunately, fall prey to one of those environmental hazards that we talked about that does populate Midoriya, and unfortunately not having that Karumi really cost them. And it is no surprises that Karumi has been the most picked hero in the entirety of Trios and Koi so far. In fact, she was picked 75 times total in the qualifying rounds, which is absolutely insane. But I mean, you have to think about everything that she does, the cleansing effect, the fact that you can recast her ultimate, that the F3 doesn't just give you that heal, it also gives you all of that insane damage reduction. As we can see TXJ with things like the tuna, which is something that we've seen so often in Trios. We don't really get to see a lot of it, given the fact that it is one of those rarest soul jades. And as we've talked about, everything in Immortal War, in terms of those soul jades, now comes at a much heftier price. But when you do able to get your hands on it and you have that heal tick just continuously going through, you're really hoping that you don't get hit by a lot of those IV2. So it is a really good thing for JL that there weren't a lot of those eyes up and running in that last lobby. It was a very smart choice from them to figure out that there's a lot of Aeromech around, and there's a fair number of Viper tests from Wuchan's, but there are far less eyes than there were on the first map. So having Tunar is going to be incredibly valuable in being able to win that resource situation when the final zone collapses and all of the loot in the area has already been picked clean.
Absolutely. I mean, even without that being the situation, Tuna, such a goated soul jade. And thing is, I feel like a lot of people don't actually know what it does. Surprisingly, the number of people that I talk to who come to my stream, you know, they're like, what is Tuna? What does it do? You need to have the rest emote equipped to be able to use it, but when you do, it gives you a passive healing to your shield, and it's extremely useful, especially for saving resources at this high level of play. Resources are extremely valuable. However, we are going to be going to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, before we go into our third game of the day. So don't go anywhere. Go get your popcorn. We will be back very shortly.
In the world of Naraka BLADEPOINT, the spirit of teamwork is continually passed down. There is a group of esports players. They heard there is a KOI god here who can tell them the secret of cooperation. Newly arrived, they feel everything around them is strange and intriguing. So they grow in trials to stay strong, seeking improvement through working together.
看高啊，被刺我，看我的，就这，又干嘛？该死的！
Failure is not scary. What is scary is not learning from it. However, suddenly, they see a mysterious pair of chopsticks. That is a hint from the KOI god, and they continue to grow stronger. The secret of the chopsticks will be revealed to them. After days of training, they see as if they saw the KOI Cup Trials Championship trophy.
You can go first.
Yeah, sure.
Come on. I win.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, we hit our rest emote, we got our tuna all buffed up, and apparently the players have been resting up too. I don't know, Dunk, if you ever played Connect 4, there is a centerpiece meta. Everyone always fights that they can take the centerpiece. But there is definitely a meta forming in all of the shapes of the MBPL teams here in the last day, the grand finals of the Naraka BLADEPOINT Koi Cup for trios, and that is that the MVPL teams, with their macro and their awareness and understanding of how to control those final end games, are just a little bit of a head above the rest of everybody else in the lobby currently. We've seen really good teams having some really good fights early on, but it is the NBPL teams so far that have been absolutely dominating when it comes to those final zones.
Absolutely. You know, it does take quite a lot of experience to consistently do well in those end game situations, you know, being able to stick together. And it does speak to like the trust and the synergy that you get from these teams, you know, being able to rely on them to stay with you and stick with you in those very chaotic situations. And it really speaks to how experienced and how practiced these high-level teams are, the NBPL teams. It's not easy. It's not easy, as you could probably imagine. You're seeing all of this chaos ensue. It's not easy to stay alive. It's a wonder that these teams actually make it through the carnage. But speaking of carnage, we're about to be going into our third game, and we're going to be going over to Holleroth. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a bit of everything. We started with Morris, went over to Perdoria, and now we're across the seas in Holleroth. You know, I will say that it's Holleroth and Morris, and I've been playing these maps for a very long time. The addition of the third map, not only is it nice to have the new map itself, but it's just sort of like accentuates the flavor of the older maps. You know, it's whenever I get Holleroth, I'm like, oh, it's a Holleroth game, nice. You know, like it's like, you know, you got a bit of everything now, and it's definitely really nice. It just adds variety. You know, it's really good. And speaking of variety, are we gonna have some variety in team composition? You know, obviously I'd love to see a Tarka, but that's never gonna happen. But we will probably see more of the same, I imagine. You know, the Xiphon, the Viper compositions with either Justina or Tessa, you know, or the Sand Siphon, the potential Tianhai Tamulk composition. You know, these compositions, we've seen them a lot. I want to see something new, you know. I want to see something spicy. I want to see something, you know.
You want to see a Liam. 100%.
I mean,
you want to see a
interesting.
Liam.
And I genuinely think Liam is actually a pretty solid pick. He's actually really good. You know, Takeda has been somewhat phased out in solo meta, and that's because Liam just does his job better, at least in solos. But the V3 scaling for Takeda in trios does still put him ahead of him. However, I think considering his power, I think Liam definitely could make an appearance. It just depends on if a composition has been found that facilitates.
Yeah, I mean, I would. What would you pair Liam with? Like, the problem is, what would you take out of already existing compositions? Because that is the issue that you run into when you're having to think about all of these new compositions. The reason why we got to see the Tessa come through was because Yodo sort of got phased out of trios. As sad as it was to say, we saw her. There was a team that tried to run her once with traditional Cannonball back in qualifiers. Didn't go amazingly. because as we've established, Yodo has been hit by a couple of nerfs coming through. Additionally, the fact that Morris Blessings got phased out, so having the Yodo's blade, the affability to just hover in place and block a lot of those damages from being able to stop you from charging up that load up unlock. That has now been pretty useless because, I mean, what's an F2 or an F3 going to stop in the space of Spirit Well? Nothing.
Yeah.
It's so small at AoE, and it's such a very large Spirit Well, and you could say like, well, the F2 rework was really strong and it gives it a golden frame of focus. The problem is that you have to be very picky with how you use that window, because the first charge of it is blue, which means that you can't use it when under attack. So if you mistime it, the punishment is just so much heftier. Like, the risk is so much greater than the risk that is attached to something like the Tessa, who not only is able to get 2 ultimates off, but also has a combo breaker that she's able to use. That means that you can either use it selfishly for yourself, or if you're peeling for your teammates, you can throw it out and help one of them get away. This is really interesting, actually. JL have been sort of experimenting with the Takeda, the Tianhai, and the Karumi, where they essentially just use the CC off of the Takeda to be able to set up for things like the monk grabs. And it does really well. It's just a very heavy investment. So I would imagine that they're going to want to try and take this composition into a realm of Yang. It's also pretty good in terms of loot scaling, because as you talked about, Takeda V3 scaling off of all of his teammates' kit, if you're running Tianhai, you're already going to have to scale him up just alone so that he can get the most out of his ultimate. So the two of them sort of symbiotically feed off of each other to give themselves a power-up.
Indeed. It looks as though CXZ is contemplating, but I think we all knew what he was going to be picking there. The Matari is going to be locked in. We have 2 Xiphon compositions there, but we got the 4th round selection. What are we going to see? We've got quite a few characters banned out, pseudo-banned, and it looks as though Hex is going to be going back to their Tessa, Viper, Wuchen composition that they played in game number 1. HD is going to be... Oh, wait a minute.
No, they're not.
Hold up. Oh.
Backpedal?
Oh, okay, they
cannonball.
backpedaled.
Okay, so Aeromech. We have Aeromech coming for them. Viper
3
Variety or
Aeromechs.
Blind Date. But Hex, and then a lot of Aeromech coming through from those last 2 teams as well. It makes sense. Aeromech is very popular on Holrock, which has so much verticality. A lot of open spaces as well, which was a huge part of the reason why when Z-Ping first released. A lot of players liked picking her up for solos because you could use the F to guarantee that you weren't just getting staggered, so you didn't have to worry about not being able to scale rush when you were out in those wide open spaces, which as a result also feed really well into Hardy and Justina's ability to chase low health targets down and make sure that you're actually able to finish off the kill.
Absolutely. I do genuinely think that Justina has a place, not only with V1, which is the more commonly chosen configuration for Justina, but V3 Justina is low-key really good, and we've seen it. We've seen it in EU do reasonably well. You know, obviously it's EU. It's not necessarily the big stage. However, it does have its potential. It's the lowest cost ult activation in the game, 50%. You know how Tessa's ultimate, it was played around with, it was 50%, that was too strong, okay, 55, you know, and then it goes to 60% because it was just too good. Justina's is still 50%, everyone. V3, 50% activation. Obviously, it's not the same, but it did receive buffs in the past. You can get 2 freezes off with one of those ice waves. If you freeze somebody at the beginning of it, if they step inside of it towards the end of the duration, they'll get frozen again. And this kind of ability is extremely good against certain transformers like Feria, for example. If Feria uses her mech, you throw the V3 down on top of her, she gets frozen instantaneously. Because of the buffs, you can burst down that mech extremely quickly. If you burst it instantly and she comes out, she'll fall right into the freeze, and then she's frozen again. You know, it's actually really good. But I say that we still haven't seen it played in this kind of environment.
They used the V1.
Yeah, it's all. I mean, the V1 does have insane potential, though. Obviously, I'm talking up V3, but V1, if you're able to dash through multiple targets, you get the dash reset. You're able to come in, and the mobility is insanely good. The escape potential, the chase potential. You know,
The hitbox cover as well, like when you're up against like the Farrier mech, then it obscures where you're dashing from, so it's a lot easier to get those double dashes. Yeah, no. Justina V1 has always been incredibly strong, as JLA and Bader are both now hunting for weapons. Bader's Yuan has been able to pick themselves up one, and it is going to be a call to action to try and 2 versus 1. The Hardy, who is seen as the bigger threat, Glider will be called in so that he can break away. Unfortunately, he is caught in the sky, and it is going to be that 2 versus 1 that just lock him down. The F3 should be able to finish him off. There it is. That side just doing such a huge chunk of damage. When the resources aren't around, as you can hear the slaps coming on through from Bader's Peak. No way did they let Peak get this final hit. Jeremy just trying now to win 1 versus 2. Does throw out that charged vertical on the longsword. Now drops the Farrier mech. Yuan not able to play around. Utilizes that V2. Starts to cook through the mech. Cannon form will kick in, pushing the Zai further back. However, it's not going to do any damage as the Karumi F3 attached and then snapped for Yuan to receive that 90% damage reduction, as this Farrier is living, trying to occupy Bader's team's attention so that the rest of JLA's team can look to potentially recover, maybe run this back. As you can see that the Farrier mech now gone, Jeremy just stands in position waiting to be sent back to his team as we head over to Empyrean and get to see that GG are into their familiar drop locations. CJS already coming in through with that Justina V1. Haven't got to see any of the ramifications of it so far, as it looks like GG are just taking to the sky, keeping themselves as aerial as possible to just kite and path around this Yushin ultimate that has come out from the team that they were facing up against.
Indeed, it looks as though Hong is getting chased down by the members of GG. Nowhere to go, unfortunately. The F3 coming out and just absolutely obliterating him. There's nothing you can do at that point. You just gotta dodge it. But the thing is, it's very good tracking. It's hard to dodge sometimes. Nonetheless, GG are able to come away with a few eliminations. 3 elims, in fact. JDG up to 4. Speaking of JDG, they just ported out of this situation up against JL, having taken down VVV, but not looking to push the issue as TXJ transforms into that monk. And also, this is a rather spicy comp. I kind of like it. Takeda, Karumi, Tianhai. Definitely a pretty solid composition if you think about it. Not the Tumult, but the Takeda. The scaling potential on this composition is extremely good. Takeda being able to peel extremely well for his teammates and being able to shove people around. It functions extremely well into things such as Zai. You can just disrupt the Zai extremely well, similarly to how you can with Yueshan. Yueshan does it slightly better, obviously, as he's able to keep her locked down somewhat, whereas Takeda has a limited number of shoves. But you can follow up more effectively with the Takeda. It definitely can be extremely good. But we're going into a fight here between HD and JDG. Tutek with a beautiful parry. Rethan eating a lot of damage. The mech being dropped down on top of him to try and keep him alive. And it looks as though ZDI is going to be taken down as well. HD, they were looking not so good in this fight to kick it off, but they've managed to turn it around. Chu Tiger eating a lot of damage though, trying to kite, trying to go up the tree. PP on the chase, but extremely low HP. It might get taken down here by the mech. No, he doesn't. He makes it into the building. HD doing a really good job of fighting up against JDG, an extremely strong team, as we've seen it time and time again. Simpson narrowly escaping with his life, but Tutik, he's taking them all on 1 versus 2. Chu Tiger coming in to try and save his teammate, buying him enough time to heal up, and he does exactly that, and Tutik does eventually go down, and HD are going to be coming out on top. moving on over OUG up against Bowder. John with the slaps. My guys, the disrespect. Unparryable slap, OP.
Oh my goodness, it's focus slide all over again, but it's worse because it's not even a Soul Jade.
It's so good. It's actually so good.
Oh, I am not looking forward to that being in all of my games this week. As everyone's just gonna be like, it's optimal! As KLA now looking to face off against XMF QGG with the pistol shots, trying to just chip away a little bit of damage before committing on through. He's not going to make the first move. Instead, Zip is going to make the first move so that he can hit in with the F3 onto these players that have been distracted. Meteor Ultimate also comes on through to allow that Siphon to begin from the damage done. QGG gets Fury shoved back now into the Wisp. Has to use the V2 to be able to escape. Now turns onto the Takeda, uses the F3 to keep himself away from the fight a little bit longer to try and find that recovery. One Fury shove is still left for XJ's gang if he decides to want to use it, but he's just taking himself out of the fight. And it does look like here comes Hex for the third party. Hengsword commits on to 17 as to keep him in place for Taki to finish him off. And this is going to be Hex with all of their ultimates and the composition designed for third party, and catching that Yueshan. The cube calls into play to make sure that he's able to break away before Sachiko is able to follow up. And it looks like JLA have been able to see off the threat. Hex not wanting to fight any longer, back off.
Indeed. A nice little third party coming in there with that Tessa ultimate, playing to their team composition strengths. Very nicely done. We're heading on over to JL. We're fighting it out against MVP, but MVP has something up their sleeve. Oh, wait, no. No, I'm just tripping. I thought I saw the Moonbane aura appear around one of these players, but no, I need to get my eyes checked.
It's the Gundam. It's the Gundam blue effects.
Yeah. Confusing. But JL still on the chase. VVV, you're in a bad spot there, big dog. You don't want to be down on that ice. As some of you may not know, if you stand on that ice in that specific area, you take damage to your health. So if you're ever in that area, don't stand on the ice. It's not that the floor's lava; it's that it's ice, and you will get frostbitten and lose a lot of your health. As we just saw.
Oh no, VVV run it back. He went to the Soul Altar.
Yeah, he's angry. he wants to come back.
He's just running after them menacingly with the transformation, manages to get the Karumi Tower. I mean, they were able to use the spacing to get VVV back with the Soul Altar. I just wonder whether or not it was worth it, as this team is going to be in no position to put themselves into a realm of Yang, and VVV goes down to the zone. They'll be able to revive him, surely, but it's going to be...
go down onto the ice again.
Yeah, one heck of a hassle to try and just recover, because as we talked about, this is a composition that really requires scaling, as Hex on the outsides of Metab go head-to-head with HD. Riefan gets caught out by that Viper ultimate, pauses the Hardy ultimate for a little bit of time, now drops out of it. Grapples away, keeps the pressure up, but Sachiko doing a very good job of peeling to make sure that the Hardy is kept away from his low health teammates. Reefing an absolute
JDG's close
sliver
as well.
of health. JDG also, like you said, coming in for the third party. Reefing denied the charge LMB. The Tessa F1 coming on through to make sure that the Hardy cannot find the pickup, as Taki puts himself onto one of those ledges, gets a little bit of a reset. Squeaky does have the ultimate, but it looks like Hex want to just disengage the traditional way with grapples and scale rushes, as HD and JDG now going head-to-head inside the corruption. Simpson leading the third party is away, just mountain goading, like you said, his way up all of the different levels of Metab with that Yushan ultimate, making it look as graceful as a prima ballerina. And unfortunately for him, that is where the ballet will end. He will take his final bow but he has allowed his two teammates to live, as we do have the first of the Realm of Yangs coming on through. Junex on that Takeda looking for the uppercut confirmation. Huge peel coming on through from the Zip, harassing the Takeda, making sure he cannot manage to find any capitalization. The charged RMB, the overhead slam, he can't move. Finally, he's out of the light stagger lock into the Kurumi armor circle, gets to hit his ultimate, swapping over to the bow to deal damage from the outside, using the Furin shoves to keep the players isolated. However, Nezha's might manages to come on through from the spear, just absolutely melting everyone's armor. No more shoves, but the Takeda has done its job, and OUG's XX will be able to live. But my goodness, poor Tunex had to take his hands off of the keyboard for a good 10 seconds. Huge Kurumi ultimate coming through from Rico to bail him out of that one.
Indeed, he was. Wasn't looking too good for a second there, but he manages to buy enough time to get his ultimate online and unleashes it. But another thing to know, I think Daeman actually came out victorious in their Realm of Yang up against JLA. Daeman picking themselves up, having not had the best first two games. And speak of the devil, speak of Daeman, here they are engaging aggressively onto OUG's XX. Kuzo using the F3 to space out and to try and reposition there with that Zai ultimate. Now the gold weapon damage for that Zai ultimate going to be doing so much, but this Cavalry Bloom is extremely disruptive. There we have the third F3 coming through with that Matari ultimate, able to reset it, trying to do as much as he can, but the longer this fight goes on, the longer this fight goes, the more time they are giving to potential third parties to come in and get involved. Kuzo now in a bit of a bad spot, trying his best to stay alive, to stay on his feet, but he's being forced down this cliff. Unfortunately, not able to get the full follow-up off of that F3, and there he is. He is going to be taken down by Junex. Now Jason is going to be eating the Dragon Slayer, but a Hardy ultimate is going to come through to save him. JDG and JLA, I think there's 4 teams here, all stacked on top of each other. Lagwo being caught by the Tessa ultimate is going to be forced to use that Yueshan ult to stay alive. Jiamu now going to be eating the brunt of the damage from these golden dual blades from Jun X. He almost has his ultimate back online as well, gets the grab, but disrupted by the Yueshan. Jun trying again to stay alive. It's deja vu from Yang. He's trying his best last few percent. Can he get it online? He does, but unfortunately not able to stay alive, and JLA going to be coming through and obliterating him with that Yueshan ultimate. But unfortunately not able to cleanse the Yang depletion just yet. However, his teammates have been able to do so, so they aren't in as bad a situation as they were before. JDG not looking too good on the loot front. ZDI and PP both with white armor. 2-tick, the only one with purple, manages to do as much as he can. His ZDI trying to buy some time till his ultimate comes up perhaps, but they do have to be careful. The third party could be coming through any minute now, and there it is. They're forced to use that Wu-Chen ult to disengage, but with the changes, they've been spotted out. OUG now back over to Jun's perspective, having rezzed themselves with their Vermilion Bird's Might. Gonna be coming back in. Now PP is gonna get eliminated, unable to do anything in the face of this Takeda V3. They turn their attention over to XMF, who are trying to lock down the remaining members of JDG. 2-tick, he's been slowed by the Tumult Sand. The Pocket Sand makes it extremely difficult to move around, especially with this terrain, and XMF are going to be able to pick up that kill, but only cleanse one of their Yang depletions.
And they're still fighting inside the corruption as well. ZDI is going to be coming in with that Viper V3. X-Gang now just, oh, he gets put into the Tumult Wisp. Oh, that's so unfortunate for the Viper. Finally, I think this fight is done. OUG's XX, very, very smart. They knew that they had that Takeda ultimate online, but there were already 2 teammates down. They just revive and they come back in when everyone else has exhausted themselves. And look at it, 14 kills, Dunk. 14 kills, and we haven't even gotten to the second realm of Yang. This team is on absolute fire currently, as GG now going head-to-head with it. Looks like the stragglers, the last remaining players of HT, they're able to find Simpson, the Yushan, who did so much to try to secure his team's survival into Matab, as OUG are still on the prowl. They've tracked down a straggler from JLA. Now they just have to deal with Axiao. The grapple comes on through. They're surrounding this poor Hattie. He's gonna be able to break away a little bit longer, but it's not gonna be enough. The repeating crossbow comes through. The crow of the chicken is victorious. And OUG, before we even hit the second realm of Yang, are 3 kills from a 20 bomb.
Indeed they are. I'm not sure what that means in the bottom right there, but there is something going on between XMF and Hex. Looks as though Hex has been in a fight, and 2 of them have been taken down. Taki going down to the zone. It looks as though they're still fighting in the storm. However, they do still have their Wu Chen alive and might be able to make it out of there, but we'll have to wait and see. For the moment, we do have the realm of Yang, OUG, the team that seems to be dominating this lobby, going up against JL. And OUG, they are turbo stacked. Jun with that golden ultimate and those golden dual blades is going to be doing a lot of damage if he's able to get in there at the right time. But the Monk ult is going to be committed now. The Tumult ult also getting utilized. VVV taking a lot of damage, getting caught by the Wisp. The crossbow, is he going to stay alive? He does! Just barely stay alive. The Karumi ultimate coming in and saving him at the last possible second. TXJ looking for the grabs, trying to find it, but their positioning around this pillar makes it extremely difficult. Jun, oh, there it is! But the defense buff from the Karumi is going to keep him alive, and now TXJ coming out of that ultimate. He might be in a bit of trouble. They're going to be focusing him down, or perhaps not. They turn their attention over to the Takeda and the Karumi. Jun now coming out of his ultimate, using that F1, going fully onto TXJ, trying to catch him. The bell has been used, pulling out the slaps as well. OUG just getting oogly, as their namesake suggests. The slaps. One thing, he's confused, he's flustered, he gets slapped in the mouth. He can't do anything about it, and OUG take another 3 eliminations under their belt.
Oh my goodness. The slap just reminds me of like the old school duel challenges where you would take a glove and you would slap someone in the cheek to challenge them to a gentleman's duel. There's nothing gentlemanly about what OUG have been doing. Jun with the slap to guarantee the stagger into continuation of those dual blades. And he's got Cavalry Bloom to boot. That is, by the way, OUG with those 3 kills, now atop a 20 bomb. Before we even head into second to last zone, as all of the teams going to be taking a little bit of a lull. Indeed, how can they not see XMF? This is what smart players do. They don't hide inside the invisibility bushes. The problem is the second that someone hits the bell above Salvation Podium, the gig is up. You know that there's a player down there. He just has to hope either that, or maybe before he went down that he himself activated the bell so that it would be on its timer and it wouldn't be ringable for any of the teams that were currently trying to chase, as there were bodies, there were Kens over where the Phony Roller does like to prowl. So that must have been where the last couple of players of XMF unfortunately met their demise, as Damon gonna be just prowling around the area. Looks like they have a bounty out onto GG. They've got Yang depletion, GG up to that familiar tricks of going to a dealer and rolling for their win condition. Not quite sure what they've been able to pick up, but given the fact that we do have probably a hang sword on one of these players, I would put good money on it being Aurora Burst. Alexam with that staff. No idea if he has jabbing. We'll have to wait and see whether or not he finds a connection with that one, as it does not have a weapon animation, so you don't know if the player has it until you get hit by it, as that is going to be unfortunately XMF. He does not get spotted out. He does go down to the zone tick damage as it moves away from Salvation Podium. Better that than feeding a kill to some of these players in the lobby, however, as it looks like JL 3 minutes on that Yang depletion now coming through. TXJ with the transformation. Will he be able to find any of the grabs? He was able to find one inside the realm of Yang, wasn't able to find that double, and unfortunately the scenery around Plume just making it so much harder. There is so much cover for these players to be able to just break line of sight away from this monk. As you can see, he's ever so slowly trying to catch up to the fairy and mech as it just keeps hopping. The repeating crossbow with Venom tip attached to it will put pressure. MVP's player finally chased down onto the low. Killable, surely. The bait comes on through, pushing them into taking the fight now against the Hardy. TXJ having to utilize that F1 scale rushes out of the fight, turns around with the Hang Sword. The Gundam now also coming into play. Mech is dropped as the Yushan looks to just zone and try and outlive some of these players inside that corruption tick, making it as hard as possible for them to be able to take him down. You've seen that JL are taking this fight incredibly desperately. He's cottoned on to the fact that they have Yang depletion, and as a result, he is going to make it as painful as possible for this Soul Bloom to get picked up. Shion, unfortunately, has to utilize now that F1. The combo breaker comes on through. JL keep chasing him, relentlessly kiting him away from his two other teammates. VVV will be able to finish him off with that fan. That's one Soul Bloom definitely cleansed for the players of JL, but you can see that the Karumi is still orange as Hex have started to pop off. 7 kills and counting as GG get obliterated. 330 falls off screen, followed by LXM, and they're not able to find the revive on time. CGS gets locked onto by OUG's XX, who must have been the one to take GG down. And the Justina has to use the V1 to dash to the cover of the Ballista and hope that OUG's XX do not follow. Ballista surely has offered GG's players sanctuary, but OUG's XX have been offered every single picking, every single kill that they've wanted so far. On Holoroth, they're up to 21 kills, and GG have had to split themselves. The Justino went to the Ballista Tower, and LXM headed over to Snowfields to hide and hope that Hex went past.
It looks as though Hex might be able to pick themselves up. Yet another elimination. There you have it. 8 elims under their belt. An excellent showing coming out from Hex. The EU boys playing extremely well around their win condition here. They did well in the first game with this comp, and now they're playing it again and again. They're doing extremely well. However, instead of getting quite a few kills early on, they're getting most of their kills in the mid to late game, catching players off and playing around that Yang. Oh, this is what happened.
That's why it was red. That's why it was red. Oh, not again. No.
Oh my god. Come on, boys.
Well, you know what they say, Dunk. What goes around comes around and then comes around again.
Oh no.
Squeaky goes down to the Ballista.
And it's the Wu-Chan as well.
It's the Wu-Chan. The dome breaks just in time. OUG are able to take cover under the dome that blocks the projectiles. Don't have to face the Ballista's Wrath until all of the loot has been dropped. GG's LXM has been found by Hex, who was scouting. They saw that when they killed that other player from GG, that the sword in the body did not drop immediately, that there was still the bleed out potential. And just in time, Squeaky gets tapped. Unfortunately, that post has not been abandoned. And Hex, because it was the Wu-Chan, do not have the ability to use the Wu-Chan wind walls and block the projectiles. As a result, they can't go for the revive. Bowder and OUG's XX will prevent it as Bowder flashed that win condition. And poor Taki just gets absolutely sniped by the Ballista that Bowder have been putting to such devastating use. And that's Aurora Burst as well. Another tool to Bowder's belt.
No, not like this.
Taki trying to get on top of Ballista like that.
Not like this.
He was a distraction, Dunk. He was a distraction. The Viper still lives.
Oh, there's a Moonbane. What on earth? And it looks as though OUG coming in to contest the Ballista Tower as well. They don't want Bowder to be having all the fun. They want to get involved. Also, another thing to note is that there's only 11 people alive right now.
Yeah,
and it looks as
OUG's XX have been on a tear. Yeah, like I said, he was the distraction. Taki was the distraction. Everyone was looking at the Tessa. The Ballista was looking at the Tessa, and so in comms, they said that it was okay to go for the Wu-Chan.
Yeah. But are they going to be able to pick up the third? I don't think that they will. He's
Potentially if OUG's XX and Fighter are able to, but yeah, they might be able to find a revive from one of the dealers.
It's going to be tough, though. OUG are looking very, very stacked right now. Triple gold armor. I mean, I'm not surprised considering how many kills they have. It's insane. Actually insane. Are they going to be able to go for the 30 bomb is the question at this point. Not the 20.
They could well.
The 30 bomb.
I think 30 is the maximum amount of kills that we've seen so far in one game of 2024 Naraka, when all of the lobbies have been downsized to 12 teams. And even then, it still surpassed, but like you said, Sachiko gets caught, JL having to take cover underneath Ballista, no one wanting to let OUG have this one for free, as Hexa Sachiko just has to keep scale rushing around with that hang sword, trying to keep himself out of sight, out of mind. Squeaky is here as well. Everyone is just utilizing this one little bit of Ballista like it's a jungle gym and just continue to go round and round and round until the zone pushes them off of it. Unfortunately, it looks like the zone is going to be directly in the middle of it still. And as a result, no one can really get on top to oust OUG XX's position. Not only do they have the Ballista control, but Bida are making it so much harder for anyone to get past them too, just sitting on the second level with that Aurora Burst thrown out on repeat, so that no one can potentially challenge this team until everyone is ready to kick off those ultimates. As a result, JL go down to the low ground and hope to snipe someone off of it, waiting to see if someone gets a little bit too overconfident and leans too far away from that tower, so that one bow shot can knock them off of the hold of Ballista.
Looks as though Hex has managed to find themselves a little ledge to hang from, as they're just sort of going unnoticed, trying to be as inconspicuous as possible. And to be honest, I don't think it's going to be that difficult, because Bowder and OUG are continuously scrapping it out to try and maintain high ground in this situation, whilst JL just hopping around, TXJ having the time of his life inside that spirit well, just like, you know, I'm just going to ult, you know, I don't have any issues with this. They're all just vibing. And look at them. They're just popping everything. They don't care. They literally have no care in the world. And the reason being is because when they do secure that spirit well, they get that buff that inherently refreshes their entire ultimate's charge. Oh, TXJ spotted out Hex here. Gonna be diving down onto Squeaky. Squeaky having a tough time of staying on his feet, up against the wall. TXJ with the cavalry bloom, and it's looking pretty cooked, unfortunately, for Squeaky. Not able to do anything whatsoever about this situation. However, did Sachiko make it out alive?
Yeah, he's still up.
Oh, he's still going. He's still kicking. He's trying his best. But again, he's just getting constantly fiended by all of these players. Not only a JL trying to lock him down, but he's eating a lot of range damage from the other side of the zone. Sachiko trying his best to make it across, trying to stay on his feet, but it's going to be a tall order to ask of him to stay alive as a lone Viper in the face of three teams, 3-man strong. It's going to be very difficult. Yeran with this cannon just raining fire down upon OUG, looking pretty stacked with that golden pulse sword, golden armor, all of these players extremely scaled up. Sachiko managed to find himself a little tree, scale rushing up, and he's trying to buy time for these other teams to fight each other, and looks as though that's exactly what's happening. TXJ now using that Tianhai ultimate, jumping in onto Bowder, trying to create some space, trying to get these grabs. Nothing just yet. OUG hiding within their Tumult ultimate and finding a lonely Sachiko, unfortunately unfortunately just gets caught at the side of the Tumulk ultimate and pushed into the zone by those dual blades. Jin getting grabbed up now, instantly obliterated, beamed down by these crossbows. Jun does have that ultimate online, looking to try and pull out the lawnmower. The cavalry bloom is in effect, ladies and gentlemen. Are we going to see it? JL doing a really good job of disrupting Jun. Now no ultimate left on online. It doesn't have it and just gets absolutely obliterated by this parry. Rico, now the last remaining member of OUG, they need to stay alive. Surely they can stay alive with their 23 kills and get the multiplier. It would be the best possible outcome for this team, but Bowder are making it extremely difficult.
The revive?
The Aurora Burst, the Zai ultimate, VVV forced into the zone. They do get the revive, but unfortunately immediately gets deleted. Yeran, just an absolute terror in this endgame. He's now taken himself up to 10 kills, 11 eliminations, and there you have it. What a game. Holy moly.
Dunk, once is like an occurrence, twice is a coincidence. 3 times we've had 3 teams now in all 3 games that we've played so far win the entire round with Aurora Burst. I think it is safe to say that there is one soldier that matters the most in trios, and it is that one. However, no one can take away the fact that OUG's XX walks away with as many kills as they did. Surely there's a little bit of bitterness that they weren't able to be that last team standing, but my goodness, the amount of kills that they picked up, I'm pretty sure they passed the 40-point mark. I'm pretty sure they hit 40 points exactly in the tail end of game number 3. It was also really unfortunate to poor Hexa Sachiko because there was, like you said, one tree. There was one tree that he could scare a shot of to try and put himself out of notice of absolutely everybody, and everything else was just flat ground. And that would have been so strong for JL, who did have that monk who could potentially have gone for those double grabs because there was so little maneuverment to actually get away and break line of sight. There was very little coverage for anyone to be able to hide from the monk hands. Unfortunately for JL, they knew that Bowder had an Aurora Burst in the back pocket because Bowder had been flashing that one on repeat since we actually started to see all of those players counted towards Ballista. And so when you saw the monk actually go for that transformation and jump onto a team, it was Bowder that he jumped on, but he knew that he couldn't stick around because if he didn't immediately reposition, Aurora Burst would be coming through, he would get silenced and he would be able to do absolutely nothing except watch as his health bar just tanked. So all JL were really able to do with those ultimates was zone all of the teams away from them. And unfortunately, in that space where there are all of those teams clustered together, when you throw up a big enough target, everyone turns and looks at you. And that's exactly what happened. The repeating crossbows came out, the flamers came out, the ultimates came out, and JL were just caught in the crossfire.
Yeah. But holy moly, what a game from OUG. Insane. Actually, the number of kills they had at such an early point in the game is absurd. You know, that being able to find all of these fights to even get those kills is a feat in and of itself. You know, like, sometimes you're running around Holleroth, you're like, where is everyone? But this team, nah, they know exactly where they're going. They've got the hunting paths on lock and the loot paths, and they're able to just run through the map, just server admin everybody in the lobby. And what a game from them. What a game. It's mind-boggling, really, how many kills they managed to get. Unfortunately, they didn't get that first place placement. It is what it is, you know, it happens. You know, they weren't able to lock it down at the very end. But nonetheless, coming away with that many kills is still a lot of points.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, coming into today, there was one team that really I had my eye on from everyone that had entered the qualifiers, and it was OUG's XX. There were days where they walked away with 3 MVPs, and that's like accomplishments that we expect our MBPL teams to do. That's something that we're always excited when we see our MBPL players get to do, because that isn't something that really happens all of that often, especially for a team that's coming in and hasn't had all of the experience that some of these MVPL teams have had, getting to know and really learn all of those loop rotations. So it's not just the players that you have to applaud, it's also the staff behind the scenes as well, because you see those coaches, you see the managers every single time they sort of do the pans before we go into game. Some of them have binders that are like this thick, and it's just filled to the brim of how every single team just likes to operate the drop locations, the hunting rotations, every single potential scenario from A to B all the way through to Z to make sure that their team can be as best prepared as possible. And you really can see that OUG's XX is one of those teams that is just as, if not more, prepared.
Indeed. Being the amount of preparation that these teams have put in to play at this level is insane. You know, the like all the labbing, being able to be just be prepared for any situation. You know, Naraka is the kind of game that there's so many variables. You know, people try and boil it down to rock, paper, scissors, but that's just not the case. The amount of possible situations that can arise in a game, not only in solos, but in trios, where you have so many more variables to account for, is insanity. You know, having the procedures in place to know, okay, if this happens, this needs to happen. You know, like this is the plan if this happens. You know, like if one of our members goes down, this guy, you need to run. You need to run, or you need to be the sacrificial lamb to die for the rest of the team so that they can survive. So many different things are prepared in advance, and I don't think a lot of people really realize or recognize how much it really goes into it. But taking a look here, OUG looking at very fresh, very happy with themselves. 23 eliminations. 23. Just let that sink in for a second. You know, that's a lot. That's a lot. And most of them were before second Yang, as you said, or during the game. Like, how many kills was it? I think it was 14 or 15 kills before the second Yang even happened.
17. 17. Because the second Yang was against JL and they got 20. They got 20 kills after the second Yang. No. Like I said, OUG XX are a team to watch for a reason. I'm a little bit biased because, like I said, Battle Rumi Rico is one of my favorite players this Koi Cup to get to watch. And you saw that, yes, he did 35,000 healing. He also had 7 kills to his name.
Yep.
He was keeping pace in terms of damage and eliminations, as were all of the rest of his team. Let's see how that's affected the scoreboard, because crucially, GG, who were having a really good day, didn't do that well in game number 3, and as a result, they are now 3rd in the standings. Bauda, off of the 22 game score that they're able to pick up, helped along by the fact that they were the last team standing in game number 3, now head into 42.4 in OUG's XX. What could have been if they got that kill multiplier dunk? That would have been crazy. Yeah. They're able to post up a 25 game score and walk away with a nice and even scoreline of a current 40. So a lot of these teams very much within the scope of hitting that match point eligibility and potentially ending the day early. And as we've talked about, if you have watched MVPL before, you will be familiar with how we play the MVP eligibility system. If you're not and you're new, you have to get to that 48 cap, and then a game after that, any game after that, you get MVP when you're MVP eligible, and you just win the day no matter where you are in terms of those standings. As we can have a look and see just how OUG's XX were able to get as many kills as they did, because this may be a highlight reel, but we all know it's pretty much just going to be filled by one team. JLA now coming on through here with the Yushin ultimate, making sure to keep this fight going as long as it did, as poor JDG's ZDI is just punted into that tumult with OUG's XX now finishing up the scraps of JLA before heading into this realm of Yang, finding parry after parry into the slap from JuneX to keep the conveyor belt of stagger going. Here's the ballista coming on through. Bauda showcasing the Aurora burst, jumping off of the platform into the cannon. As we can see, Yiran running that lost control zone with that Zai V2 overlapping into the Aurora burst, so that absolutely every bit of space is just under full control of his team.
Indeed. The ballista, the downfall of Hex, I have to say, Hex, we're in a pretty good spot before Squeaky got taken down by that ballista. Such a shame to see. The fact that it was the Wu Chen that dies is insane. But regardless, we are going to be taking a look here at the MVP. Juna X going to be coming away with that MVP. 9 eliminations, 13 assists.
3,000 damage unarmed.
3,000 damage with the slurps.
2,951 with sheer slap power. Oh.
Yeah.
What a combo. What a combo. I feel like he got MVP just for that statistic alone, but he definitely earned it. He did 35,000 damage on Takeda, which is no small feat at all when you're up against the meta where so many heroes have such insane amounts of burst damage that you can very quickly just go from 100 to 0 in the absolute blink of an eye. But my goodness, it feels like the absolute blink of an eye since the days began, and already we have 3 teams all getting closer and closer to that match point eligibility. That being said, it's going to be a little bit longer than a blink as we wait until we head into the second half of the day. We'll be back in a little bit. We'll see you all after the break.
They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Face for mortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail.
石头剪刀布。
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us, we're about to be going into our fourth game of the day. I'm Dunkin' Donuts and I am joined by the lovely Moxie. We are very excited to have you all here with us today as things are starting to heat up going into the, well, not necessarily second half because it could go to 8 games, but we're going into our fourth one. And it's gonna be oogly. But for the moment, you know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. It is Twitch drop time. Make sure to get your account, your Naraka account, linked to your Twitch account so that you can get involved and get your hands on some of these goodies, as it might be your only chance. So get in there, get it done. If you're not sure if it's linked, go into the top right, click on your icon, and a drop-down menu will appear. You can go to Drops and Rewards to check on your progress and to check if you are eligible for said drops. But back to Naraka. What are we going to be seeing in our game number 4, Moxie? I mean, in terms of team composition, we still haven't seen too much variation, nothing straying too far from the norm, except perhaps the Takeda Monk Karumi composition. But other than that, it's been much of the same that we've seen in the past. What do you think we're going to be seeing?
GG run back the Valda composition. They did play it twice the last time that we saw them do it, so they could potentially run it again. The downside is, like you said, whenever GG run the Valda, everyone knows that it's GG. It's very easy to go like, okay, that's the GG team. We know that we're going to be playing them. We could potentially see a lot more of the aero mech. We also have to remember that there's going to be hero points coming back into play now, so it's not going to be a case of the first group picks Karumi and nobody else can pick her. So I think that's going to really heavily influence the compositions that both the groups in phase 2 and phase 3 decide to go for, because it sort of felt like in the first 3 games, if you wanted to play a Siphon composition or you wanted to lean towards the Takeda-san Siphon, if you weren't in the first group, you had to settle for the Z-Ping. And as we've talked about, settling for the Z-Ping is just nowhere near as viable as it has been in the past. Karumi is the most picked hero currently in Koi Cup for a reason. Speaking, by the way, before the break about all of the preparation that coaches do with all of the binders, there you go. There is immediate proof. That is Bowder with their coach and their binder going through all of their scenarios from A to Z about what they want to do, who they want to drop on, who they want to take that first fight against, what composition they want to try and go for as well, because you have to remember too, with the new system, with the MVP system, you have to MVP around if you want to end the day early. So you have to think really hard about which composition you want to use for your potential MVP round.
Absolutely. Like, I mean, I talked about it earlier. We talk about it time and time again. The amount of preparation that goes into these games, into these teams. You know, the the prep for every possible situation, all the different compositions, all the different win conditions, etc., etc. So it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and we're going to be seeing some of that work and the results of said work going into our fourth game, the character selection. As you can see, the first round selection is going to be Daemon, MVP, HD, XMF. Second round, JLA, Hex, KLA, JDG, and then last will be JL, GG, OUG, and Bowder. So we've got quite a few of the heavy hitters in the last round selection. You give them a little bit of a prevent them from having the best advantage going into this fourth game. They're gonna have the scraps. They're gonna have to choose from the last remaining things that if they want to conserve as many hero points as possible. So let's see what these teams are choosing to pick up in this game. We are again going to be going back over to Padoria, I believe. So perhaps there's certain team compositions that perform best on Padoria. We haven't had it long enough to really say for sure. You know, in the past we've definitely seen prevalence in Tumulk compositions on Holoroth, for example. Holoroth used to be the Tumulk map, but for Padoria, nothing. We haven't made any decisions just yet. No consensus has necessarily been reached. But taking a look here, we've got the zipping.
They're not splashing extra for the Karuni.
Interesting.
That is very interesting. Okay, JDG will, but sort of looking at the teams in the last phase. Those are all of the teams that are just on the edge of hitting that 48 MVP eligibility. So I think if you're smart, what you do is you take a Tessa, a Viper, and a Wu Chen, and you drop Arcadia, and you third party to get the kills necessary to hit that 48 point cap. You don't have to make it all the way to the end game. You're not playing for the kill multiplier, and that's exactly what JL and OUGXX are doing. There's the run back of the Valda composition that we expected to see coming on through from GG. We'll get to see what exactly Bowder are planning. They were having a very in-depth discussion with their coach when we saw the player pan, and it does look indeed like it's going to be the Viper, Tessa, Wu Chen. All four of these teams, well, three with the exception of GG, are going to be looking to just third party and get the kills necessary to hit that match point eligibility, because it doesn't matter if you pass the 48 points and get MVP that round. It has to be a game afterwards. So it makes sense to use a composition that you're likely not going to MVP with, but will be able to pick up a lot of kills by third partying in the early to mid stages of the game, and then save your resources and your hero points for compositions that have much more value the longer that the game actually goes. Things like the Siphon, things like the Sand Siphon.
Indeed. But quite a lot of Wu Chen being picked up, regardless of the nerf. You know, some people were saying that Wu Chen is dead. He's not going to be playable. But hey, here we are, and he's still getting picked by quite a few teams time and time again. And I think it just comes down to the fact that his ultimate, like the utility behind it, it's kind of like Monk. You know, how Tianhai, for example, just fulfills a certain role within a team that, regardless of how strong it really is always going to be useful in this kind of environment. But we're going to be jumping in very soon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very excited to see. Also, another thing to know, I think Wu Chen is definitely a strong pick when it comes to this map, for example. Like, although you could say that because now you can see where they teleport to, it's not as good. The fact that you can use the teleport at all is still really useful, because if you're stuck out in open areas, in the previous Padoria game where we saw, it's somewhat similar to Holoroth in that if you get caught in open spaces, you kind of need that get out of jail free card. You know, you need the teleport to disengage. Otherwise, it's going to be a real struggle to actually power through and try and force your way out of certain situations, like third party, fourth party, fifth party situations, as we saw in Imperium in game number 2, where Hex got collapsed on when they were taking a fight by, it seemed like every single team in the lobby was there. It was just insane. So having that Wu Chen is going to be really, really handy. But we're seeing a lot of Zai compositions as well here. And I think the fact that Matari received those changes, it's just... Some people were worried that it might reduce the power of this composition, but as we all know, having experienced that is Matari in game recently, you know that this comp is all that much better off for it.
Yeah, I think like the fact that Zai just gets as many F4 resets as she does is a huge boon to her, as we can have a look at Bowder going head-to-head with JDG. As we said, this is one of those teams who just pick a team to land on and immediately find that kill. And it looks like JDG are the chosen victims of choice. Makes sense that both of the MVPL players and teams would try to play against each other, as we get the first Tessa ultimate coming on through that V1 Teva, managing to connect onto these players. Yiran with the slaps, just keeping up the pressure. Tessa F1 now invested. Tutek trying to glide away as ZDI tries to cover for his teammates. With that longsword sending out the charge verticals, Tutek will be able to find the kill with those blue nunchucks. Unfortunately gets parried by Bowder's Jing with that hang sword. Tutek, however, gets the horizontal confirmation and manages to connect onto Bowder's Jing, winning the fight and securing the area for his team. As we're having a fight in Imperium!
We are indeed. It's gonna get spicy. Those of you who played on Padoria, you know what happens if there's a fight that goes down in this area. The red longsword can come into play. We're gonna have to see, will a team finally be able to get their hands on this extreme longsword? Kills are being doled out left and right. Zhao trying his best to stay on his feet here. Huge Dragon Slayer coming through, the Viper ultimate as well. The V3 allowing for the follow-up from that Viper. Daemon trying their best to stay alive, but unfortunately Kuzo cannot manage it. Oh, a huge parry coming out from Junks. Holy moly, what a beautiful parry. The 180 jump just obliterating him. Has the portal appeared yet? Ladies and gentlemen.
I think OUG are up to 3. No, OUG are up to 4.
4. They need, I think it's 2 more kills.
2 more.
2 more kills and they've got it.
And they'll be the only ones that can enter the portal as well to get that longsword. Xiao just climbs up to obscure, but the third party comes on through. The Moonbane is going to be dropped by XMF. Xiao unfortunately gets caught out by a third party, and Tessa just manages to dip away before that Bane's Breath hits. Unfortunately, he does lose June. Rico also going incredibly low, as it's going to be XJ Gang getting caught out by another Viper ultimate. Manages to find the Takeda grab, gets a huge parry before the V1 enchantment from that Tessa can come through. Everyone from XMF will be able to survive except the Kurumi, who in her last dying breath was able to set up that V2. Triple phase on the side of XMF, connects onto JL, takes down TXJ. XJ Gang gets sent packing, but it is his own Bane's Breath, so the AoE is not there. He will be able to send JL out with the Wu Chen teleport, and they will be able to find the revive. This is crucial. OUG was so close to getting the portal, but XMF and JL coming for the third party have unfortunately stopped them just before they could summon it, and as a result, no one is able to summon the red longsword.
Not yet, at least. We'll have to wait and see, but we're taking a look at a scrap between JLA and GG. CJS coming out of that Yueshan ultimate, extremely low HP. LXM also in a similar situation, stuck on the buttery rocks, not able to disengage, unfortunately. 330 managing to do quite a bit with this Ferrier ultimate, locking down JLA's Zai. The Zai going down, now a 2v2 situation. CJS, low shield, low HP as well, but a beautiful parry coming out into the follow-up from the F3. No ultimate for you, good sir. And GG showing just how versed they are in these kind of fights, doing a really good job. LXM, the call was made for him to resurrect himself, and there it is. GG are going to be coming out on top in this fight, picking up 3 eliminations very early on.
With Firefly Cage as well.
Yes, indeed.
So that's going to be a free ultimate for this team. They chose such an ideal location to drop onto, as we can see that KLA, JL are going head to head. That's going to be an early Wuchen teleport being utilized. KLA immediately now trying to track down where JL have run. All of these teams still trying to get the kills necessary to summon that portal, wanting the extreme longsword, wanting to be able to get that weapon buff. As 17S tries to take this 1v1 against TXJ, comes in with that fan, goes for the hold check. And as a result, TXJ is able to skirmish his way further and gets a huge jump parry onto 17S, who does manage to have all of the health just come right back to him with both the Z-Ping F and that Matari ultimate coming into play from CXZ. And KLA will be able to outlive JL. HD also in the area. The question is, KLA on 6 kills, how many of those were in front of the statues?
Do they get it?
The answer is not enough, because those drums outside have not lit up.
I'm not sure, but I mean, the thing is, there's still time. There is still time for it to happen, but we'll have to wait. We'll just patiently wait for this to happen. We'll see. But in the meantime, we have Daeman up against JDG, or at least they're very close to each other. And it looks as though JDG has just wants nothing to do with them. Heading on over to MVP and Hex, scrapping it out. The bounty is onto one of these players. Hong sending out the charged RMB focus with the pulse order. Hex in that Matari ultimate, the F3 from the Zai coming through. Sachiko with a beautiful parry. Hong does have one Furin Blast left to go. There it is. The Wisp is going to come through onto Sachiko, but the peel coming in from Taki with that Zai ultimate is going to be enough to save him. Shinyun does go down, and now Hong is in a 1 versus 3 and is absolutely cooked. There you have it, Hex. Oh! Okay, all right, okay. He went to full HP and then went back down to 0 in the space of a second. Hex able to pick up 3 eliminations, taking them up to 4. A solid start for them. Definitely considering that there was a bounty as well. So they are going to be able to get a little bit of money, cash in, and potentially get themselves some nice loot from the Darktide shop. It looks as though Yeran is not in the best of spots here, though. In a 1 versus 2, he does have a teammate close by, but it looks as though Yeran has just been told to try and do as much as he can on his own.
Yeah, that one down already.
Yeah, they don't
I think
lose.
those 2 players had just made a pact to hide out in Ascended Pool and hope that no one ran near them. It is towards the outer edges of the map, and unfortunately that is one of those locations that everyone likes to just patrol around, as it is not gonna be. JL potentially running into Hex, as we have a Realm of Yang spawning on up over by the Mercury River and Cinderfell. GG going to also be rotating south side if they want to take the Realm of Yang themselves. The question is, yeah, no one's around Imperium. Which is very interesting, given the fact that there is a Realm of Yang right outside Imperium, but no one wants to go for it on the risk that it feeds kills to the players. As Demand coming on in with the Siphon composition. Matari ultimate giving the reset, as well as that Zai V2 just kicking through the Phytex, doing so much. Kayla's QGG just getting put in an absolute blender right now in all of the stagger that the Zai is able to set up. They had indeed got the Red Jade. This is a fight going on through, but unfortunately it's gonna pop early. And you can only have it pop once, as that might be enough to swing the tide back into their favor. The Zai ultimate has run out. Damon's Jason does indeed go down. It is now just Kuzo. Massive parry comes on through, and KLA with the Vulpine Essence able to get the necessary Soul Jade, that Mortal Defiance upgrade, and live through the encounter. If X and JL now going head-to-head, Siphon composition versus Viper variation. Wuchen teleport going to be called into play. Forbidden Seal activated as well, so that JL chase Hex away from the encounter a little bit longer, is inside a Realm of Yang. JDG and GG face off.
Indeed, in the Realm of Yang, the Valda pick for LXM. Let's see it, ladies and gents. LXM getting grappled in on the fist blades. but the Pulse Sword, Stone Form, able to keep him on the move, only losing a little bit of that shield, losing a little bit more to ZDI's staff there. The staff LMB's wait, it's a little bit dangerous, and there it is. The pillar does come down. ZDI getting taken down extremely low. The Farrier mech in response as well. Not going to really allow for much of a reset for ZDI, I don't think, unless he positions himself perfectly behind this pillar. Yes, there it is. He does manage to get one heal off. He's not in immediate danger anymore. Kiki taking a little bit of damage in that Yueshan ultimate, trying to buy a little bit of space for the team 330, using those turret shots to very good effect, doing quite a lot of damage. ZDI still hasn't managed to find a full reset yet. Unfortunately, LXM managed to save his ultimate. The parry comes through, but actually gets saved by the Hardy there. And then the cube does get utilized. Kiki extremely low. The Assault Smolder is going to do lots of work there. Now it's just a 3 versus 1. GG hasn't even committed the Valda ultimate just yet. They're still... they didn't even really need it up until this point, and now they're just doing it for the sake of it.
I mean, it's 10 seconds left. I think they might need it to get the confirmation on the Hardy.
Perhaps. You might
if there
be right
is
about
one player that you do not want running around the Realm of Yang 1 versus 3, it is Hardy. He does have combo break. He can just put himself out of your reach. As LXM, like you said, didn't need to utilize the Velda V2 until that exact moment. GG, XMF, and HD all going to be able to come out on top as JL and Hex going head-to-head immediately. TXJ putting so much damage into Squeaky. Also losing a huge chunk of his health as well. Throws out that F2. Looking to find the connection using that pulse sword, zoning everybody away. JL's VVV in the meantime sets up the Nezhas. And as a result, TXJ is looking to hound down Sachiko. Tessa F1 now has been utilized.
No
TXJ
way.
sets it up. Into the Dragon Slayers, into the Nezhas. The teamwork from JL coordinated like clockwork onto the members of Hex, who unfortunately have absolutely no answer to it. As yet again, TXJ with the drive-by F2 tries to find the silence onto these four players. That stagger, that horizontal swing of Pulse Sword into stagger lineup for Dragon Slayer's Nezhas was absolutely brutal, and absolutely everything that is so good about JL. When they lost those players from TE, it was a package deal for a reason. Their synergy is unparalleled.
Hey, JL being just being the team that they are, such an unbelievably strong team. Hex, unfortunately, not able to come out on top there. The zipping getting pulled away, and then the Viper just consolidating onto them, and then just unfortunately not really able to do anything about it, as the rest of the team was being held up by the remaining members of JL. Still, nonetheless, a good effort coming out from Hex. They still managed to get 4 eliminations for themselves. It is not over just yet. However, this game will likely be a big game for the teams sitting atop the leaderboard, considering that they are that close to match point threshold. Although we definitely will be going to game number 5, as none of these teams got to that match point threshold before this game started. However, we'll have to wait and see. The game is still yet to finish. ZDI doing as much as he can with this staff. LXM eating a lot of chip damage through that stone form. But JDG need to get these soul blooms. GG looking not so good here. CJS does have ultimate available, but I think the play here is for them to die with their buff, try and do as much as they can, and then potentially come back having rebirthed close by. Considering that they are at the edge of where the zone is going to be, they might be able to take a fight at the edge of the zone as this team rotates in. But speaking of the zone, we've got OUG and JLA scrapping it out here in the storm. OUG forced to use that Wu Chen teleport to disengage, to resurrect Jun. Looks as though we're going to be going our separate ways, at least for the moment, as JLA are now fighting HD in the storm.
Skygaze Cove. Pretty name, very pretty place, very deadly places. Everybody is going to be running. I love it so much. That lava just absolutely juggling someone into it is so satisfying. As OUG are on the prowl, they are so close, like you said. This one kill is going to cement them hitting that 48 match point eligibility. The question is, can they get it? Lagua was making it so hard for them, trying to break the ankles and heading into Imperium, but does he manage to make it out? He's gone inside the building. OUG's Zhao is going to try and cut him off at the pass. But Bauda are also in the area and they want to grab the kill too. OUG's XX cannot tunnel vision on one player. They cannot lose sight of their surroundings because how easily it is for all of these teams in the area to break the ankles. And as a result, they have to give it up. It was within their sights. I mean, surely it's one kill necessary. It's going to be a little bit harder for the likes of Bauda. They're currently 5 points away, but KLA and XMF are going to be going head-to-head inside that realm of Yang. Xiphon composition incredibly strong inside this one. First F3 comes on through, looking to separate and zone. Now the V2 comes into play since you've been able to do just that. Third F3 now hits into play as well. And we're going to see so much damage. However, it is the Z-Ping variation versus the Karumi Sand Siphon. And as a result, all of the fire tick from this Eye Ultimate has just been continuously cleansed. They can't get any damage for that Karumi F3 Tether that just gives so much damage reduction. And QGG is about to be out of ultimate. The Sand Siphon may well win against the Xiphon composition if KLA aren't careful. OUG's XX goes down on the outer side, but at the moment inside this realm of Yang, KLA are outside of their burst window. QGG, without any choice, has to go for the slap, buys enough stagger timing to come in with another F3 to set up those dual halberds and the charged RMB. And we will be able to see a couple of kills come through, surely off of the back of that one. QGG able to find the hit necessary. 17S getting the sustain with the Z-Ping F ability. The Scale Rush now coming on through. It's just clean up now for KLA, but it came incredibly close as Xiphon incredibly strong in terms of burst uptime, but very, very weak in terms of neutral once all of the ultimates have been removed.
Yes, indeed. They're bound to be very happy with that one, able to scale up even more. And it looks as though they're going for the Draco Storm. Very, very aggressive pickup.
Very
I have to say, yes, very oogly indeed. You hardly ever see teams opt to go for the Draco Storm after having fought in Yang. However, if a team doesn't fight in Yang and goes uncontested, then you do see the Draco Storm. And that's because the Draco Storm is an extremely powerful buff. However, it doesn't give you your ultimate charge back, as the other buffs do. So White Tiger's Prowess, Mystic Might, Vermilion Bird's Might, they all fully regen your ultimate. However, Draco Storm does not. So it's rare to see where a team that wins a Realm of Yang take that buff. But yeah, you said OUG is taken down in the Realm of Yang as Yang depletion. Interestingly enough, I'm not sure who them. Wait, did they go against
JDG? They went against JDG. I thought it was Idlewood, but no. Because when KLA were going head-to-head, I saw it in the kill feed come through, and I was like, huh, interesting. But no, they lost. And remember as well, like now, it was a couple of patches ago, Soul Blooms got changed. They have timeouts on them, 2-minute timeouts, which means that going into these Realm of Yangs is a lot riskier. And for OUG's XX, they have 3 minutes to find one player to kill, not to cleanse themselves, but just to get that one kill necessary to get over the 47.5 game score that they currently have and hit MVP eligibility. If they don't get a kill in the next 3 minutes, they have to go at least another game before they can get MVP, and that's why they're opening this cove. They are trying to send a signal flare out to everybody on this map. Hey, there's player presence here. Come fight us, please. We're begging you.
And it looks as though JL are going to be answering the call as well, as they are rotating right on over to them. But for the moment, we're going to be taking a look at Bauda up against JDG. Two-Tick with that golden fan and golden armor going to be doing a lot of damage. And speaking of damage, Yeran eats a chunk of it, losing all of his health. And oh my lord! All of his armor and then all of his health almost instantaneously. Bauda just had no chance. Although I will say, I think that was a bit of a blunder coming from Bowder to have their Wu Chen positioned in such a way where Wu Chen is typically the one that you want to die the least. You don't want this guy going down, otherwise you don't get to use that teleport if you need it. And it looks as though it's kind of cooked for Bowder. Definitely a blunder on their part. However, Yeran might be picked up here by Jing.
Gotta hide though. They can't notice him. At least there is another fight going on. JDG has been spotted. The really rough thing is that everyone is fighting here, and I don't think anyone's fighting OUG's XX. Actually, they are, but they're killing them. Jun X goes down. Reefin's able to pick that one up. And that is a kill that is going to stick. They have their Viper, not the Viper, they have their Wu Chen and they have their Tessa alive, but they both have Yang depletion, and they both haven't been able to find a kill. Bowder are eliminated with 44.9. So close to match point eligibility.
So close.
JDG are 1 point away. OUG's XX are half a point away, but they only have a minute and 20 seconds. And they don't have any ultimates. They need to hold someone in the
zone, I think. They need to try and play for the zone.
Yeah, but HD, I don't think are gonna fight them. It's the really rough thing because they're worried about getting third-partied. HD have 6 kills. They want to convert that into having as much an impact as possible. JDG, on the meantime, might get taken out when they're 1 point away from match point eligibility. VVV takes down 2-Tick, and now it's just the Yushan who's left trying to live, and we don't know where he is. OUG's XX and Rico has been back. Huge match. Can he take him down? He gets the kill! He gets the kill! He does what's necessary! OUG's XX, 48.5 points! Rico can die happy. He has done his duty. He has taken one down with him. And OUG's XX will be MVP eligible in the next game. The question is, will JDG join them, or will that Yushan get spotted out? JL also having 3 of their players alive, 3 points away from getting to that match point eligibility, locking down all of these players. VVV looking to try and come through, uses that Tessa V1, catching onto everybody, locking them down, and allowing the Wu Chen teleport so they can escape the encompassment of that Tumult ultimate, as now they turn their attention onto KLA.
Indeed, teleporting right on into them, although this might be pretty bad for them, as they don't have their ultimates. The Viper ultimate isn't on like 65-70%, but in the face of KLA, who have all 3 ultimates ready to go, they definitely don't want to be taking this fight. If KLA knew that that team didn't have ultimates, they would have gone extremely aggressive on them. But fortunately, they had no way of knowing that, at least for the side of JL. XMF here, managing to resurrect one of their teammates. Jian Dong does get up from the soul realm, from the spirit realm, has been resurrected. Thankfully for them, it looks as though HD's remaining member did manage to make it out alive as well, but only 1 man strong is going to be a difficult task to stay alive, as we've seen time and time again this series, where the solo players have had a rough time and not really been able to survive all that long in going into that end game. However, GG looking very happy with themselves right now. They're scaled up. They've only got 6 eliminations, but still, they've been doing a good job today, and they're going to be playing for that end game. But speaking of HD, Simpson, the last remaining member, no armor to his name on that Matari. Fortunately, he is playing Matari, so he does have that mobility at his disposal. However, the zone is pushing in, and it is Storm 4. I don't think he can stay in that zone for very long without getting taken down. It looks as though he's managed to find a moment to heal. XMF have taken it upon themselves to engage onto JLA. Now 3 players with blue armor. Definitely a vulnerable team here in the face of all of these scaled compositions in the vicinity. Simpson, though, has had... he's had a rough one about it. it's pretty rough for him there.
That's so unfortunate, because that was the one kill that potentially JDG's last player could have taken. Because the Yushan is still alive. You can just see him. There he is. He's crouching.
Yeah.
But he's only got blue fist blades. He is not in a good position to be able to try and snipe some of these kills away. Does have a pistol, has to play inside this purple invisibility bush, which means taking his chances against the Bane's ref as well, in the hopes that no one is going to be looking at him and that he can potentially steal away one of these kills, because all he needs, he's in the exact same situation as OUG's XX was. He just needs one kill. Will Bane's Breath spare him the AoEs? He's got purple armor. He has at least survivability, and no one currently thinks that anyone is there because of the Bane's Breath going off at this moment. KLA, JLA, and XMF have all cordoned off that location in their minds. They think that no one is there as VVV takes the downtime, activates the tuner. That will probably be passed around the campfire to make sure that everyone from JL has that buff continuing to tick through for them, as GG could potentially run into JDG. KLA looking to try and zone away the Volda team. Absolutely stacked in terms of soul jades and ultimates. Merciless Havoc. The first time that we're getting to see that one. And Aurora Burst as well. This team is absolutely stacked. The question is, what's QGG hiding? Blistering Edge on that pole sword is going to be one thing. JDG, unfortunately, he's just having to stay inside the bush. He manages to make it past the zone. Did he get spotted? VVV just ran right past him. JL, no! JL heard the heal go through. And that is JDG's team knocked out, half a point away from match point eligibility. But that is the spark that has lit the fuse. And every single team is now scrapping it out because everyone wanted to grab that kill. No one wanting the fight to go on too long, however, as it would have shown mutual destruction for all involved. And as a result, it's back to squirreling a space and stacking a soul jade.
That is rough for JDG, being half a point away from match point threshold. That is heartbreaking for them, as now they're going to have to go into the next game, obviously do as well as they can, considering that OUG did manage to get to that threshold. They're going to have to try and do as best they can to deny the MVP away from OUG so that the series does not finish early. We're looking at KLA right now. They are stacked to the teeth. They are they're living their best life. They've got the Aurora Burst, Merciless Havoc,
the Spirit Well. No one's
and the
contesting
Spirit Well.
them.
I mean, no one can, I don't think, at this point. Looking at their team, you see a team with Merciless and Aurora Burst. It's a bit worrying.
Oh, that's a legendary longsword in the back pocket as well.
Is that a... What do you want to bet that that's Phoenix Blast?
Phoenix, yeah, 100%.
Well? Oh, JLA, oh my... I was about to say what a beautiful parry, but it's not going to really mean all that much. JL, big brothering their team again, their brother team, their sibling team. Hey, little bro, I'll take that loot, thank you very much. Unfortunately for JLA, they weren't all that stacked. They had blue armors, and in the
but
face...
that put JL onto MVP eligibility.
True, actually, yes, indeed. JL able to go on up to 10 eliminations, 48.5. And now it's going to be a matter of which team comes out on top in the following game to see if they can end the series sooner rather than later. CJS taking a lot of damage there, forced to use that Yueshan ultimate now. GG forced to use all of their cooldowns as LXM was taken down. Unfortunately, not able to use his ultimate either. Potentially he got silenced, or potentially just got completely locked down without his combo breaker and not able to utilize it to keep himself alive. But GG, they've done well with two players alive in the past. Let's see if they can do it.
XMF throwing out those legendary halberds, making sure to clear everyone outside of that Karumi ultimate. Gets the tether as well, as KLA are just killing every single person. GG losing another player. CGS is able to find a kill, taking GG's tally up to 7. Can they manage to find another before it's too late? As it is going to be potentially... No! Jiangdong takes CJS down, and GG will fall short. KLA, we said it would be explosive. 17 kills picked up for this team. When we saw the soldier stack that we had, we were like, yeah, okay, they're gonna take MVP. It's just a matter of how many players they take down with them. But Dunk, it was absolute heartbreak on Fedoria that entire round. 4 teams came within 2 kills of hitting match point eligibility, and KLA just managed to snuff out every single one of those hopes.
Indeed, KLA with the MVP in our 4th game of the day. What a game. It is a roller coaster of emotions. JL taking down Hex in a close fight outside with that 3-ban zone in play. All of these teams so unbelievably close, half a point away from match point threshold. It's just truly
Hero
a roller
of the
coaster.
moment, OUG's XX's Rico. I told you, I get to be so smug today. I said watch out for OUG's XX. I said watch out specifically for OUG XX's Rico. And he has come in clutch for his team. And actually, like, there's a silver lining for OUG XX that they're not the only team that passed that match point threshold. Because now it splits attention. It's not like the entire lobby is going to be after them, which is really important because everybody knows OUG's landing points, right? On Holoroth, it's always going to be Salvation Podium. On Padoria, it's always going to be Arcadia. And on Morris Isle, if they take after their sibling team, the MBPL team, they really like to land a lot of the time around Sunwing. So the fact that another team is able to get over that landmark, and that it's a team that's, you know, JL, a team that has 2 of the defending world championships, means that a lot of these players are probably going to pivot to looking at what they believe is the bigger threat. And for that, like, the experience speaks for itself. Titles speak for itself. They know that they can't allow JL to walk away for free because they will just log up the kills, but so too will OUG's XX. We really do have a huge brawl on our hands, and a lot of these teams that are half a point within match point eligibility. Forget about going for MVP this round. Focus on the task at hand. You can get MVP afterwards once you ensure that the game continues. You have to lock down OUG XX and JL. Otherwise, the day is done.
Yes, indeed. So we're going to have a lot of griefing coming in, or at least that is probably the objective of a lot of these teams, to do as best as they can and potentially just shut down these teams who are in that match point threshold. But the thing is, it's hard to do that sometimes. You know, like we're playing Immortal War, we're playing tournament where you don't know exactly, like, you don't know who's killing who in the kill feed. The only time that you can actually see who is who is when you either die to somebody or you take somebody down yourself, and then it pops up on your screen and shows you who it is. But other than that, there's no way to tell necessarily, unless you are just turbo astro brain and you know you can just smell it, you know. You're gonna have to be extremely big brain to know exactly who it is that you need to grief. But there you have it right there.
We have
three
KLA
teams.
Yeah, KLA with that with the kill multiplier must have been able to pick up the kills. They got 17 kills, plus they were the last team standing, which means that they got the kill multiplier. So they were actually able to pick up, I believe, over 20 in terms of game score, because they started off that round at like 50, which is absolutely insane to see coming through from them. Really good stuff from KLA, and now that means that not only do we have to think about OUG, XX, and JL, all of the teams in the lobby have to split their attention 3 ways instead. And I was gonna say, KLA is one of those teams that do the griefing. So the fact that they're now MVP eligible means that suddenly there's not a team looking at those other two. KLA are gonna be focusing purely on themselves, and there it is, 26.8 game score coming through from KLA, absolutely rocketing themselves into an MVP eligibility. XMF a little bit behind them, 15 kills picked up for them, JL 11. Crucially for OUG's XX, they did exactly what they had to do, no more, no less. Lock a composition, which allows you to pick up 8 kills, and crucially get that 8th one when you're 1 player down, as it is going to be CXZ, 17S, and QGG coming on through with the statistics. 18,713 damage done for the Matari, 13,621 healing. Standard fare for a Zping who doesn't have advanced or group heal. Coming through from 17S and QGG with that Zai and that massive burst window, the F3 and the V2 really adding up to dispatch 25,000 in total.
Indeed, but taking a look at the standings, the total leaderboard, we have MVP in 12th place. Unfortunately for them, they've not really been able to find too much success so far. Daman as well, not too far ahead. But taking a look at the top 6 right now, we have KLA, JL, and OUG all gonna be fighting their hearts out to secure that MVP to try and take home the bag. But none of these teams are going to want to let them do this. JDG, GG, and Bowder are all extremely close and are definitely going to be they're going to be looking to grief. They're going to be looking to grief, these players. But then again, so is everybody else in the bottom 6 as well. You know, it's just going to be a question of whether or not they can come online and just fully unleash it on the lobby and try their best to do as well as they can. You know, the teams in the lower bracket, in the lower 6, you know, there's a couple that if they were to get a really big game, there is a possibility. You know, like 7th, 8th, and 9th place, they're only like 20 points, maybe 20 to 30 points behind the teams in the top 6. And as we've seen so far this the slap is just distracting me.
we had the chicken skins for the nunchucks and the repeating crossbow, but I think the slap is by far my favorite.
Yeah, it is good jokes indeed, for sure. But yeah. But yeah, I mean, as we've seen, like, teams are able to secure this many points in a game. You know, like, they're able to get that many points. If it's possible, then it is theoretically possible for the teams in 7th, 8th, and 9th to get a game like that. It just comes down to if they're able to find that snowball potential, if they're able to get scaled up early on and take it into the end game and survive in those end game situations. So we shall see, but look at that. That is a huge Zai ultimate wave there, locking down all of these players, doing so much damage, fire damage. Oh, what a performance coming out from KLA. Here we are, the MVP of this game, CXZ on the Matari, F1 V1 there, with quite a bit of damage, most of it coming from that pole sword. 9 kills, a solid game for CXZ. I'm surprised though, most of the MVPs that we've seen, quite a few of them have been the Matari. And I think it just, I mean, well, we did have Aurora Burst as well, which was very impactful in that end game. So no surprises that he was the MVP of his team, as we've seen Aurora Burst just be one of the most impactful Soul Jades in the game. You know, like I've talked about it, Aurora Burst. I think that's that. I don't know words really. There's no words needed. You know, we've all been hit.
Some could say you got hit by a silence, huh? No, I think like another reason why the Matari is very deserving of the MVP is that the Xiphon composition is built on the foundation of Matari. Zai is incredibly strong, and as we've talked about, the fact that her ultimate goes as long as it does is incredibly strong to her. But the fact that you can utilize all of those resets of the F3 and just back to back to back, it utilizes for so many different things. You can use it to chase down low targets, you can use it to reposition yourself away from either ultimates or to give yourself more breathing room to be able to back off and find a heal. You can isolate more players in case of the fact of like trying to crowd them out of things like their Karumi ultimates, which we've seen a lot of Zayas do, hounding them out of that space and into space where there's more incoming damage. And that's why a lot of the time the teams that do incredibly well with those Mataris tend to be teams that have had synergy for a very long time, because their communication and coordination is just so insanely clean. So it's really exciting to get to see Matari come through. And I was really like worried when we knew that the Matari rework was coming. I was like, What happens if they change Matari and she doesn't do the skill reset because of the fact that teams sat on that strategy for as long as they did? And Matari had really lost her placement. She wasn't strong in solo, she wasn't strong in trios. No one was really picking her up until MVPL Season 1 of Spring this year. And there was really big concerns over whether or not a strategy that had been sat on for so long was ironically going to go out of the window because the developers just thought that Matari was in a really bad place and needed a full rework. But that is not the case. We still have Matari getting to push Siphon forward even more, and I for one am incredibly happy because I think the meta at the moment in trios is in a really good position. There's lots of different compositions that are viable for lots of different reasons.
Yeah, no, I do agree. I think the character meta for trios is probably in one of the better states that it's ever been. You know, I mean, if you've been here, if you're an OG, you were here back when it was literally only Transformers that we would see, you know, just lobbies full of them. And hey, I miss those days to some extent. You know, it was definitely fun to watch the Tian Hais just throw hands in the end game. But it's evolved, it's changed a lot, and I do like that for sure. Especially if you're a trios player, you're bound to be happy with it. I think solos is also it's not necessarily I wouldn't say it's in the best state it's ever been. However, it's definitely somewhat varied. There's quite a few picks, especially with the changes to the hero points and hero selection in solos now that we saw yesterday. A lot more variety is needed. You're required to play more characters now, which I think is definitely a good thing. But yeah, there are some. Matari is somewhat of a problem child, let's just say, in solos, along with Hardy and Liam, at least for a lot of. You know, they're definitely very dominant. Let's just say that. I am still quite surprised, though, that we haven't found a Liam trios composition, as he is just that powerful when it comes to solos. It's surprising that he's not used at all in trios. I was thinking about it before, what kind of composition could really work with him. It's hard to really say without...
But what would you sacrifice? Because would you sacrifice Aeromech, or would you sacrifice Siphon, or would you sacrifice Sand Siphon, or would you sacrifice the third-party potential with Viper Variety? Because like all of the different compositions that we have in meta, as we said, they're viable for different reasons and they have different win conditions. What would Liam bring that those compositions don't already do? Would he be able to improve anything? Because he doesn't really have the insane burst level damage that you have, nor the space control. Because his ultimate is very much, if you don't go for the orb grab and you go for the teleport behind players, some could argue that's just Matari, but without the skill resets for the other players. If you don't go for the Zai, then you don't get that full duration of burst coming through, which can cover an entire realm of Yang. You would get very good burst against one or two players, but the third-party potential and the punishment therein would just be so incredibly strong, because once his cooldowns are burnt out, he's just so vulnerable.
Yeah, you are right about that one. I just had a thought that it potentially could function as a Tessa replacement, considering that he can cancel his ultimate. So Liam is one of those characters that once he uses his ultimate, he can cancel it and maintain some of the rage as long as he doesn't use all of the charges. So he could function as a Tessa replacement, especially considering that Tessa did get nerfed. However, considering that Tessa can use her ultimate without 100%, I think that's probably one of the reasons why some of these teams are still hesitant to even try him in that slot. Although he would function in a very similar way. You know, when you throw out the auric sword, as it's called, the ult charge, you do silence the person that you hit. However, it's only for a moment. Once you follow it up, they are then immediately not silenced. And if you don't chain it properly, you're not going to be able to fully capitalize on the stagger. Whereas with Tessa, you throw it out, you stagger once, and then after a few seconds, you get that charm that comes in if they're not able to claim their soul back. So we'll see. You know, there's definitely something to be cooked up there. I feel like perhaps a Liam Viper something. You know, I don't think that
so just bookend silences. That is mean. That is mean. Maybe with the Wu-Chen rework. Maybe with the Wu-Chen rework, where they give his ultimate a little bit of carryover from the showdown variant of Wu Chen, which, oh boy, if you didn't know about that
Yeah,
one,
I
take
saw
a look
that
at the Naraka socials, because, oh boy, if you think that Wu Chen got a little bit nerfed in the latest patch, do not despair. If you're a Wu Chen main, I promise you, better days are coming, and they are so close. I cannot wait, and I feel like anyone who can set up just chain stagger would be insanely strong with reworked Wu Chen. So
Baku
if you want to play a more
comeback
aggressive Wu Chen composition, yeah, Liam, Viper, and Wu Chen could very well be what we see lighting up our screens in a couple of weeks.
We shall see. Perhaps the Wu Chen rework is enough to bring back a certain OG Wu Chen enjoyer, but we shall see. Regardless, we're going back into the action very shortly. Game number 5 is about to grace your screens, ladies and gentlemen. What are these teams going to be pulling out for this game? It's do or die. It's do or die right now. You know, 3 teams are currently in match point threshold. They have the ability to end it all after this game. But are these other teams are also in the lobby gonna let that happen? We will see. I'm definitely excited to see some of the teams in the lower end of the leaderboard just fully send it and come out with an MVP to deny it from the top 3. So we'll see. But first round selection, here we go. What do we got?
Everyone's making Karumi expensive. All across the board, everyone is just locking Karumi Sand Siphon. No surprises there. What is our 4th team going to go? Are they going to bend to what everyone else is locked, or are they going to go a separate path? We will see. There is some discussion, some debate going on.
Thinking about it.
What are you gonna lock, Xian, Hong, and LTZ? And it's the same. It's just the same. What's phase 2 gonna go with then? I feel like if you're phase 3, especially with how early the day could potentially end, it would be okay to go big now and go for a composition, even if it's gonna be more expensive. As long as you know that a lot of people are going to be playing something like the Sand Siphon, that gives you the ability to slip away unnoticed into the ranks of other Sand Siphon compositions. As it is going to be the Viper, Justina, and Wu Chen coming on through, as well as Aeromech, Transformers, not traditional Transformers, that's not a Yushan, that is a Mulch, and the Xiphon coming on through from GG, who are a couple of kills away from MVP eligibility. What is everyone going to lock in phase 3? There it is! They know that it's more expensive, which means that more people have picked it, which means that there is way less opportunity to get turned on by the entire lobby. If you are low, you just swap your weapon and fade into the distance and numbers of every other Sand Siphon composition coming through.
JL thinking twice though right now. What are they gonna pull out? Ooh,
Aeromech.
Aeromech it is. An extremely strong comp. Like the hardy changes for the cube, just insanely good. Insanely good. If you've fought against it or you've played as hardy in trios lately, it is so good, so versatile, able to just go up to the sky, throw down the cube, cancel your ultimate, and then all 3 of you have an extra combo breaker. If you already got one, you've got 2 combo breaks, and allows you to play around the other cooldowns that you have, and then you have hardy ult again as you're able to build up that rage throughout the fight and ult again. And if you're winning the fight, you don't need the hardy ult to put another cube down, cancel it again. You know, you're ready to rumble, get in there, just use it. You have another cube, continue playing neutral. You know, it's
Cube
insane.
Squared. I wonder as well
Indeed.
if maybe that decision was influenced by the fact that they saw how expensive Sand Siphon was and knew that there was less Siphon running around, which means less Matari to be able to keep a check on the Hardy. As we've talked about, Matari is a huge counter to the Hardy inside places like Realm of Yang with that ability to backstab. As so far nothing unusual coming through in terms of ability lineups. I just want to see the drop locations, because I think if your OUG's XX you can potentially land Salvation Podium, but that is going to be the expected drop lookout because that is where OUG has always dropped. And as a result, that's probably going to be where everyone just immediately mobilizes. They can't drop on it because it is grayed out, but they can get incredibly close to it. And that is going to be what almost every single team is trying to gather around. Every single team is looking to grief Salvation Podium. It's going to be a race to the Ballista. It's going to be a race to all of the loot around Plumed. GG and Bowder are going to face off against each other because that is where these two teams love to go head to head. Surprised GG aren't dropping a little bit closer to Waterfall this time, as JDG have the entirety of City of Tang all to themselves to loot up and then potentially third party on that fight if Salvation Podium is still seeing action.
Indeed, let's take a look. Hex immediately contested by OUG there, I think, and KLA on the opposing Ballista. Who's going to be coming out on top? Oh my god, there it is! Hex losing 2 members almost immediately. OUG narrowly avoiding the Ballista there. The last member manages to make it out. Junks, Rico, and the final third teammate able to live. Oh, but as I say that, Rico does get locked down by KLA. 2 kills to their name already. OUG managed to get 1. Hex did not lose all 3 members there. They did keep one of their teammates alive, and it's possible that they might be rezzing them on the podium as KLA has opted to chase down OUG here instead of
JDG.
And JDG, yeah, they're spawning over close to City of Tang. Might be the disruptive factor that
JDG just
prevents
turned on OUG.
Yeah.
They saw Jun. They saw that KLA were chasing something, and KLA backed off, and as a result, JDG had to collapse in on these 2 remaining players of OUG XX. We said that KLA were the team that liked to grief OUG in the regular MPPL season on Salvation Podium, and history has repeated itself. Only this time it's OUG's XX. Ballista is in play. That's Hex's Squeaky, who's currently manning that one. And as a result, KLA are forced to retreat and give up the aggression that they wanted to show. That was a whisker away from connecting onto QGG. Woo! You have to be a very brave Takeda to play that far and that close to the fire. As JDG, satisfied with the kills that they were able to get onto OUG's XX, have followed KLA back and could now potentially enter the fray, as JL also showing up to the party, getting a early kill onto Hex's Tacky, while underneath, everyone from KLA runs around those walls, figuring out the arrow locations. JDG putting themselves onto the Ballista. JLA dropping the Moonbane, like you said, trying to out their position from this space. And as a result, JDG are forced indeed to back. The question is, will JLA take the fight against the team that is actually underneath? Well, first of all, they need to actually look to the side to check whether or not the Thorny Roller is moving around, as KLA see the Moonbane, know that there's a fight going down, put their players onto the left side Ballista, and have QGG scout out to call whether or not it's safe to try the joust of CXZ versus Lao Guao.
The podium is definitely a point of interest, it seems. Just everybody rotating around. Some of these teams, though, doing a really good job with their rotations. Instead of landing on top of it, they land somewhere else at a different point of interest and loot up and then make their way over. Just as we've seen the Moonbane coming in, JLA, they landed somewhere else, got that money, got the Darktide coins, and then rotated over with the Moonbane to be able to try and shut down all the teams in the area. But it looks as though it may have backfired as they overstayed their welcome, and now JLA getting fully engaged on by KLA here. But the thing is, there's another third party, and there's another Moonbane coming in from XMF. XMF had the same idea. KLA looking to try and stay alive, stay on their feet. The Moonbane coming through. QGG getting locked up, unable to get out of there. OUG XX coming into the fray on the Ballista, having looted up and made their way back, trying it to come in and third party, but it's not going to be easy with this Moonbane in play and the Ballistas on the other side of the podium as well. What? it's just carnage. It's just
finally solve this puzzle.
yeah.
Please?
Can someone do it? Yeah.
All you have to do is just run around the walls. Nope, JDG back. Oh my goodness, no one is getting to leave Salvation Podium with this chest spawned. OG's XX Rico just trying to just find out the arrow directions. The Kurumi Tavern allowing everyone to recover
like
that position.
Hex is fighting.
Hex is indeed fighting MVP, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be sticking on this POV as, yep, JDG now turning on to OUG's XX. All of their ultimates available for the Zython composition. F3-1 comes on out from Tutik. Will he come for the second? No, just uses the Hang Sword and the V2 activation to knock everybody back. Huge! Nezhaz comes on through from OUG. What a absolute cleave onto every single player of JDG. They all stacks up one behind the other. It's like bowling, like Skittles. They fall an absolute strike. And off of the back of that, OUG's XX claim Salvation Podium, the legendary loot they're in, and 7 kills now attached to their name. A rank that they cannot MVP on, otherwise this day is done, and OUG's XX walk away with the absolute win. And not only that, they've been able to pick themselves up legendary tool blades off of the back of that chest. If they get Cavalry Bloom, this Takeda is going to be starting up that lawnmower so early.
Very true. One thing I was thinking about earlier and then forgot to follow up on was just the power that Jade like Cavalry Bloom can have. You know, we all know how good this Jade is, but the fact is that it is an epic rarity Soul Jade. Now, in an environment where it's more difficult to get your hands on legendary Soul Jades due to the changes to Immortal War's shop, it means that Jades like this become so impactful, and we saw it earlier. You know, June X with the Takeda and the Cavalry Bloom and Gold Dual Blades, he ended up with was it 35,000 damage on the Takeda pick in that game, in the previous Holoroth game. You know, it goes to show how powerful those kind of Soul Jades are. But we do have a scrap over here between Hex and JLA. All of the cooldowns have been used. Now the Takeda ult is being forced out. The Kurumi circles are down. The Tumulk ultimates as well. It's just going back and forth. Wait, okay. The parry comes through, but he turns his attention back on over to Sachiko. Sachiko forced up against the wall, unable to stay standing. Unfortunately, does get taken down. And Squeaky in a similar situation, but he gets a huge parry and manages to get a kill. The parry coming through. Can he get the 1v2 going? Unfortunately, he's just getting juggled by these jump LMBs. It's unable to move. The spear and the hang sword combined, just trapping every single one of those dodges, unable to disengage. Unfortunately for Hex, that is going to be 2 members fully eliminated, at least for the moment. Thankfully, the Tumulk 1 member still had that rebirth available and is going to be able to resurrect himself elsewhere and potentially get the rebirth chance to resurrect the rest of the team. Unfortunately for Dayman, during all of this action, it seems as though they have been fully eliminated from the lobby in this 5th game, having resurrected, used their rebirths already, taken down, unfortunately for them, not able to find their footing so far today. But we're going to be heading into the realm of Yang Balder up against JL. Who's taking this one, Moxie?
Aero mech coming through from JL. TXJ going aerial with the pistol, and that fan looking to try and find a drop down charged vertical before coming on through with that ultimate and setting up the triple charge state. Will he be able to lock a player down? He's found one isolation, just absolutely cleaving them away from the team, turning it into a 3 versus 2. The third play even goes down. The disruption on this Hardy has been so good. Yuan forced now to go for that transformation. Stomps to try and stagger the Farrier. JL's VVV keeping up the pressure, allowing his 2 teammates to get behind the pillar and line of sight break away from that grab. Yiran now looking to try and find anything else. The transformation's about to drop, has to jump into the fray as a result and do anything that he can to stagger. Tumult Ultimate comes into motion as well. And JL just continue to kite round and round until Bowder's power has entirely drained to absolutely nothing. One thing with the Yushin Ultimate, now putting the stagger onto Bowder's peak. The Kurumi Tether comes on through. Jing not able to do anything unless it breaks early, and as a result the attention gets turned onto that Kurumi. One thing, and everyone from JL absolutely blitzing Bowder's Jing down, who tries to use the Wisp and throw and stagger anything that he can. One thing, not getting any of the parries onto the focus strikes that Yuan actually connects onto, clanks, and finds the quarterback charge behind Yuran. And we're down to 18 seconds so far. There have been absolutely 0 kills coming through from both of these teams. Peak goes down. Jing and Yuran now the only 2 left. Can they live the time at 6, 5, 4? Huge tap dodge from Yuran, manages to avoid that to have the ultimate, and as a result, but no,
so close,
so close. 2 seconds remaining, and JL are able to finish it off. TXJ breathing a huge sigh of relief, and JL are able to pick themselves up. That legendary staff is on the outside. JLA and OEG's XX going head-to-head. Both of these teams already having come out the victors inside their realm of Yanks now fighting in the open world for more of these kills. Junex getting a huge hit of charge vertical damage with these halberds. Back to back into the slap stagger he tries to set up, as it is now going to be this Takeda hounding down. One shot left. Gets the Kurumi Tether to keep absolutely disrupting every single player from JLA. Lagua unfortunately not able to do anything except try and disengage and live a little bit longer, but OEG XX are relentless. Junex using that focus strike charge to just dodge away from the Wisp grab, and OUG's XX put themselves on to 13 kills. JLA 14, neck and neck between these two teams, but crucially OUG's XX, having won that fight, still have 114 seconds of the Million Birds Might to keep themselves going as aggressive as they want.
Indeed, it is neck and neck. I saw OUG sitting on 13 kills and I was thinking, this might be cooked already. It might already be over. But then I look down and see JLA on 14 eliminations as well, ahead of the curve by 1 elim. If JLA is able to secure MVP, then we're going to game 6. But OUG, they are definitely they're feeling themselves right now. 13 kills, especially earlier. They had how many kills was it again? Earlier they had 23?
In this match? Yes, 23.
23 eliminations earlier on. If they come even close to that, I don't think there are going to be enough kills left for JLA to even get to match them here. So we'll have to see. But we've got a fight between GG over in this icy area up against Bowder. It looks as though KLA is also waiting in the wings to see if they can come in third party. GG need these kills to cleanse their Yang depletion right now. Jing now popping that ultimate, forced to do so by CJS. The Zai ultimate doing a lot of damage. He does get locked down, but thankfully, because of this pillar, this rock formation, he's able to line of sight Yeran in that Tianhai ultimate and prevent himself from getting grabbed. Looks as though JDG there alongside KLA are also waiting to see who comes out on top, or waiting and buying their time to see if they can come in and third party at an opportune moment. Yeran coming out of that Tianhai ultimate now in a vulnerable position, but it looks as though Jing was the player who does get focused, gets immediately obliterated by KLA. KLA finally coming online, pulling the trigger here. CXZ having using that Tumult ultimate. LXM now the focus of their attention. 3 versus 1. LXM unable to stay alive. Does go down to Cuckoo. QGG now taking a lot of damage, forced to use that ultimate, but the F3 from the Zai is going to come in and snipe away that kill. JDG also having pulled the trigger now, looking at third party, the third partiers. Hey, that's what I wanted to do, big dog. 2-tick coming in. Yeran getting locked down in the storm, getting frozen for a second there, but 2-tick not able to do all that much damage. HD also looking to get involved as well. Every single team, it seems, is trying
Except
to come in
OUG.
here and third party.
OUG and XX and JLA both missing. And this is crucial because right now they're not getting the kills. JDG
That's
are
true, but
instead.
they've already got quite a few.
Yeah, but now it's 20 players left in the lobby, and it's not just a case of JLA and OUG are the only two in discussion for MVP. JDG are also right there alongside them with 8, which can very rapidly grow to double digits with a Xiphon composition, as we can have a look and see what exactly OUG XX are doing. I would envision probably going to a shop, would be my estimate.
Yes.
I feel like going into a Realm of Yang is such a hefty gamble because you could potentially get it for free, which would mean great loot upgrade and buff and all, and the ability to go aggressive, or you could end up against JLA, who did they just enter? JLA did just enter the Realm of Yang. JL and JLA go head to head. OUG's XX not taking the portal. Instead, actually, they'll get this for free. As JLA and JL now going head-to-head, these two teams absolutely destined to meet each other, it seems, all day. As it is now going to be a Hardy ultimate from TXJ, starting things off immediately. The Takeda from JLA comes in with that ultimate Kurumi healing circle now into the mix as well. A little bit of pressure is immediately going to force that Yushin ultimate to come on through as the Takeda looks to referee with this pulse. The Furin shoves putting pressure onto this Hardy, forcing the disengagement early on as JL just kite away. One Fang looking to find that stagger, gets one of the players low. Huge Furin shove to be able to peel for that low health teammate. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. JL's TXJ with the fan will be able to collapse and take advantage of the low health as One Fang manages to live through the entirety of his ultimate. Ajax still trying to come on through with this pulse, looking to catch on to this. Hardy doesn't manage to find any connection so far. Another ultimate now comes on out, as it is going to be the Temi ultimate as well, making it even harder for JL to put pressure. Jamu has gone for it down. TXJ looking to come in with that next iteration of the Hardy ultimate. So much damage done that he's been able to get it back, and the disruption continues. It's just a 3 versus 1. The F3 comes on through. VVV with the musket shot, the signature finisher from the Farrier main, and JL and OUG's XX both win their Realm of Yang, but crucially, OUG's XX got theirs for free as opposed to JL, who add another 3 kills to their name and take 3 kills away from JLA. OUG's XX now well within the driver's seat to walk away MVP as JLA are hit with Yang depletion and have to take a fight almost immediately. OUG's XX with the Draco Storm looking to put so much pressure with the additional AoE on these players of JDG. They're able to get 1. That's 14 kills now for the Sand Siphon composition. Will they be able to pick up more? That Draco Storm doing such work, just keeping Tutik locked in for the lightning AoE splash stagger. And as a result, all of the teams in the area that were thinking about third partying see that buff and just nope.
Yep. Draco Storm is not the kind of buff that you want to be fighting into. You think it's a uphill battle fighting against Mystic Might or White Tiger's Prowess? Try fighting against Draco Storm, which is basically just Storm Stride as a buff plus healing. It's just insane. The disruptive factor that is Draco Storm, whenever this like Thunderbolt comes down and hits you in the AoE, is so unbelievably difficult to fight through. Unless you're able to fully burst a player, you're not going to be winning against Draco Storm. But here we are, JLA up against MVP. They need these kills. They need to cleanse that Yang depletion. The Takeda ult has been popped, as has the Kurumi ultimate as well. JLA Takeda does get parried there, unfortunately slowing it down this fight, but it's not going to be enough. JLA still extremely stacked. MVP unfortunately not able to stand tall in the face of this team, just getting pushed against the sand wall. It is looking pretty cooked for them, unfortunately. Does he get the Soul Blooming Tongue? He does. That was actually very close. It's Yamu.
Ooh, just
Not
just
even close,
able
baby.
to.
Not even close.
The JLA with a very smart rotation. They go out to the edges of the zone where they know some of these teams that aren't quite as stacked are going to be looking to survive unnoticed and pick up a team that isn't quite as upgraded in terms of loot scaling as the likes of OUG's XX and JL's VVV, who are much more central and looking to take fights against teams of their same strengths. As VVV comes on through with the fist blades. We said keep an eye out. He has been using these weapons and he is putting them to devastating consequence at the moment. Legendary fist blades just getting so much damage out so incredibly quickly. It is an extremely committal weapon, but when you have the likes of One Fang on this Yushin ultimate locking everybody down, VVV gets all of the window to put the damage in. OUG's XX lose the Karuni, might lose another player right now as JL put the nail in the coffin against the Sand Siphon team. Zhao, incredibly low health, has to try and run away, and he runs right into the waiting arms of JDG.
Do you want to know what else is crazy? Is the fact that JLA has lost 2 members somewhere on the map. JLA only has 1 player left alive. So both of the teams with double-digit kills, except for JDG, of course, OUG XX and JLA have lost team members. Junks, can he get this resurrection off? The zone is... Oh, he's gonna die. He's gonna die to the zone. I'm calling it now. The corruption, it's fully stacked. He's cooked already. This was the biggest blunder he could have done. The zone is too far. Not like this, bro.
No. Both of the players go down. The one that he revived wasn't able to find a heal. Oh no, OUG's XX knocked out. JLA crucially to mulch lives.
Oh,
and he's able to find a rebirth. He brings this Takeda back from beyond the grave. JLA rise, and we're probably gonna go another game as OUG's XX so close to the finish line run afoul of JL, who just take absolutely 0 prisoners.
Is JL, if they're, because of the kill multiplier, if they come first, and if they kill literally everybody in the lobby, they could come away with MVP. If they get first place placement, because the only team that gets the kill multiplier now is the first place team. If they get, as well as getting all the kills on these players left in the lobby, they may be able to secure the MVP and come out on top, but we'll have to wait and see. JLA's Tamulk is in a bit of a tough situation. Lao Guo trying his best to play around his Tamulk ultimate, does manage to get that grapple off, and it looks as though he may have found the space and bought enough time for JDG to get into the mix and threaten this engagement from the other team. JL picking up another kill here. There it is. They're going up the lead. 9 eliminations.
That's why JLA were able to distract. Spirit Well spawned and everyone's attention was drawn by the shiny, but this tumult is on thin ice right now. Has anyone spotted him? No, because everyone's looking at the loot. Everyone's looking at JDG. And as a result, the tumult...
spotted him. He's taken him down.
Oh, yeah. JDG spotted him. They chased him into the corruption, take damage. And ZDI with the Matari able to hit that and just managed to smack down the tumult before he's able to break away. We said Matari's new rework was incredibly strong for the chase down. And that is...
Oh no, the last remaining member of JLA also gets taken down.
It is now between JDG, JL, and HD, and there are 9 players left in the lobby. And it's just gonna be... Surely... Oh, the Bane's Ref as well is in such an inconvenient position. At the moment, JL are just waiting on the outskirts for anyone who's trying to just live unnoticed in the hopes of being able to maybe kill a couple of low targets. They're on full patrol mode right now.
Yeah, no, the thing is, if they do get every kill, so they're on 9 right now. If they get 6 kills, then they do take it. They take MVP.
Yeah.
Because right now their main the main team that's contesting them is OUG XX with their what was it 16 kills, I think it was.
Yeah.
And
But JDG are also in the discussion as well, because JDG also have a lot of kills to their name. They
True.
they have 12.
But they're not in match point threshold.
I believe no, they fell ever so slightly short, 0.5
Imagine
in the
if they'd gotten
previous
it.
game. Oh, devastating. But they can still be the undoing. They can still guarantee. There's the legendary fist blades. Soul Jade. If you have a focus attack, you just get scooped right in to that one. Keep an eye for that. There it is. Confirmation. You had 12 kills to JDG, 9 to JL, and 4 to HD. If JDG or JL get all of the kills in the lobby, potentially they can MVP. And JL are definitely in a very good composition to do it, but so too are JDG. Because both of these teams are incredibly strong in final zone claps. Unfortunately for JL, they've got the Hardy, they've got Aeromech. So if JDG have the Matari ultimate, when TXJ goes aerial and he gets backstabbed, his wings are immediately going to be clipped. Both of these teams are going to want for that zone to properly collapse so they can gather everybody together and absolutely steamroll them with the Hardy knockback and that Zai scoop ability with the V2. You want everyone to be in that
Look
cone
at
of
HD.
damage.
Look at where they are.
I'm not sure if anyone has spotted HD. Like you said, they're all the way above. Mere mortals
Surely,
on
right?
the ground. HD reigning above all currently. How
Oh,
does this
JL.
play out? Because JDG, not only do they have the Xiphon, they have the legendary Soul Jade for those knuckles.
True.
Which means if anyone tries to play anything of a focus attack like Cavalry Bloom to shove everyone outside of the zone, they just get sucked into the vortex and spat right out.
Yeah, JL done some. The strategy here was that VVV put down that mech very, very early, so that VVV could stack up some rage whilst it was down on the ground. So now they have more than 50% on VVV's cooldown for that ultimate. So they're gonna be able to use the mech again. But the thing is, even though that was the case, it doesn't matter because they got the buff. They've got Mystic Might, and they've put themselves in the best possible position to take this game and take the MVP. They just need to get the kills onto both of these teams. I'm not sure if they need literally every single one, but I think they do.
No, they haven't. No, VVV went aerial to contest JDG. I don't think any of these teams know that HD are above them. Which is crazy because
JDG do.
Yeah, JDG do. I'm not sure if JL do. There's VVV dropping that Farrier mech as Kiki just continues to throw out that legendary soldier in warning. HD now forced to drop down and contest the same half of the rooftop that JDG are on, and JL from the low ground are just hitting them with cannon fire. Flame Breath and Rupture Gale is ripping through every single player's health bar. They can't take cover behind the wall because the AoE still hits them.
Oh no, JDG,
Oh, it's
they
cooked.
need to get out of there.
It's so cooked. If
JL need to get these kills,
full
though.
health, they need to get the kills, like you said. JDG's 2-tick utilizing that Zai free to reposition. So far, no kill has come through, but JDG are in dire straits currently. JL tries to do everything they can to force these ultimates, keep the pressure, make sure that they can control with the Yushan health reset to hit that MVP. The first kill comes up, but
Simpson
it's
gets the kill.
HD! ZDI for HD! 2-tick is able to find the kill onto HD's other teammate, and JL, they did so much, they positioned so perfectly, but they weren't able to capitalize. MVP is slipping through their fingers, so too is the trophy.
Indeed it is. Rethon does go down to JL, so JL does pick up another kill but is it going to be enough? I don't know. Will they get all the rest of these kills? They're definitely in the position to do so. Tutik takes to the skies with that F3, trying his best to get out of danger, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to. The Mortal Defiance does keep him alive for just a little bit longer, but the Hardy is going to force him into zone. BVV going over to get that Soul Bloom to try and get a little bit more rage. Just min-maxing as much as possible. Simpson did he get resurrected? I'm not sure if he was the one who went down, but he is on his feet at the moment. But Kiki is going to take him down regardless, and now Kiki, he's met with the face of JL, forcing him into the zone, and he's just going to run into the storm and die. I'm not sure if it was enough. Was it enough for JL to take home the bag? Did the kill multiplier? They're not sure. They're watching the screens. They're looking to see if they get the MVP.
The chairs are turning. They're like, can we go? Can we go grab the trophy? Or do we play another game? Everyone is waiting. OUG's XX is waiting. JLA are waiting. GG are waiting. JDG are waiting to see
JLA get the MVP.
How close? It must have been 1 kill or 2 kills between it. That is absolutely crazy. Well, here at Naraka BLADEPOINT, we are always treated to explosive final days. Our grand finals, you cannot say, are relaxing. These things are a roller coaster ride that once you strap in on, you never get to get off.
Indeed.
We will not stop. We will go another map, and that has got to be so frustrating for JL because now they put so much into that map. They played the composition that they wanted to MVP with. They only had to contest a handful of other teams to pick up that potential MVP, and it all fell apart because JDG were able to find the kills onto HT before them. And now surely maybe there's a little bit of tiredness. Maybe there's a little bit of frustration that's going to start pushing into their performances. Because it's not just going to be 3 teams that are on MVP anymore. There's going to be about 9.
Yeah, indeed. There's going to be a lot of teams. And this potentially gives rise to some of the teams that aren't close right now. As we can go to 8 games. It can go to 8 games. And that was only the 5th, right? Was only the 5th? It feels like that was the 5th game. We've got game 6 coming up relatively soon. So many teams. As you said, though, the frustration, the fatigue, you know, it's taxing. Playing at your very, very best for extended periods of time is not easy. However, a lot of the majority of these teams are well versed in 6-game series. They prepared for 6-game series. But have they prepped for the potential 7 and 8-game series? That is the question. Are they going to be able to fight through the fatigue, fight through the frustration potentially of having not done so well or not having had the results that they wanted, especially for JL in that situation, having their sibling team take the MVP away from them with 18 eliminations? That is crazy. I want to see the scoreboard. I want to see how close it really was, because JL were very, very close.
It must have been, I'm saying now, like 1 kill or 2 kills maybe. It wasn't just JLA, and I think that's like what's frustrating for them. I think if they'd gotten just 2 of the kills that JDG swiped away, and they were swipes, it was JL who was having all of the momentum, who had the better position, who controlled the Spirit Wall, who had the better Soul Jade setup. The fact that they allowed the other 2 teams to take refuge inside that building, understanding that it was not refuge, it was false. It was entirely a full sanctuary. It was just bait lured in to have them close enough to the wall that Flame Breath and Rupture Gale Orb together would combine and just melt those health bars, because you saw that they just absolutely dropped the second that fight started kicking on through. And as a result, it tanked their cooldowns, it tanked their resources, it forced them into some really tough fights. And on the meantime, JL was just detached from the fight entirely. And I think that detachment cost them. Because yes, they did everything to just melt the resources and melt all of the advantages, but because they didn't have one player on the actual inside dealing damage that could crucially have been the last hit, when those two teams got as low as they did with the fire tick, all that needed to happen was like a gust of air from someone else inside that room would be enough to be the final hit and would be enough to claim the kill, because that's the way it works in Naraka. It isn't who did the most percentage of your health bar, it's who hits that last 1%, who gets you down to 0%. That's able to walk away with the kill. And the fact that JL did not have someone wading through that fight on the front lines meant that they didn't get to influence that. And there it is, 19.5 and 18.4. A single kill. If JL had just done one player inside that building and just done a little bit of damage, just a love tap onto one of those players when the fire tick was melting through the health bar, game would be done and JL would be lifting that trophy right now.
Literally, yeah. Another thing to note is the fact that the top 10 teams right now, excluding 11th and 12th, are actually all like they're one pop-off game from winning, or from like, so 10th, 9th, 8th. I think it's top 5 currently that are in match point threshold. So 6th to 10th are all less than 20 points or 20 points away from match point threshold. Meaning that if those bottom teams actually get the pop-off MVP game in this 6th game to come, then we could go to game 7 and we could have more teams getting into that threshold. But JL, OUG, JDG, KLA, and GG are all there already. They just need that one MVP game to win it all. Bowder, unfortunately, was 0.6 points away from getting it into that match point threshold. So unfortunately, if they want to take home the cake, they're going to have to win this next game, denying the MVP, and then MVP in the following game as well. But here we are taking a look at the replay. JL up against Hex. Unfortunately, Sachiko getting locked up against the wall. The Karumi not able to move. Even though Squeaky puts up a good fight in the 1 versus 2 that he created, the jump LMBs are just simply too much. Catching every single one of those dodges, not able to do anything about it. It is what it is. A good effort nonetheless. OUG scrapping it out up against JLA here. If JLA, like, if they'd won that fight, they would have been one step closer to denying that MVP, and we wouldn't have had the sort of nail-biting end game there. Yeah, and here we are. JL just, it was so close. It was so unbelievably close.
They were there, and I think that's got to be the most frustrating part. Wait, is this the first MVP that we've had where we've had 2 Soul Jades missing? It's just stacked damage reduction coming on through. Oh, crazy stuff coming on out from JLA's Takeda. 9 assists, 7 kills, 19,589 damage. 5 kills before Rebirth. I mean, both JLA and OUG's XX had crazy drop fights. But we also have to remember that KLA were the griefers. We said that it was potentially going to cost OUG if they went to the plan that their other team does in NBPL, that their first team does, and always drop Salvation Podium. OUG have been plagued by this continuous storyline of dropping in these locations that everyone knows where they are, and they just get griefed off of the rip, and that's what happened. But I mean, after that game, I'm pretty sure the teams need time to catch their breaths. We definitely need time to catch our breath. We'll see you with game 6 after this.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Trios Grand Finals for the Koi Cup. I'm still cooling down from the previous game where it was so unbelievably close to that being the last game of the day, but it was not to be. We are going to be going into our 6th game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and this potentially could give rise to a game 7, even a game 8, but only time will tell. We're gonna have to wait and see what these teams are going to be pulling out in this 6th game of the day. I'm very excited. I don't know what we're going to see, though. I will say, though, that one thing is rather important to note is that some of these teams used hero points in that previous game to try and secure the MVP, but weren't able to do so, and now might be left in a bit of a tricky situation when it comes to what characters they can pick up going into this 6th game. So, I don't know. I mean, they still had a few. You know, it's not like
they definitely had a few, but I'm not sure if Karumi is going to be too expensive for some teams. That is the problem when you have just this is the most picked hero in terms of all of these compositions, and especially since like Transformers is coming back, Sand Siphon's always had Karumi come through, Xiphon has picked up the Karumi as well. We really have seen the rise of the Karumi for all of this year, which is lovely to see, but unfortunately, as you said, all of these teams who last round thought this is their time, this is when they were going to MVP, saw that everyone was picking up Sand Siphon and went, well, it'll be a little bit more expensive, but at least we won't be recognizable. We'll be able to fade into the crown, so let's splash the cash and hope that we get MVP with a composition that does really, really well in the mid to the late game, especially if the final circle goes to the full claps. And as a result, they did indeed splash the cash on those Karumi picks. So we'll have to wait and see what state some of these teams are in terms of those hero points, because some of them, compositions might just be off the table entirely. You saw from Bauda, they were having a really lengthy conversation with their coach, and we were seeing back and forth. Some players would lock in heroes and then second guess themselves and lock something else in.
Yes, indeed. And a lot of these teams, the pressure is on to perform. They need to get the MVP to come away with the victory. And it's, you know, pressure can build up. And although, no matter how experienced you are as a player, as a competitor, it can still get to you. And we're just going to have to see if they are able to power through. We now have 5 teams, top 5 teams in contention to win it all. They are all within that match point threshold. And not only that, but the 6th to 10th place are all sort of 1 game away from being in match point threshold. You know, especially in 10th place right now, I think it might be, I'm not sure if it's MVP or Hex, but they're 1 good game, 1 20-point game away from being in match point. So if they do get an MVP in this game, denying the MVP from the top 5, we could be going to game number 7, and we could see one of those teams in the lower end come up and take the cake, because it doesn't matter if OUG's got 150 points. If another team is in match point contention, if they're in match point threshold and they get the MVP in the game, then they win. So it's definitely a spicy rule set, but I do like it. I do like it quite a lot. But we are going to be going over to Morris Isle, and I think it's going to be sunny. It's looking very sunny on Morris Isle right now, so no fireflies. So will we see some traditional Transformers, perhaps?
Potentially.
I'm going to make a prediction.
Oh.
I think Hex is going to play traditional Transformers.
Okay.
I will predict that this will happen.
If Mr. Dunk has looked into his crystal ball correctly.
No, I was wrong. Okay, never mind.
Immediate. Dunk's like, I'm never doing this again. No, everyone is it looks like playing Viper, Tessa, Wu Chen, except we've got one team who are going to be running Viper, Matari, Justina. So all of these teams, when they are in phase 1, they are low in the leaderboard. They're picking third-party compositions, which does allow at the very beginning for, oh, hello, that's an actual Euro. Nice, we've got traditional attack on Titan. That is our first Euro of the day as well. But these teams, they are picking compositions which are going to make it easy for them to find a lot of kills early on, which they can squirrel away and take from these teams who are, if they get MVP, going to end the day early. Noticeably as well, that's the only time that we're getting to see the Kurumi. It's going to be here coming through. She is not yet a more expensive hero until phase 2. As a result, KLA and OUGXX have a decision to make. Are they going to try to wait another round until they can get Kurumi again, or are they going to burn all of their hero points and hope to MVP this round? GG are going to be going for Kurumi variants of Sand Siphon alongside JDG. KLA with the Aeromech and OUG's XX opt for the Xiphon, but run it with the budget support. They pick up the Z-Ping rather than the Kurumi, which is pretty smart from this team, given the fact that we don't see a lot of Xiphon compositions coming through from everybody else. They've looked at the costs, they've gone, it's not as expensive as some of the other compositions. If we run the Z-Ping here, we're not going to be as punished as in previous rounds if we don't have a support who's going to be able to cleanse that fire tick. I, on the other hand, want to see these drop locations, because if the teams at the low end of the leaderboard are picking compositions which are primed for third-party dunk, you know we're going to get one major dust-up at the very beginning of this round.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see quite a lot of fights at the very beginning, especially if these teams want to try and get the ball rolling as fast as possible and try and snowball the lobby as, I mean, I don't know. A lot of these teams are looking to try and do just that. You know, the top 5, they need to get as many kills as possible. Demonstrated perfectly by JLA. They didn't even get to end game, and yet they got the MVP simply because they had the most number of kills, which it changes the game hugely, because now only the first place team get the multiplier on kills. Only first place. So it means that there's less total points across the board. And so...
Oh, wait. I know Brandoro is happy in the chat somewhere. That is an F1 Yodo.
It is indeed. Brandoro very pleased.
2024
very
F1
surprising,
Yodo in my Naraka. Oh, I never thought I would live to see the day again. I am so happy. TXJ somewhat just had a shiver go down his spine.
True indeed. But we're gonna be dropping into Morris Isle very shortly. That's a lot of players over there.
Well,
we did 5 teams.
Yeah, we did say it was going to be a lot of players dropping on top of each other. And that is indeed a lot of players dropping on top of each other. Shadow Jade as well is going to be seeing a lot more players located. GG actually moving away from Secret Tunnel, going over towards Shadow Jade, a known location for KLA. So they've remembered that KLA have griefed onto them before, and now they are going to return the favor. But the second that we get into this map dunk, it is going to be all hands on deck. These fights and these damages are going to start scaling up very quickly, as it will be an absolute free-for-all. We'll be starting off with JL and GG in Shadow Jade as all of these teams go inside those tunnels and look to loot up as quickly as possible. In the meantime, Bida and HD have already met hands, and Jing has come out on top. Bida getting another one onto HD Simpson. That's the cluster of all of those 5 teams gathered in one spot, and this is the fight that's currently breaking out. Ballista in control of JDG. ZDI and Kiki going incredibly low, however, as Tutik decided to prioritize the ballistic control, runs out of repair kits since it's so early in the game, will not be able to keep the shots going as a result. And JLA, who picked up the loot, are now in a much better position. Unfortunately, Jamu gets caught out by that Tumult Twist. comes on, throws out the sustain to his teammates, charges up the horizontal, gets the cleave to connect onto the stack of players in front of him, and will be able to bail his teammates out as a result. Longsword and Z-Ping or Karumi, that is weapon identity in a nutshell for trios. As over towards Shadow Jade, we can still see whether or not KLA, GG, and JL are trying to take this fight, or if they're all branching out until they find better loot, as it looks like KLA and JL have decided it is open season on each other and go for the full committal. QGG throws out the focus strike, ends up getting parried, will be able to pick himself up. The staff gets knocked off of the glider and goes incredibly low, goes down. JL's VVV will be able to find the hit, but he's just got to be happy with that. As KLA's Cuckoo with that pole sword cleaves through two players. CXE now with the F3 finds the silence onto JL's One Thing. And that is KLA cleaning up and walking away with a lot of kills in the opening moments.
Yes, indeed. KLA doing well, I mean, I think they're the only team, or they're the team, the only match point threshold team right now who's managed to get a decent number of kills. The rest of them haven't managed to do so. Bowder has now reached match point threshold, but because they weren't in it before this game started, they are going to have to they're going to have to wait until next game if we do in fact go to a game number 7. Taking a look here, Bowder on 4, KLA on 3, Damon on 4, but unfortunately they did get taken down and forced to resurrect elsewhere. XMF also been taken down with 1 kill. JLA on 1, JL, OUG on 1 each. JDG haven't managed to find a kill just yet. Speaking of JDG, making their way over to Eventide Temple, I think perhaps instead of going for the... Oh no, wait, they did hot drop and they did get taken down, but didn't manage to find any kills, unfortunately. So they are forced to go and loot up in at the edges of the map. Eventide Temple, high-tier loot zone. Definitely gonna help them get their way back into this game. But
JL have had such a rough start. KLA got a bounty on their last remaining player.
Yeah.
TXA is just having to run them into a wild goose chase. He is on the Matari, and unfortunately for him, he's gonna get hounded down. VVV and One Thing have taken the opportunity since TXA has led KLA far enough away to go for the revive, but like you said, TXA is in the similar position. He must just have gotten the bounty on him after coming off of that soul altar, and this could be it for JL's Matari. Uses the ultimate, tries to find the F2, will keep himself just dashing away. He's doing an admirable job kiting KLA further and further and further. Might be able to take one down with him with that hang sword. Puts himself into the building, actually commits the focus strike. He's not pulling any of his punches. He's using his movement and the hang sword focus strikes to just keep distancing himself so that the F2 has the time to reset. And KLA are forced to have to wait. He goes for what a good skill rush out of the building, gets another F2, and he's gone. And crucially, he's lived long enough for another team to show up. HD is in the area. They're looking to third party onto KLA. Can the Matari live long enough? He got the armor swap, like you said, and he's done it. TXJ with the F2.
No way.
He breaks away, and HD get the kills onto KLA instead.
That's insane.
Oh, but now he has to outrun HD. HD think that JL's TXJ is a KLA player. One of the KLA players hid in the building and crouched underneath the windowsill. So HD turned onto the Matari thinking it was the KLA player that they just killed.
That's insane. But what a performance coming out from him. Holy, that's insane. To be able to live for that long and do that much damage as well to KLA. Insane. Actually insane. KLA having their game sort of shut down at this point now. 2 members of that team forced to resurrect elsewhere. That's rough. That's rough. There's no other way to put it. Genuinely. Holy moly. Oh. I have no words, genuinely. The hold checking was impeccable from TXJ there. Just, he was definitely in their heads. Perhaps KLA was in their own heads, considering that they could have... They were just sort of running into him one by one, or...
Yeah, they could just have had one person flash red, and then one person actually, you know, try to capitalize on the hold check, given the fact that there were multiple of them and just the one Matari. But they didn't even really try to go for the positioning of one person in front, one person behind, so that if the parry comes through, they can't parry both of you from the same direction, or rather from the two directions. As we're going to see a replay. This is OUG versus JDG, as Junex uses that Matari F2 to just get right out of the center of that Tumult ultimate. Comes on through with the hang, so goes for the crouch cancel. Flashes the red, unfortunately doesn't find the timing in time, but he's doing such a good job of distracting all of these players so that no one is looking at the actual carry, which is that Zai with the V2. Huge F2 connects, gathers everyone from JDG into the one space, so the fire cone just blitzes through every single one of them. OUG's XX showing really good synergy and coordination to just herd them like sheepdogs into that one confined space. Everyone looks at the Matari, and just the Zai gets away with murder quite literally unnoticed.
Yeah, that was very nicely done. The spacing coming out from Jun as well, that was at the very edge of the Tumult wall to be able to space perfectly so that he doesn't get hit, or he doesn't go into the sand wall and slow himself and stagger himself, was very, very nice to see. Very nice discipline there coming out from the Matari. Taking a look at the map right now, we have JLA and HD down in the south around this this Realm of Yang portal. XMF looking to make their way down, it seems. I think they're probably going to be looking to get into the Realm of Yang from there. I think there was a Daemon player still alive in that area. JL in the zone here, looking to try and loot up, having been forced to res. TXJ did get resurrected though. He did go, as we saw, he did get taken down after he'd been he managed to lead KLA away and stay alive for that long. He did get taken down with no res, but they have found the rebirth charm for him, and he is back on his feet. And it looks as though Hex has taken a fight against KLA and managed to take down QGG, forcing out the Tuation ultimate as well. We're going to be going into the realm of Yang. GG up against JLA. They need these. GG needs this realm of Yang win. They have no elimination so far. This would be the fight, the realm of Yang that they need to try and secure their MVP, as they are in contention here. CJS getting juggled a little bit, but not fully. The Matari does use that ultimate there. The Zai not able to use the ultimate in time. The Kurumi ult doesn't come in time either. And JLA looking as though they're going to fall to the hands of GG. That's exactly what GG needed to get the ball rolling for themselves.
Especially because OUG's XX are also inside a realm of Yang against a Viper team. Now that is very interesting. This HD looks to try and capitalize. Unfortunately, the Viper ultimate does not find value inside the realm of Yang. Those 4 pillars making it so easy to cut line of sight. And that Zai ultimate is still burning through, quite literally melting these players' health bars. As Jaro is able to find the uppercut extension onto Simpson. And now it's just clean up F3 into the repeating crossbow, just keeping Ethan in that spacing so that OUG XX's players are able to take him down. That is another 3 kills now picked up for the Xiphon composition, and Vermilion Birds might as well surely is the buff that they opt for so that they can go as aggressive as they want. There we go. For a second I was like, they did pick it up, right? But no, they absolutely did. As it is going to be GG going head to head against MVP. Are we going to get to see this Sand Siphon composition able to weather the storm? Wuchen Teleport is already forced, but that blue beam immediately giving the position away. Elixon was the only one that utilized his ultimate, as well as GG saw the Wuchen, knew that they would have to take this fight in 2 stages, force the teleport out, then go in for the actual kills themselves, and as a result they sit on the Kurumi ultimate for sustain and the Takeda ultimate for aggression if they even need to use it. There's the Yodo. This is the V3 that MVP Xiaoyun locks in with. As GG now do opt to utilize that Takeda ultimate. However, CGS does get hit by the silence, will not be able to use his abilities until that one has worn through. Now utilizes one of those shoves, turning onto MVP's Hong, catching with the uppercut, managing to keep a track of where the Viper was headed off to. Another shove is now expended. Takeda ultimate, one on out. Xiaoyun tries to turn that shot vertical off the pole sword, but unfortunately there are just so many players of GG surrounding the Yodo, and Xiaoyun will go down. F1 is not, unfortunately, a combo breaker. Very good engagement tool. Not so great when you're under a fight against 3 other players.
Yes, indeed. Unless I mean, the nigh impossible situation where all 3 players don't have combo breakers up, and the Yoto manages to get the F1 into the F1 combo. You know, it's the dream of every F1 Yoto enjoyer, but it is a rare occurrence to say the least.
Can confirm.
Yes, indeed. Another rare occurrence, I will say, is JL here with 3 blue armors and not a single... No, wait, 1 kill to their name. Only 1. Hiding at the edge of the zone, slowly making their way in, having not had a good early game. Definitely a rare sight, as JL has been one of the strongest teams for a very long time now. We got a fight between JLA and HD. This is a Chu Tiger forced to use that Viper ultimate to prevent himself from getting taken down by the Zai. But Simpson, he's trying his... Ooh! He's managed to peel effectively. Xiaomu has been taken down. I got confused as to who died. But JLS Xiaomu has been taken down. It's now a 2 versus 3. Rethan going in with the dual blades. Chu Tiger actually getting saved by the tree, I think they're not able to get the follow-up from that Zai F3, unfortunately for them, but Chu Tiger taking to the sky, grappling away. It's now a 3 versus 1, but they're extremely low on HP right now. They have to play this smart. They have to buy time for the team to heal up, and there it is. Simpson gets the parry. It's looking pretty dire for this player, and JLA is going to be fully eliminated from the lobby, as well as not being able to get to the match point threshold. So if it does go to game 7, they're in for a rough ride. They'd have, if we do go to game 7, they're gonna have to get another chunk of points and then get MVP in game number 8 if we even get there.
Oh, the jump horizontals on the staff, just managing to melt. That is peak. And I mean, all of the teams that normally do incredibly well are actually suffering a fair bit, and you really can see fatigue that has followed up from that last map that we played. KLA have 1 player hiding in an invisibility bush. They've got 1 player that they're going to have to try and find a revive charm for. Looks like they might have been able... Yeah, all 3 players of KLA are currently moving around the map. OUG's XX also not off to the greatest of starts for them, as to JL right now. VVV trying to just keep away from OUG's XX, who have the legendary, I believe that's Fist Blades, coming on through for one of their players.
They also have Aurora Burst.
They also have Aurora Burst somehow this early on, which is why this team is going to prioritize looking for Spirit Well captures rather than those Realm of Yanks where you potentially can be third party. It is there. It is Aurora Burst. Comes on out. HD looking for the third party. Might think better off it. Yes, now it is just going to be Aurora Burst on repeat into the juggle. There's nothing that JL can do once you get hit by that silence. Zhao now coming in with both the Matari ultimate and the Zai ultimate, having to contest against the other team that showed on off as VVV. Looks to try and find the distance away from him, unfortunately. June X just able to follow him up. However, huge drop down Viper ultimate comes out from HD and catches KLA unaware. Chu Tiger with that fan now gets the Matari ultimate to reset into another F2. And HD with the Viper Justina Matari surprise attack on Spirit Well, absolutely decimated.
That's insane. It's just going back and forth. People coming in, sniping these teams unawares. And but we're gonna go over to a realm of Yang, a traditional 3 versus 3 XMF up against GG. CJS doing work with this spear, and it looks as though GG is definitely in the driver's seat right now. Although CJS sending out that blue focus does get parried by the Kurumi. They're going back and forth now. Xiao Wen with that F3 buff from the Kurumi. CJS locked up by the Wisp, but does get knocked out. Manages to get that ultimate off and potentially get a full reset. CJS goes for the heal, still has 4 Pure and Blast. Oh, almost gets bursted down there. Quick on the trigger with that Takeda ultimate, able to stay alive for just a bit longer now. XJ Gang coming in from the back, trying to get the flank with that Takeda ultimate, but committing a lot of these Pure and Blast to try and do it. But CJS is going to be taken down, and XMF are looking as though they're going to be coming out on top, and there it is. GG were looking as though they were going to take it home, but XMF say no, sir. We are taking this realm of Yang.
Oh, Kaylee, no.
Lord, it's so
They've been
spicy.
spotted. They've been found by JL, who I think got a bounty. Actually, it's One Thing who has a bounty on him, as the Kurumi has to try and draw distance away. As the tether out is giving all of the damage reduction to poor VVV, who's trying to survive as long as he can. One Thing comes on through with that pole sword from the rooftop, leads into VVV getting the pickup of the fan. But the third party from Daman comes on out. The Tessa V1 unexpected catches the backs of JL and KLA. VVV with the fire tick is gonna try and live as long as he possibly can, but he gets grapple locked onto. Just tries to keep himself out, charging up the golden frame focus, but the F3 from Potato is going to cook him. And now it's GG with the Yang depletion, having to go head-to-head with HD. Kurumi ultimate immediately going to be dropped aggressively as the Viper comes on out. Are they going to be able to find the stun connection? Yes, they absolutely are, into the Justina freeze follow-up. CGS losing so much of his armor, unfortunately, and the Kurumi ultimate has just worn out. We've been getting that Justina combo break with the F ability. Takeda goes down to the fan. It's falling apart for GG. Shoe Tiger dodges the Whisper Knight by the Tumult. Frio now having to go toe-to-toe with Shoe Tiger, just hits him with the whole check into light attack, into gust follow-up. And Frio is taken down. HD now just have to deal with one more player, LXM, on the ropes and trying to climb the trees to keep himself alive as long as possible. Hits into the stone pump with the pulse, but he will be taken down. And HD are on an absolute terror on the other side of the map. OUG's XX and Hex go head-to-head. Zhao with that Zai V2 looks to try and push Hex's players far enough away that the F3 connection can deal all of the stagger necessary to follow up with the vertical when Taki is stuck in light stagger, and that's going to be surely Hex taken down. OUG XX on 11 kills, XMF on 10, and HD also vying for that MVP position on 12. We've got another nail biter of a finish to look forward to, Duncan. This final zone is going to be explosive.
It really is, but are we going to get to the final zone, as none of these teams look like they want to slow down? We've got XMF getting extremely aggressive here, throwing out those fan focuses. The Viper ult does come out, slowing down the aggression, but not for long. They are jumping right on in. The Kurumi ultimate's in play, but it's not going to be enough. XMF are going to be taking down HD. And it's just a matter of time at this point. It's just a formality. Unfortunately, in the 1 versus 3, there's nothing you can do. XMF picking up another 3 eliminations. And there we have it. We have 3 full teams, and then Bowder with only 1 member left alive. And who knows for how much longer that's going to last, considering that they're, yeah. Oh, wait a second. No, I thought it was Bowder, but no. It's Damon against OUG. If OUG win this, I'm pretty sure it's over. But it's looking not so good for them. The Tessa ultimate and the Aurora Burst, but the Aurora Burst is buying them some time, and Daemon are getting cooked. The Wu Chen ultimate is there to save him, but the burn damage is gonna eliminate him after the teleport comes through. They're not gonna be able to get the res off either. OUG, they're looking to go full throttle. They're not letting this go. Bowder is waiting in the wings, but they're a man down. I don't think they can even think of trying to contest this. And OUG are going to take down Damon, all but cementing their victory. XMF do have 13 eliminations. They could potentially deny the MVP, but oh my lord, is OUG feeling themselves right now? They are extremely stacked. They've
got Aurora Bird, which is the one legendary soldier, but as we've seen, it's the only one necessary. Here comes XMF. Here comes the fight to decide it. Zhao gets hit into the ropes. Takes so much damage in terms of the armor. Gets the air freight to start ticking down. The fire tick doing so much damage. Tumultuous ultimate comes on through. Takeda.
No, the zipping's dead.
Down. The zip goes down. Zhao incredibly low, gets stuck inside the wind. Has to now go for the reset. Karumi Teva comes on through as OUG's Jun tries to do anything that he can with those legendary fist blades, buying his team the space to try and find the revive. Zhao Wen takes down Jun with the fist blades. The Karumi V2 allowing XMF to recover, and we go another game. 16 kills picked up for XMF. They outlive OUG, who also picked up 16 kills, and now it's just a game of chase as poor Bowder have 2 players left, and I think they know that it's just into the zone we go, into the next game, into the next round. As XMF look to try and lock down, they do not know if they're going to be able to walk away with MVP. They know that every single kill matters right now to keep this game going for them. Xiao Wen goes to the outside, Foresight the Wisps looks to lock down the player from Bowder. Peak has the Karumi ultimate and the Cavalry Bloom. He might take one down. The Tumult is going incredibly low to the Corruption Tick damage. He will fall as Bowder's Peak and XJ Gang now go head to head. The Takeda gets stuck in the uppercut. Peak able to find the full transfer, but unfortunately for him, it's not enough. We go another round, Dunk. We don't wait until the zone collapses to find out. We know that XMF take the MVP. We crucially know that it's a team that wasn't MVP eligible. The day continues, and that is a huge sigh of relief for all of the top 5 teams, because my goodness, was it a struggle to get off the start for every single one of them. KLA, JL, OUGXX. Oh, we go again. You can see that trophy.
Run it back.
It's in front of all of those players, but it is not as simple as walking up and grabbing it. Every single mile, every single inch is waded through in blood, sweat, and tears, and you can see it on the players' faces.
Look at him. He's literally asleep.
Exhaustion is starting to set in. For some of these teams that are unfamiliar with the amount of hours that a day of MBPL can go, the fact that we moved from 6 games to potentially 8 on those bi-weekly finals and the grand finals, some teams know it well and are able to fight it, but for other teams, it's the first time that they're having to go this far into a game day and put this much effort back to back to back with very little downtime.
Yeah, absolutely. This is bound to be extremely taxing for a lot of these players. Oh my goodness, insane. OUGXX was so close. But the zipping, just not able to get that ult off, I think was literally the one deciding factor. If he'd managed to get that ultimate off, then maybe they come out on top. It's just that the Zai ultimate wasn't
for
off.
A Karumi, if they just bought the Karumi and the hero points, then they would have been able to get the armor circle off. Or they would have been able to use the Teva for that 90% damage reduction to give it to the Zai so that the Zai can go nuts aggressive with the V2. But no, you're confined when you have that Zai, that Zfeng. As we've talked about, Zfeng is not where she once was. She really is not. And especially that late into the game where it really is incredibly likely you run into someone that has some form of fire tick and some form of burn damage that you can't cleanse. You saw how quickly that Zfeng just evaporated And I feel so bad for OUG's XX because they are going to be plagued by all of these voices asking, what if we did this different? What if we did that differently? Because there have been so many times where they have been on the precipice of just walking away with that trophy and ending the day. But time and time and time again, it comes down to these tiny little micro effects, these butterfly effects, where a butterfly flaps its wings and they pick the Z-Ping over the Karumi. And we go into game 7.
We do indeed. Also, unfortunately, JLA still aren't in contention either. That's kind of crazy, considering how big of a game they got in game number 5. Not able to find their footing this game. -1. They need 1 point. 1 point. Also, HD need 2.5. Hex needs 16, Damon need almost 30, MVP almost 40. It's not looking feasible for Damon and MVP down there, but it could be possible for the other 3. Could be. You know, Hex being the furthest, but I mean 16.5 doable, I suppose. Yeah. But everybody else, top 7, are going to be in match point threshold. That's a lot more teams that could potentially take it all off of 1 MVP. So who knows? I mean, who knows? It would have to be. It's a kind of a miracle if we do go to game 8, considering how many teams are in contention. But you know, miracles sometimes happens. Who knows? Who knows? It could be a game 8 angle. We'll have to see. But we're gonna be going into game number 7 relatively soon, I imagine. But first of all, we're taking a look at that scoreboard off the back of that game. XMF 25.6, 18 eliminations. OUG XX with 16 elims, 18 total points. HD with 12, 13.5. Damon with 9, 10.5. Bowder with 7, 9.5. GG with 8, 9. Oh, it's insane. It's crazy. But XMF, what a game from them. They kept the dream alive.
I tell you what, I'm saying right now, when we have this like little break, all of the teams who were in the top 5 and just waiting on tenterhooks to see whether or not OUG's XX was walking with the MVP, 100% every single one of those players on every single one of those teams went up and personally thanked XMF for keeping the day going. It is so reminiscent of how Jacob ended last year, with TE crediting their victory to the teams that managed to take down their opponents. Oh my goodness, we always have crazy memorable and nail-biter finishes in the MVPL and any Naraka Grand Final in trios, but it feels like Koi Cup has just pushed this even further, which I genuinely did not think was potentially possible. We've had 2 games now back-to-back where it has gone down to an absolute sliver between these 2 teams, and we can have a look at how exactly it all went down. OUG's XX, it started off so strong, so perfectly. We were praising the spacing that they had. We were saying, oh, it's so clean, how the Matari is setting up those F2s to push those teams into the Zai V2s, and just keeping an eye and making sure to always have the upper hand in terms of mechanics and also macro. And then it all slowly started to slip away as XMF started picking up that power, snowballing off a win inside that realm of Yang before blitzing down team after team in the open world. Love to see as well the fact that we got that Justina, Viper, and Wu Chen, Matari rather, combination coming on through with all of those freezes and also the silencers just back-to-back doing so much work. Two Tiger
and doing
just coming
through
with
well
that fan. I love to see it. I really hope that we get to see more development of the Justina, because she's still around in solos somewhat. She's definitely nowhere near the juggernaut that she used to be in solos back when it was Justina and Yodo were the 2 heroes in consistent meta. But she's had like a fluctuation in terms of trios where sometimes she's been picked especially when they buffed the freeze duration against transformed units, and then other heroes just like started scaling up much better, and teams would just go like, oh well, it's better that we run things like Aeromech. So it's really good to get to see the Justina come back in a large way to all of these different competitions and around things that you wouldn't normally expect, because Justina, Matari, and Viper, that's not a traditional composition that you would expect to see running around places like Mars Isle. So it's really good to see that the meta just keeps pushing forward, and I think a huge part of that can be credited to the hero points. The fact that you have to be so careful in where you spend, and a lot of the time it's just better to insert a different puzzle piece than splashing continuously for the same free.
Absolutely. Going into game number 7, though, what are we gonna see? Because, you know, it's I don't know. You know, like, what map are we even going to? I think it might. Is it Holoroth that we're going to?
Holoroth
Starry Night, your favorite map, and the time of day. It's gonna be interesting. It's been a while since we had like sort of like, I don't think we've had a Starry Night Holoroth for a very long time.
Not since last year. It wasn't in the map pool for NBPL Season 1 of Spring.
No, because I think, yeah, in NBPL we had daytime on Holoroth almost every single time. I think it was.
And I lamented the loss of my Starry Night, because I personally, I love Starry Night. It's a very pretty variation of Holoroth, but it's also the meteor showers. Because like those meteor showers and the fact that you can get your ultimate back incredibly quickly is going to be really influential. That being said, we're going to be getting our breath back really quickly. We'll be right back with game number 7 after this short break. everybody, and welcome back to the Naraka BLADEPOINT Koi Cup. And somehow, Dunk, even with all of the close calls that we've had so far in every single one of these rounds, we are headed into game number 7. When we promised you exciting Naraka action, we really do deliver, as well as making sure that you'll get the opportunity to watch for the hours necessary to be able to bag your limited edition avatar drop. So you can't complain, okay? We got you to Hall of Starry Night, we let you see Padoria, we let you see all of the cool compositions, and now it's where we're going to see these teams really have to pull through to the end, because fatigue has definitely set in for some of these teams, Dunk. They're going to have to pull themselves out of the slump or face, unfortunately, having to watch another team entirely lift the trophy in front of them.
Indeed, and they, some of these teams, you know, they're really going to have to dig deep, especially those not in match point threshold. You know, those 3 that are just below. They not only need to deny MVP, potentially getting MVP themselves, but also get MVP in Game 8 if we make it there. So those teams, they're going to have to dig real deep. But also, I mean, top 7 are still going to have to fully go in and get the MVP and secure it for themselves. Otherwise, they're going to have to go another game, and the pressure's just going to continue building. But one thing to say is that before that game just now, I was talking about how the pressure might be really building up for those teams in match point threshold, and how it might be, it's a lot to deal with. And I think that might be the reason why quite a few of the teams that were in contention weren't able to do all that well. You know, only a couple of them even did like reasonably well. We had OUG almost make it, but unable to, you know, and then JL not having the best early start, and having all 3 blue armors and 1 kill for a very long time. But I will say, with a smile on his face just now, they're still feeling all right going into
after
game number 7.
TXJ gave KLA the runaround that he did, I think JL is still feeling pretty happy with themselves. OUG's XX are the team that I'm the most worried for in terms of that frustration, because like I said, there is going to be a voice in their head that's going, if we just paid the extra hero points for Karumi, potentially we're not here. Potentially we're wrapping and we're doing our congratulatory interview, and everyone is packing up and going home, and we've got the money in the bag and we've got the trophy in our suitcases. But that was not to be. They picked the Z-Ping. And as we have talked about, Z-Ping has been nerfed, and she is not in the greatest of positions compared to something like the Karumi. She can just get evaporated in the spot, and that is exactly what happens to her. The last thing that you want with a Xiphon team is to lose your vein of support before the fight can properly even break out, because Zai is just, she's so squishy. She is one of these heroes that even in her golden focus frames, she does not get the insane levels of damage reduction some of these other heroes get. And as a result, you can just absolutely stomp through her health bar even when the ult is active, which is part of the reason why she works so well with the Matari, because the Matari ultimate allows for the damage done to be converted into health. So Zai, even though she's taking all of that damage, as long as she's being aggressive, can still build it back. And unfortunately, that just never really came into play.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, and Zai in that last fight in the previous game, the Zai only had about 60% of the ultimate charge available, so not having ult online was also so impactful in that fight for them. The zipping, not able to get the ultimate off, regardless of the fact that Matari was able to use the ultimate, it just wasn't enough in the face of XMF in that situation, unfortunately for them. But we're going into game 7, ladies and gentlemen. Here we have it. Who is going to be playing what? MVP, Daemon, Hex, and HD have first pickings of their characters, JLA, OUG, JL, and XMF in second round, and then JDG, KLA, GG, and Bowder in third. What do you think we're gonna see, Moxie? What compositions are coming out? Do you think anything spicy's coming or no?
Probably a lot of Takeda and a fair chunk of Hardy. As we can see some of these teams, oh boy, the hero points are not in the position that they want it to be. And I think for these teams, it's really important they just try and deny options. I would be very unsurprised if we see things like the Karumi getting all the way to the groups in phase 3. And that is one of the things that we do have to talk about. At a certain point in the day after game 4, all of these teams that are like first, second, third, fourth place in the standings are all guaranteed to be lower in terms of phases. And as a result, you can see that they do not get the picks that they really want. However, OUG will be able to pick up traditional Karumi variation of Siphon, which is a huge boost for this team's capacity to MVP, as it does look like GG are going to be going for the Ping San Siphon. I believe they were not able to afford the Karumi, given that she is going to be much more expensive after those teams in phase 2. JDG going to be chancing the Karumi variant of the Sand Siphon, understanding that having that fire tick resistance and the ability to cleanse is just so much stronger. As Bauda will field into the Aeromech, and my big question now is, are we going to see that same absolute scrap of a fight that lasted a full 5 minutes plus on Salvation Podium the last time that we were here on Holoroth? And is it going to be the same teams landing immediately in the action, or are they going to go for the timing attack? Are they going to loot up into the surrounding areas and then come through and challenge and contest that space when they're in a much better position, as opposed to having to risk that gamble of getting on top of a ballista before the other team is ready?
Yeah, indeed. But we talked about the fatigue. You can literally see it. That guy's literally got his head on the desk, taking a quick power nap before game number 7. Just resetting, re-engaging, about to go into the action. I do see quite a few serious faces, and I mean, very justifiable. It is do or die. It was do or die last game. It's the same again. I don't know what to expect right now. It could be a mess at Salvation Podium, as you said. It could be that teams have decided to completely avoid it based off of what happened in the previous Holoroth game. So who knows? Who knows really what we're going to be seeing? But nothing too crazy in terms of ability choices. Everything seems rather standard. F1 V1 on Shiyun for that Tamalk. And looking pretty... Oh, interestingly, Sachiko is going for the V1 on the zipping. Now, I will say, I think this is definitely the optimal choice if you're running Matari Zai alongside it. However, if you're running the Tumult Takeda, I think the V2 is better. Now, the reason being is that V1 on zipping not only gives you that passive healing, well, it doesn't give you the Mortal Defiance proc for the team. However, it gives an increase to the healing that everybody receives. So if you're playing, and considering the Matari is going to be able to activate ult and give everybody the ability to heal off of the damage they do, it increases that healing because of the ultimate. But let's looky here, look at the drop in Plumed Castle.
There's two teams that are going to try and timing attack down to Salvation Podium, and everyone else is sacking on Plumed. Other than GG and Bauda and JL, who are off towards Ruins to pick themselves up those Firefly cages through those portals. It is going to be an absolute explosive start, as JGG and HD could potentially kick off, already having found loot. And there it is, the first kill comes from KLA. Taki goes down to the dual blades, and we're gonna see Tutik trying to come on through on this Takeda. Guess manages to find the mythic grab, will be able to take them down, and as a result we head inside so that these players can look to potentially find armor resets. Tutik needing one of those right now as he's being contested by JL. Manages to find the parry, unfortunately will not be able to stick in the area long enough to actually find any advantage off of the back of it, as unfortunately he'd lost 2 of his teammates already, and the Takeda that he was after had got that Kurumi free to be able to facilitate running out all of those focus strike commitments. As now JLA unfortunately going to be stuck in a very rough position. The slaps coming through, XMF getting an incredibly early Zai ultimate, locking down so many of these players. Tumultuous ultimate also coming into play, and they will be able to take the Zai down, who had gone incredibly aggressive with that Effery full commitment. XMF now looking to try and turn the tides. They've got the Matari ultimate coming through. Jiangdong will recast the Armor Circle, as well as Teva up to his Zai, climbing the pillar, getting himself away from the attention of everyone in the area who's fighting on the other side of the room, entirely none the wiser to the Kurumi rest that just happened underneath their very noses.
This is insane. So many teams all packed in to this area. There's so many little nooks and crannies in this place as well. The ability to kite around this main building in Plumed is also substantial. You're able to buy a considerable amount of time. Also, the slaps are just crazy. This guy, he's able to buy enough time for his teammates to turn up by slapping multiple people. Also, one thing to note is that XMF XJ Gang just parried a pair of golden dual blades off of a player who's come up from Salvation Podium, KLA, I think it was, who contested Salvation Podium against Hex. Actually were able to come up having gotten those dual blades, but immediately losing them to XJ Gang. XMF doing a really good job already off spawn. Currently the kill leader, XJ Gang, on 3 eliminations. The team are having 5 total, leading the charge alongside HD, who also have 5. But OUG, they're looking for revenge. They're coming in, and they're trying to lock down this remaining member of XMF, who does have those dual blades he definitely wants to keep, but unfortunately not going to be able to do so. Xiao now taken down relatively low by MVP, forced to disengage somewhat. JL also relatively close by. It's just a mess of names on the mini-map. I can hardly tell what's going on.
I mean, the big question is, there's the dual blades. It's MVP's home. He was able to pick them up. I was going to say, I don't think the Zai managed to, because he went for the ultimate without swapping to the legendary weapons.
I don't know what happened to them.
Maybe someone grabbed them in just the ensuing mess, because it was just player after player after player. I think they just changed hands.
The thing is, I'm sure that he had them. Maybe he hit into a Takeda with F1, and that's how he got them off him. And because I saw him equip them for sure, there's no doubt in my mind. I don't know. They've changed hands so many times. Who knows at this point?
Oh, I wonder if they knew that the Zai was going to be the target focus, because the Zai just goes in and dives with the Effery, and they ferry it. They do a loot swap so that they pass it over to one of their players that makes away just in the off chance that the Zai goes down, and they don't lose those legendary dual blades, which is a pretty smart approach to it. As KLA gonna be waiting to see if they can third party once this Tumult ultimate drops on out. MVP stands in guard over the Soul Altar and looking to punish any of these teams that have to revive with those grey armors. CXC, has he been spotted? Now they go in for that jump. Viper ultimate coming on through into Tessa V1, looking for the full lockdown. Massive CC connecting onto all of these players, but CXC full sense, has the F1, will be able to cover up his mistake of getting parried. Does not throw out the Dragon Slayers until now, turns on to LTZ, gets the Nessus connection, and throws out the horizontal charge up afterwards. CXC gets another Dragon Slayers into Nessus, and unfortunately has to back on off this time as HD show up for the third party. CXC not wanting to be a little bit too involved in that fight, puts himself onto the sideline, swapping that over to the dual blades to start cleaving through as many players as possible. Forbidden Seal now coming into play as well. None of these players able to utilize any of the ultimates at the moment, as HD are getting put into the blender. Parry after parry comes on out. CXE again gets to cover up the throat of that focus strike with the F1, and as Wuchen will teleport him away, but they were not able to get the body of that Viper. They had to hit the disengage before the Ken was in position to get ported out. And as a result, they just have to keep running, as all of those players in that fight are now looking to figure out where they disengage to.
It's just so back and forth, it's insane. HD was actually the team that had originally died, but one member reses and then reses the rest of the team, and then they get into the fight yet again. But now we're going over to JDG and JL, having an isolated 3 versus 3. JDG looking pretty good, but ZDI takes a lot of damage from this Dragon Slayer 2-tick. Using that F1, is he going to be able to capitalize? I'm not sure if he will, but he's sending out these fan focuses. The CC coming through onto the enemy Takeda. Another Dragon Slayer coming in. The bonk from the spear on top of that 2-tick. Taking a bunch of damage, picks up the Soul Bloom. Is almost up to his ultimate yet again, getting another kill. The spears are going absolutely crazy right now, and it looks as though JLA are cooked.
That was what, 5 successful Dragon Slayers, and only one of them was set up by the Tumult Wisp, meaning that they couldn't parry. That is crazy. The understanding of the spacing and timing to have multiple players hit Dragon Slayers at different times and preying off of the fact that when one person was charging up a Dragon Slayers, another one was taking sort of like that frontline position and acting as bait, so that everyone's head turned to look at them and didn't go for the power on Dragon Slayers. Like, there's a reason we don't see Spear in the solo meta, and a huge part of it is credited to the fact that Dragon Slayers is one of the easiest moves to parry in this game if you're expecting it to come on through. In trios, however, where you have 2 additional teammates and those light staggers where you can lock a player down and not let them have that parry uptime, that's where Spear really shines, with that just massive cleave on the golden focus, if you're able to successfully confirm. And it is huge risk, but very, very high reward for that insane reason. And it does look like we're going to see that fight between all of these teams, that back and forth, the seesaw of power, continue to swing, as it's going to be Realm of Yang spawning up, but potentially fights over the entrances to those portals. No one wanting to give that opportunity to a team that could walk away with 3 kills without having to worry about a third party for free. OUG managed to slip their way inside 1. They're going to be facing up against Bauda as XMF versus JL and GG versus JDG.
Indeed, they are grappling to the skies. Zhao going right on in. The Zai, the front line, he's looking to get aggressive. Here it is, the F3 going upwards to try and catch a player out of the sky. Not able to land it, unfortunately. Yeran getting a huge Dragon Slayer, and it's already cooked. It's already over. Rico doesn't ult. Can't get it out. Just 100 to 0. Zhao now trying to salvage the situation with these F3s, trying to peel for his teammate, but John is also extremely low. The F3 from the Ferrier, no, the V3 from the Ferrier dropped down to peel for the team yet again, but it's Yueshan Ferrier up against, oh my, okay, it's already over. About holy moly, the Dragon Slayer onto that Karumi was so integral to that win for them, able to lock him down, prevent the ultimate from coming through, and considering that the Zai had already used F3, there was no peel available to come through, but now we've got the fight between GG, another Dragon Slayer. It's just a Spear gaming lobby right now. CJS also getting taken down, and now LXM up against 3 players. 2 of them are extremely low, but it's not going to matter. JDG are going to come out victorious up against this team. Oh,
well, it's not a legendary Spear. It's not a legendary Spear.
It's legendary.
Oh my goodness. JDG just 2-tick, catching the Dragon Slayers onto the Takeda and then turning it onto the Z-Ping to keep the support staggered, and then using the Fury shoves. XMF JL, but yeah, 2-tick with that Takeda ultimate, getting the Fury shove stagger into another Dragon Slayers, into another Nezas. This feels like this is the most amount of Spear we've seen all day combined so far. It feels like everyone has been sitting and just waiting and lulling everyone into a false sense of, we're only going to use Fan. That's the only thing. Fan and Pole Sword. You don't need to have your parry timing for Dragon Slayers. No one's going to use Spear here. And every single person in this lobby is hard crutching onto Spear as weapon uptime currently. As Biter and Hex go head to head, Yuran coming in with a very early Hardy ultimate, looking to just try and find the disruption. As GG actually going to revive in the area. They scouted the fight and are coming to third party. They do have a very good composition that can lock down these fights. With that Tumult and the Takeda both able to find massive value in terms of CC on the ultimates and F abilities. And here they come. GG waiting in the wings, waiting to see who is going to be the best to third party, wanting those ultimates to be mostly gone before they take the engagement, as XMF riding that high after taking down JL, having all of the loot to just obliterate the players on HG. This is not even close. This is an absolute massacre as XMF just absolutely annihilate 3 players in very, very short fashion.
They do indeed. XMF currently in second place as well, and they are definitely leading the charge in terms of kills this game. 11 eliminations under their belt, but enough of that. We've got JL up against OUGXX, a huge parry coming out there. JL need this fight, as do OUG. This is going to be a huge deciding factor for the game if this fight gets committed on. It looks as though they're going to try and space out for the moment. They recognize that the enemy team also is exuding desperation as they too need that Yang depletion cleanse. We've got very low HPs here. Zhao diving in with the F3 but not finding the connection, unfortunately. But JLVVV is going to find the elimination onto Junks. Junks getting taken down, not resable, as he does have that Yang depletion. Now Rico and Zhao forced to fight an uphill battle, but they're playing Zai in the zone, but they're up against XMF coming in for the third party. XMF looking to try and continue the snowball, the freight train that they are currently with their Vermilion Bird's might, catching these players within the zone, playing to their strengths with that Zai ultimate. The fire damage so impactful in this scenario. This is devastating for OUG, as they are in fact now eliminated. JL still alive. JL still alive.
Yeah, but they have Yang depletion. They all have Yang depletion, and they have 1 minute. They need to force this fight, and all they can do is turn on XMF, who have 2 legendary weapons and their ultimates. And all JL have is a Hardy ultimate, and I hope that maybe that will be enough. But XMF, they don't want to take this fight. They're just kiting away. They've already got double-digit kills. They run directly into KLA. KLA might be the undoing. However, the Karumi Tether will be able to connect onto the Zai. The F3 is going to carry XJ Gang far enough away that KLA will not be able to find the punishment. Yang Dong does manage to just kite away, taking all of the attention from the other 2 players. As you pointed out, JL, 1 of their players goes down to zone, 2 of their players still having Yang depletion, and unfortunately for them, they might be able to get the rebirth off in time before they go down to Yang depletion, and they will. But unfortunately, I think it's going to be the last thing that our 2 players can do, as KLA take down 1 player of XMF. The Zai got caught out. Now XMF as Zhao Wen gets caught out by the Tessa V1. KLA found them in the zone, and they're not letting them go. The Tessa V1, the 3-second enchantment window, there's nothing Zhao Wen can do. KLA ripped through XMF, and XMF are reduced to a Karumi.
Oh, but they get the res, though. They managed to resurrect one of their teammates. It's not over just yet, ladies and gents. Yang Dong, the savior, able to resurrect here, XJ Gang in the zone.
I think they're going back for their Matari as well.
I think they will. It's insane, but we've got a Realm of Yang fight now. GG up against JDG, CJS, that purple armor and the Takeda ultimate online, gets the mythic grab. They're onto 2-tick. 2Tick taking a bit of damage, forcing out that ultimate now. It's just a dance between Takedas. Who will use the first Furin Blast? There it is. They trade blasts now. 2Tick gets a Dragon Slayer, forces out another blast from GG, but then responds with his own. They're even at the moment. Is going back and forth. 3-3-0, taking a bit of damage. So is CJS. 2Tick gets a parry onto CJS, but he does have the Furin Blast ready to go. He's been silenced, though, I think, and that's why he hasn't been able to use it just yet. There it is. He does send it. ZDI taking a bit of an ISO fight against LXM. Kiki is extremely low HP now. GG looking strong, looking very healthy with those health bars. 3-3-0 taking a bit of damage, but he's buying time for his teammates to take down this Karumi. And now JDG are falling apart at the seams, and GG are gonna secure the Realm of Yang win for themselves, securing that golden armor and golden weapon.
And unfortunately for JL, they lost their player. They lost the player that they were able to revive. And that is JL out of this lobby. XMF have been able to pick up all 3 of their teammates, by the way. Which seems absolutely impossible. They're able to get a kill onto Hexa Sachiko as well, taking themselves up to 12. And they're trying to find another lockdown. Taki goes down. XMF were able to keep a fair chunk of their loot. They've managed to keep 2 legendary weapons despite having to revive 2 of their players. Absolutely insane comeback coming through from this team. KLA are going to be kicking themselves for not finishing off XMF, especially given the fact that KLA are reduced to just the lone Wuchen. XMF are on 14 kills and are match point eligible. There are 16 players left alive in this lobby, and the only team that is potentially going to be close enough in kills to rival XMF currently is GG. At GG, they are able to find a kill. KLA17S does go down to the team that show up with that White Tiger's prowess. Here comes XMF, however, with the F3 charged R&B on this hub is getting sent out, connecting onto LXM.
Wait, JDG went down in the kill feed.
JDG did indeed go down in the kill feed, but this is the most important fight right now. GG and XMF, who comes out on top? CJS trying to find any form of value with these Furin shoves, kiting the members of XMF far enough away that they potentially get shoved into that zone. He's only got 1 Furin shove left, and he has to use it to peel for his players. Zhao Wen going incredibly well, could potentially go through. CJS and GG's LXM is able to take down XJ Gang, and this is GG turning the table onto XMF. Like me, they're going to be able to knock out the potential MVP candidate and take us to game number 8. Surely it's just a 1 versus 3. Jiangdong can't do anything. GG knock out 1 other player from XMF, and we just have the Matari trying to play survival against GG, who put themselves onto double digits. And Zhao Wen, maybe with 48,000 coins, can find a rebirth charm somewhere, anywhere in one of these shops, and find another way, another escape for XMF to return from. He's looking for it. He's gone to the shop. Does this one? Does it have a rebirth charm left? It does!
Oh, 1?
It's just the 1.
He gets 1, but not 2.
He gets the 1. But who does he bring back? Surely it's got to be the Zai.
Yeah, you would think. Is it really only 1?
I think he's looking for another. He has to be so careful. He's only got 2 Vitalia left.
I don't think there's... I think that because it's shared between the shops. So regardless of which shop he goes to, I think he may have...
Could he get it from the Spirit Well, right? He could get 1 from the Spirit Well.
He could. It is possible.
He's got 1 back at least, and it was indeed the Zai. There is no way that XMF are able to return from the brink of having 1 teammate alive, not once, but twice in the same game and walk away with MVP. That would be the craziest Naraka finals we have ever
There's a rebirth charm just sitting there.
Oh no.
If he goes there and finds it.
If he goes there and finds it, but he would have to get past MVP and Bowder to be able to reach it. The problem is Bowder can't pick it up. They don't have a fallen teammate. You can only pick up a rebirth charm if one of your teammates is dead. Otherwise, you would just sit on them in terms of reserves.
That would be insane, though. Imagine if you could stockpile rebirth charms.
Just in case of, you know, a rainy day, just have a backlog of 3 rebirth charms.
That would be absurd. But you know what else is absurd? This game, this series is just insane. MVP coming in as well, having been sat at bottom place for a little while now, with 7 eliminations, pulling it out of the bag. Oh my good lord. Bowder doing a good job as well. 6 kills. GG on 10. XMF.
Yeah.
Do they win it? Thing is, GG could end it all right now. If they get the kills onto Bowder and MVP, and it's definitely winnable. I don't know though. And the thing is, they're really stacked. They could do it. 3 gold armors. But at the end of the day, we've seen 3 gold armors fall.
3 gold armors, a whole chunk of soul jades. Crucially though, that's a Z-Ping, not a Kurumi.
Yes, true.
That is a Z-Ping, not a Kurumi, and XMF have their Zai back, and that is a Zai with V2 fire tick. I am not putting anything past XMF. If they're able to survive and go toe-to-toe with GG, the odds favor XMF if they can get their Kurumi back, because the Kurumi doesn't even need to have good loot. You just need the Kurumi to hit F3 and tether your Zai. That's all you needed to do. The problem is, are they going to be in a position to try and take a fight before either GG, Bowder, or MVP will feel comfortable trying to take a fight? Especially since XMF are right there and MVP are right there. Did MVP see XMF? They're hiding behind a wall. And MVP, I don't think they saw them. Unfortunately for XMF, that spirit well is not where they wanted it to be. That is not near them in the slightest. And it is instead going to be GG and Bowder. GG immediately staking a claim with that flamer, forcing everyone from Bowder to back off or face the fire tick. And they are going to commit to this. PK is actually heavily committing in with that pole sword. And as a result, both of these players have had to back on off. No one wants to go onto the outside, however, because then it becomes that one-way torn of damage. And it looks like GG have opted to prioritize their ultimates. They allow Bowder to actually take control of that location. It is much clearer and easier for GG to give that one up, given the fact that they have 3 legendary sets of armor at the moment. They do not want their hand to be forced in terms of ultimates, especially since that is a bounty on CJS's head as well. They know that there's going to be teams in the area looking to third party from the frat bar that is formed. Is XMF playing the long game, waiting, and it is crazy that we are right back to the same situation, almost the exact same position on the map, just a little bit more to the left side than the right side where we were previously, where we had this absolute knife edge of a Holoroth game previous.
Feels like Holoroth is just intense as all hell, or whatever we have it right now. And it looks as though XMF have been spotted out now by these teams. The red bounty on GG, allowing them to know exactly where everybody is within 100 meters. Very smart pickup by GG, knowing that it's effectively just Mystic Might without the defense buff. XMF though, they're lurking on top of this building. They're trying to portray strength, but MVP, they might have sussed them out. XMF forced to try and go through the Moonbane, grappling through, making it to the high ground, but they're gonna be forced to drop down into the clutches of GG. They've been spotted out, and now XJ Gang does get grappled onto. Xiao Wen goes over to try and peel. For the moment, they're forced to go into the Moonbane, a dangerous task to try and maneuver through this area. It is not easy. He's managing to crouch multiple musket shots, but he can't crouch the Moonbane hit. And now GG are taking the initiative. They're going in. They're gonna try and capitalize on it, but they can't prevent the health. Oh, the heal coming out from XJ Gang. They can't stop him from doing it just yet. Looks as though he spots out the armor swap, though. He picks it up. Alleviates some of that pressure.
they're trying to force GG to commit so that someone else comes in for that third party. Like, they keep going between GG and MVP and trying to just entice with that Zai F3 so that Bowder will take the bait and look to third party, and XMF can make off and potentially steal away some of those kills. From the sidelines, GG and Bowder finally facing off. This is exactly what XMF wanted, and no surprises, you do not see them anywhere currently on the screen. There they are, way off in the distance, just waiting, as neither one of these teams really wants to full commit. Everyone knows that the team that goes first is going to be the team that loses, because everyone in the lobby is just going to turn on you. And XJ Gang with that swarm is looking to put pressure on MVP, not letting them hold on to this rooftop. GG also taking a lot of pressure from Bowder's team with both the bow and the cannon shots coming through from the left flank. GG caught right on the low ground, sandwiched in between both MVP and Bowder, and that is going to be GG having to probably make the move first. They've got the legendary sets of armor that paints a huge target on their backs. They've got a composition that is going to only do better in terms of being able to live and have that pressure when the zone collapses. And you can see that they're actually trying to hit those cognacs and obscure the line of sight from the players around them so that some of these ranged projectiles do not connect. And GG have been able to set themselves up for the Spirit World contest. Will they be able to stick their heels into the sand though? Or do they have to give it up to Bowder yet again? This time they are going to be committing much more heavily in terms of holding their ground. CJS with that fan creating all of the spacing necessary for his team. The Tumultuous ultimate also going to be invested, as well as the Takeda ultimate. GG going all out to guarantee that they pick up everything that they need, and Bowder as a result are forced to back off.
They are indeed able to expend those ultimates, as they know that once they get that Spirit Well, they're going to get all of their ultimates charged back on up by having that buff given to them. XMF split up now. Xiaowen and XJ Gang not together, but it looks as though Xiaowen's going to make his way over there. Oh, but Bowder's Jing all of a sudden just gets obliterated off screen.
Temmie Wisp. He got stuck in the Temmie Wisp and his players weren't able to peel him.
LXM able to find a huge pickup for his team, but are they going to be able to translate this into the victory? There it is, another huge Wisp. But unfortunately, they don't manage to get the kill themselves. Bowder's Peak is going to be the one to eliminate Xiao Wen from XMF. And it looks as though XMF is already down for the count. They're fully eliminated. And now this is GG's game to win. The parry comes through. The Furin Blast to mitigate the damage. Shin Yun goes sky high with that F1 on the Tumulk. Hong stuck in a corner, trying his best to climb up these rocks. But the buttery rocks, they're extremely hard to traverse. Hong now stuck in a really bad place. Shin Yun doing his best, sending out that cavalry bloom, trying to peel for his teammates just so they can heal back up just a tiny bit. But Bowder, two-man strong, sitting atop the rock formation. They're waiting for these players to push into them. LTZ forced to go down into the rocks to try and buy himself some more time. Yeran does have ultimate available. Bowder's Peak using that Yueshan ult to buy some time, but GG still very healthy. CJS gonna have ultimate back up very soon, and now LTZ is taken down by Bowder, but GG still going strong. Yeran and Peak now two-man strong. MVP Hong manages to make it out alive, sitting on top of this roof. They need to try and prevent GG from coming away with this win. MVP, I mean, they have no chance of getting the dub just yet, I don't think, as they have only 8 points, as that's not going to be enough to match the 12 kills from the side of GG. GG still so healthy. Oh, but the huge Hardy ult coming in, forcing Hong into the zone, but LXM is going to pick up the kill, and now Bowder, one man standing. That is it. GG. Oh my goodness.
GG will win.
No words left. GG, come out, your Koi Cup champ.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we have 2024 KOI Cup first champion. Let's congratulations to Chengdu GG.
州啊，真的是你们的福地。来，我们先暂时把奖杯一放，有请我们的三兄弟来到我们的舞台前接受一下我们的冠军采访。来，有请。哇，今天啊，这个锦鲤杯可以说给到线上以及线下的所有的热爱永劫无间的玩家朋友们，真的是强度拉满，
KOI
精彩
Cup
程度也
Trophy game
先问一
really
下
gave
大
us
家
a really
今天打完之后，感觉
excellent
想对身边的两位
competition.
队友说点什么？
What do you want to say to your teammate?
太稳定了。那你
They're
感
really
觉啊，其
stable.
实春节刚结束，又来到了美丽的杭州，进
So
行
we
这
can
个
see
锦
we
鲤
just
杯的总决
finished
赛。
our MPL
评价一下
sprint
美丽的
split,
杭州吧。
and then we come to Hangzhou again for KOI Cups. How do you think about Hangzhou?
那换三神。三神今天的表现也是非常的出色。那其实可以
Also
看到，
for
在拿下了春季赛的冠军之后，又
and you
再
have
次
a
拿
really
下
good
了这个
performance
锦鲤杯，
today.
有什么话对支
And
持你们
just
的粉丝
after
们
you
讲？
got the champion of sprint split, and then you got the champion of
没
KOI Cups. What do you want to say? I
刷不了了。
really want to
刷
say
不了了，
thank
来吧
you to
还是回
everybody.
到我们的队伍的核心啊，
Okay,
我们
let's
的
move
李新苗李哥身边，
to
哇，李哥可以看打完了之后现在
LXM
满头大汗。今天可以看到，其实有想过这个锦鲤杯今天的强度
Have
会
you
这
ever
么的
thought
高吗？
about like the
没
KOI
有想过
Cup
吧。
will be so
评价一下今
hard
天
to
同场
play?
竞技的这
I
其他
never
的对手
thought
们吧。
about it.
我觉得不
How do you
管是
think
职业
about
还是
your
那些主
opponent?
播打的都非常的好，因为我们自己也没打好，导致我们的压力
I
非常
think
大嘛，
everybody have a
所以
really
才
good
拖到第7把。
performance today, and
那可
we
以
are
看到，不
quite
管是鏖
like
战
under
至终
so
章的
much
春节，
pressure
还是
today.
战至第7把的这个锦
So
鲤
we
杯，那
play
你感觉
into
其实队伍现在
7
怎么样
game.
做到在这种关键局可以调整回状
So
态，并且可以
how
捧杯？
your team did the
首
adjustment?
先就是心态问题吧，我们只要
for
稳住我们的
today's
心态
games.，
不管别人进没进赛点，我觉得他们都没有资格去
I think
终
we
结
have，to
都
be
得交给我
stable
们
for
来。
our move.
那可以看到，这支
no
机
matter
器
if
再
we
次
got
证
the
明了
match
自己
points,
的
we
实力
have，to
经
be
过了联
calm
赛，
down.
来到了锦鲤杯，再次捧起了属于他们的奖杯。现场所有的姐宝们，一把掌声送给他们好吗？哇，真的是非常棒的三兄弟，通过一路的努力，在这里一跃龙
Of
门，
course, we can
获
see
得了
really
这次的锦鲤杯
outstanding
冠军
GG。
那么接下
today.
来，三兄弟
And
再
today
次
is
享受你
really
们的
a
荣耀
tough
时刻吧！
competition for
来
all the
进行捧
players.
杯。同样，我
But
们也
we
是
have
再次
to
恭喜我们本次
congratulations
2024
again
永劫
for
无间锦鲤杯
GG
全
to
球
be
精
the
英赛3
2024
排冠军
KOI
成都
Cup
谢
Bronze
谢
Champion.
Ooh, there you have it. GG lift another trophy in 2024. But my goodness, it was so close, Dunk. I was like looking at that Spirit Well and looking at the amount of kills that Bowder and MVP were taking from G, and I was like, we're going game 8, we're going game 8, 100% we're going game 8. And then GG just started pulling ahead, and it was like, nope. GG did the thing where they come in and they're a little bit behind everybody, but the second that final zone starts coming through, like you can see that macro just kick in, that understanding, the fact that they were like, we let Bowder have the last Spirit Well, we're not letting them have this next one. We're positioning ourselves in a way that we are going to dig our heels into the side. We will use our ultimates. We do not care. We will get them back when we're able to find that successful capture. The Wisps as well coming through from that Temi. If any team had walked away with MVP and it wasn't GG after those Wisps coming through, I would have said that GG probably felt like they got robbed, because every single kill until that zone properly collapsed was set up from that tumultuous Wisps. And what insane Wisps they were. Huge congratulations to GG. They just look absolutely unstoppable this year.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was looking pretty close for a minute there. OUGXX almost took the bag away from them, but GG able to you know, they even said it at the very end. They, even though it's match point, you just got to stay calm and, you know, not let the pressure get to you, as it does. Just it's the team killer. Pressure, anxiety, you know, it's very human, but you got to calm down. You got to stay collected, and they managed to do it. And as you said, those Tumulk Wisps were literally their win condition. The Tumulk Wisp onto that Bowder team member, I think was the thing that just the catalyst for the victory in the end, just leading them to victory. The positioning as well was so huge for them, able to push those teams up against those rocks and just not leave any room for them to disengage, and able to fully utilize their ultimates. The Takeda just doing so much work. The Tamulk positioning it well so that they don't have any escape. They're forced to go through the wall. What a performance coming from GG. And hey, they were the champions before, they're the champions again. It makes sense, you know. But regardless, huge props to everybody who came in today. You know, all of the teams, no matter where they were from, they all put in a lot of work to be here, and they put in a lot of effort today, and definitely something to be proud of nonetheless. You know, it's, hey, you didn't come out on top this time. There's always next time, considering that we've got more tournaments, we've got more MBPL, we got more regional tournaments as well, and then we've got J-Cup at the end of the year. So who knows what we'll be seeing in future. But for now, GG, congratulations, you've earned it. And I want to keep it going. Can we see the multi-champs for the year? Who knows?
Potentially. I mean, we do have multi-champs and solos, but we haven't really had multi-champs in terms of with trios coming through. So it will be interesting to see whether or not GG are going to be the first to be able to pull that one off. But no, like, you really can see that this team, their motto is never say never. Like, they never count themselves out, even when they know that they're so far down, because they did have a really rough start to the day. There were some teams that started incredibly strong and then sort of hit a little bit of a slump and weren't able to pull themselves out. GG started in that slump, and throughout the day you could see them sort of picking themselves up and getting better and building that morale and rebuilding that synergy that we know and love them for, because GG is a very strong team. The plays that they've made in the past have always been very, very strong when they've been able to bounce off of each other, especially when they're able to properly play off of the spacing that they're able to create. Like, the fact and their awareness of all of the teams around them, I would say, is second to none. We saw it first when it would be coming through with them having all of the snipes in terms of muskets, but it's a hidden, evolved state where it's sort of now not just knowing when to swap to those ranged weapons and kill players, but to understand this is the moment that we need to hit that spark, that we need to provoke a fight around us. And other times when this is maybe not when we want to take that fight, because multiple teams in that final zone tried to push GG over the edge, tried to push them into that panic state where they would throw an ultimate just to zone a team away, and they just did not lean into it. You could see that calmness persevering all throughout. And when you looked at all of the different players, when we were doing the camera pans of the players before we headed into every single game, GG was always different. GG were always just game face on, looking at their PCs, wanting to get into the game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just fully locked in, ready to go. I mean, they were doing well for I think they did well for the majority of the games. I think there was only maybe 1 or 2 games where they didn't perform extremely well and get double-digit points. You know, I think maybe it was game 2. Was it game 2 that they got 6 points or something?
3 and 5. They had one game where they got like 6 points, and then there was one game where they had an even lower score.
I mean, it's been a long day of Naraka. I can't remember all the games and all the performances. I'm sure the fatigue has really gotten to a lot of these players, though, having to play at their peak throughout all the games it's very taxing indeed. But let's take a look at the scoreboard. GG coming out on top with 14 eliminations. The thing that's crazy is that XMF had 14 as well. So if they were the ones that came out on top with first place finish, they would have been the ones taking home the trophy. But no, it wasn't to be. GG able to hold it down in the end. Bowder coming in third with 9 limbs, 11.5. MVP in fourth, KLA, JDG, HD, JL, Hex, OUG, XX, Diman, and JLA. Definitely a huge shame for OUG, XX. They weren't able to do all that well in that game number 7, off the back of game 6, where they came so unbelievably close Yeah, look at this Wisp mid-air, catching him there, just starting off the carnage in this end zone. All of the Wisps. LXM definitely is going to be MVP here, I think.
Yeah, he has to be. That parry, the Wisps, the Tumult ultimate setting up, Blistering Edge on the pole sword. He was the win condition for this team. He really was. And you can see, like, he's the one putting pressure on the Zip. He's the one forcing the Zip so early so that they can immediately proc that sedated soul and get back into to actually hitting those kills rather than chunking the health bar down, procking the Zip ultimate and letting another team walk away with it. When those targets are low health, the Blistering Edge doing such work to put pressure onto these players, punishing the fact that, yeah, Zip does not have the ability to cleanse that fire tick, and as a result, Blistering Edge is going to absolutely shred you alongside that Flamer. That's a weapon that GG always prioritize having in their possession. This is a team that is always thinking about spacing and weapon identity for these final zones. They are the always referees of these final zone collapses, and they really were at their A game today, managing to figure out, okay, we need to kill the Zip first, then we turn our attention onto the Takeda, then we have to deal with the Hardy, catching a massive hit off the pole sword so that the Hardy is not able to hit the ultimate, and potentially just knock all of the GG players into the corruption tick damage, and maybe pick up MVP off of the back of that. We now get to see the overall standings. GG are indeed atop the podium, but who is joining them in second and third? XMF have definitely made a play in terms of the points that they have picked up. There it is. In game number 4, GG had 9 points. They picked up 3.5 in game 5. Game 6 was a little bit of a tougher one, but they really came back into the swing of things in game number 7.
What I thought it was.
Like I said, this team, like, they hit a little bit of a slump. They started struggling, and then they pulled themselves out of it. And that has always been the story for GG. It happened in the MBPL finals. It's always been something that they've been able to do. And it's always been why, before they were able to take that MBPL championship, the storyline for this team was always the bridesmaid, never the bride, because they would be able to pull themselves out of the slump. But it would be at a point where the points were just so far in distance to the team that was ahead that it would be too little too late. Now, however, they've really gotten the hang for the timing of when to bounce back.
Absolutely. Taking a look here at the kill leaderboard, Zhao actually from OUGXX sitting atop the kills leaderboard with the XJ Gang on XMF in second place. But the champs, GG, CD, GG coming away with the trophy. Well deserved. As you said, they hit that little bit of a slump, but they powered through and they came out on top and able to secure the MVP in the final 7th game. Can you imagine if it had gone to 8? Can you imagine what we'd be talking about right now?
What compositions would we have? It came so close to coming to that 8th game as well. Like we said, that was very much a reality where you and me would be getting ready to be like, oh, Dunk, I wonder what compositions are we going to be locking in with? Who's going to be able to walk away with that trophy? But no, GG. End the day early, not early for a normal Naraka day, but early for a bi-weekly and grand finals day, before we hit that game number 8. But it has been memorable, Naraka. I was talking to you during the break. We are always treated so well to these finals for Naraka, be it solos or trios. I have my bias towards trios because, like, you can see the emotion between all 3 of those players, and you can hear it in the comms how much it means for every single one of them to be able to stand up there and have this synergy with their teams, and the fact that there are so many more players in the lobby, and that if one thing goes wrong, you can have those moments where something starts to spiral out of control, and then you have that magical turnaround moment where everything just becomes okay again. And my heart goes out to XMF because they had that moment. They had that moment twice, and they had to sit in that moment knowing that they couldn't get that Karumi back for every zone collapse afterwards, hoping that it would be enough, that they'd been able to pick up enough kills, just thinking back because they weren't taking fights, recalling where it went wrong when they ran into KLA outside plumed on that rotation out of the zone, because it very nearly was almost another team entirely walking away with the trophy. But unfortunately, that is just the nature of Naraka. It is unforgiving. If you win, you win. And if you don't win, you don't get to lift that trophy. But it has been an absolute pleasure to get to be here from the start of the day to now, both casting and getting to stay with you as company, Duncan. I very much enjoy casting with you, and we will see you all in the new season of Naraka BLADEPOINT Pro League. Take care, everybody.
Take care.